So I haven't read the spoilers, but everyone is talking about Mommy, so I kind of guessed Mommy would come back. Dude, Bacon, you had one fucking job. You had one fucking job, and you didn't do it. Bacon, you had one fucking job. To be fair, I kept seeing people constantly talking about what is it? I kept people still constantly seeing talking about Mommy on Reddit. Like it kept sending me notifications of people talking about Mommy, and oh no, we're gonna have a Mommy arc and a Numi arc, and oh no 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 no. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, what did you fucking expect? Like I kind of saw this coming. And I'm pretty sure, like in this chapter, we're not gonna see Chizuru and Umi's talk. Like, there's a chance we're probably not gonna see it. But yeah, I'm not surprised Mommy is back. I don't feel like this is the twist, if that's the case, right? I already made my predictions for the twist of what I think is gonna happen. Um, but yeah. Anywho, chapter should be out. Let me reset. Not yet. Nope. Still a minute to go. Read the chapter. I shall be avenged. Why should you be avenged? You're the one who failed me. I should be avenged. You need to be my fucking avenger, motherfucker. You gotta be my fucking avenger. Damn, still not out. Well, as they say, patience is a virtue. Oh, okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Boyfriend and the goals. Yep. Okay. So it was Kazuya getting a license. Oh, who's that? At times of night, I'm here. Mizuhara, what's up? Is there something urgent? Damn. Oh, this is just dress up darling. That's so funny. This is just dress up darling. That's so funny. Wakes up from a dream. Damn. I'm sorry for saying that I still can be with you back in Odaiba. After you moved, I just felt so sad and lonely. Damn. Damn. Yo, this shot is crazy. This shot is crazy. Reiji is fucking with the readers. Reiji is screwing with the readers. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh yeah, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he is doing. I'm letting my desires overrun my dreams. I'm letting my desires overrun my dreams. Hmm. What have I been saying for a while? I'm so happy I didn't like stream or make a video and just sat down and thought about it. Dude, Reiji is, I love this man. He is cooking. He is cooking. This shot is insane. This shot is insane. I love it. I'm just love struck. That's what this is, right? This is what this means to be drunk on love. I've been blinded by love ever since that kiss, even in my dreams. I can't believe I dreamt about it. It doesn't take you long to become a noisy neighbor, huh? Still at his family's house. Oh, okay, that's where Mr. Fish is. Mizuhara wouldn't kiss me for no reason at all. The fact that she mentioned July 11th is proof of that. I can date her, Mizuhara, and I can be together. Damn. It's so funny how he's sitting down. Oh, there's the tissues. I spent all last night thinking about it, about what I should do until July 11th. Work on my body, do everything I can to find a job, think about a perfect confession, ask Mizuhara out on another date. A marker brought specifically for this purpose. Oh man, his dreams aren't lying to him because Chizuru does feel that way, lol. Oh my god. The back of a flyer that was handed out at school. If possible, get an early job offer in my dreams. Oh my god. Yeah, no, none of this is gonna happen. Let's get that out of the way. None of this is gonna happen. Okay. Kazuya is gonna like see Umi and Chizuru together. He's gonna be like, oh my god. And all the readers are gonna be like, oh my god. You know, all that fun stuff. I can't bother her until she finishes her play. It's just like Yamori-san said. I should raise my chances even if it's only by 1%. I'll become a man who's worthy of Mizuhara. Yep, that's stupid nonsense. I mean, appearance is important. Work on my body. I've read that testosterone has the power to attract women on the web. I think the coolest thing about this is how Reiji is criticizing gender roles, and he's saying it's so fucking stupid. This idea of like men need to be a certain way, men need to keep their promises, men need to do this, men need to do that, women need to do this, women need to do that. Oh my God! What in the name of God? What in the fuck is this? What in the Jiminy Christmas fuck is this? For summer, I know Mizuhara would prefer someone with a well-built body. It'll probably be pretty hot outside on July 11th. It's very likely that I'll only be wearing a t-shirt on that day. Mizuhara will notice that too. Did I keep you waiting? You just seem so rugged and manly. Oh geez, what's gotten into me? I want to embrace you in your arms. Oh my God, that's so hot. This is testosterone abuse. Oh, okay. This is really funny. Actually, this is testosterone abuse. What the fuck is that? No way. I want to build my body enough to look good in a t-shirt. That's all. Are you going to the beach? I need to calm down. I have to find a job too. This isn't going to be easy, huh? After graduation, it all comes down to what I want to do. I've received offers from Michomitsu, Moribini, and whatever. I guess it's whatever in the mood for. I love you. Oh, come on. Yeah, man. I'm Chad. I'll follow you anywhere. Mizugi? Mizu water? Mizugi? What, like he's a tall glass of water? Is that what it says? Is that what that says? He's a tall glass of water? Mizugi? You're going to the beach. Why am I always so delusional? Damn, I'm getting way too carried away. I can feel it in my bones. It's because I had that dream. Who are those two? Tell me, please. You being unable to answer Chizuru's questions about love is what really hurt. I have to think about how I'm going to confess and how I plan to date. Besides, no matter how manly I become, it's still pale in comparison to Mizuhara in all her glory. How am I supposed to plan the date? I did everything I could think of in Odaiba. Kazu Kinoshita, Kazuya's dad. Huh. Dad. That's odd. Hello. Hey, Kazuya, do you have a second? As usual, he's very considerate. Sure. Yeah. What's happening with driving school? Driving school? Don't play dumb. You need to run the store for doing business with clients and restocking. Didn't I tell you to get it while you still have some time at school? I forgot. Okay, so that's what license was. Okay. Yeah, my license, right. No problem, I remember. Don't fool around too much. We'll talk later. Duh, I totally forgot. I'm busy with Mizuhara now. I have something else to deal with. This is the real problem. Actually, now that I think about it, I promised before I enrolled in college I'd get it before I graduated. I barely have any time as it is. Can I really do this? You can get it in a week if you're staying there. Sure, whatever. Wait, my license. Want to go for a ride or something? That could totally work. I know going for a ride isn't allowed as a rental girlfriend for safety reasons, but this would be a private date. Mizuhara wouldn't say no to that. If she did, I'd probably die. No private rooms with a sex-craved beast. Oh yeah, I like how she's dressed in her, specifically in the clothes she was wearing in the date. That's cool. No way. It'll be fine. She wouldn't go on a private date with someone like that. We've already kissed before. Besides, asking her to go for a drive feels natural and easy to do. It's refreshing. That settles it. This is my best course of action. Those are my goals until July 11th. I'm gonna do this. Let's go. Well, shit. Wow, this chapter is not at all what I expected. Okay, so that explains some of the things I've been seeing on Reddit, where like people are like, "Oh my god, this is happening, and this is happening, and this is because people kept posting stupid memes on Reddit. Where like I saw the one where it's like Reiji leaves you with a cliffhanger and then doesn't explain. So yeah, okay. So the big reveal is 394. It has to be. It has to be. 394 has to be the big reveal. That makes too much sense. That feels like that's when we're gonna get our big reveal. The thing that Reiji's been hyping up this whole time. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I was too far off on my initial guess of the chapter, but at least I feel the POV switch coming. 393 is the nth divisive in the end, at least not the one everyone imagined. Yeah, it's not. This is not divisive. Nothing about this is divisive. Yeah, this is definitely not the chapter. This is definitely not the chapter. No way in fucking hell. There's nothing divisive about this. Had no fucking clue mommy was in the chapter. Yeah, that's not crazy at all. Yeah. No, there's nothing crazy about this chapter. Reishi is intentionally building up this idea of, oh no, Chizuru's interacting with Umi, Kazuya is interacting with mommy. Oh no, it's an alternate timeline. We're gonna go down a dark path. Ooh. But no, this is all red herrings. I'm seeing a lot of red herrings. And I'm seeing a lot of like things that are intentionally baiting you into a particular direction. The setup is crazy, but the chapter isn't long. The spoilers came out on Friday. I've known for too long. I'm free. Jam. Hey, Kazuya will meet mommy at the driving school, and Chizuru will meet Umi at what's. Oh, huh? The Chad Kazuya made me laugh so much. Yeah, that was so funny. That was so genuinely fucking funny. Kazuya, like, not chat, like super buff Kazuya. Tall cup of water Kazuya. That shit was genuinely funny. This chapter was good. I liked it. I liked this chapter. It was pretty good. I like how this chapter delves into these expectations and illusions that we have. And then what it does at the very end is introduce something real and meaningful. I think that's the coolest thing. All the other stuff is absolutely meaningless, but the license can actually be meaningful, specifically because it actually helps Kazuya's life. Like, this is something that is useful for just in general, for his future. It's useful for anything he might need to actually do. Having a driver's license is very, very useful. So it's really cool that Kazuya has 3 things that seemingly don't, or 4 things that seemingly don't matter, and then he has a 5th thing that does actually matter. And even Kazuya realizes this, and I love that the chapter even points it out. Now, hey, this is something real that you can actually use and do something with. And then you're led to believe, oh, well, mommy's gonna be there and all that stuff. But again, mommy's a constant red herring. Literally just like how Kazuya is having a dream at the beginning of the chapter. You're dreaming if you think anything is gonna happen with that. Also, Reiji is playing us. I love this. Reiji is playing us. He's so okay. Too coincidental if Kazuya meets mommy in the same driving school later. I genuinely think Reiji's playing us, dude. I think Reiji's playing us. And I'm kind of here. I'll read my guess for later, but for now, let me pull up the. Where is it? Oh, okay. I gotta open it then. History. Let me pull up the Japanese text and have my friend translate them real quick. But yeah, I have a theory that I'm actually really, really confident in now. I have a theory I'm very, very confident in now, as to what Reiji is cooking. I have a theory that I'm very, very confident in now. Here, I'll move this here. I'll grab Twitter and move it here. Yeah, and the reason it's called The Girlfriend and the Goals is, ayo, goals. Ayo, goals. It's so dumb. Yeah. The reason Reiji is depicting Mami is because Kazuya and Mami are both kind of in their own prisons. Literally in their own mental prisons. And I think that's so fascinating as an idea of having Mami and Kazuya being in that paralleling like conflict where they're literally trapped in their own minds. Let's see. This shot is crazy. Yeah, no, this shot is, oh, it's so hot. I love it. Reiji knows how to fucking draw. Next issue keyword is futsal. Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. That's on Umi's thing. That's Umi's thing. Yeah. If we go to Umi's thing, that's literally what we're seeing. Yep. There it is. Here's Umi and his team. Yep. Yeah, so next chapter is gonna be the Umi thing. Next chapter is gonna be the Umi thing. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so next chapter is the Umi thing. Kazuya is seemingly maybe meeting mommy at that school, and next chapter we're gonna see Chizuru go to meet Umi at futsal, which is basically indoor soccer. At least that's how I understood it. That's how I understood it. I could be completely wrong. I think futsal's a little different. I'm pretty sure futsal's a little different, but yeah, that seems like where we're going with this. Reiji making fun of my dress up darling is crazy funny. I don't even know if it's like intentionally making fun of dress up darling, but it's really fucking similar. You gotta admit, it's really fucking similar, right? It's really similar. Umi making a big play and helps them out. Ha 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 ha. A play, get it? Soccer. And he's an actor. Oh my god. Yeah, this is so good. It's close to 1-to-1. Is it? It is kind of close, isn't it? Yeah. She like tackles him. She's literally on top of him. Yeah, it's really similar. You're right. This is really similar. Like a little too similar. Like it's way too similar to Dress Up Darling. Pull up the chapter, Johan. Fine. Dress Up Darling. Chapters. Didn't get taken down from Manga Dex, did it? Should still be there. Oh wow, it did. Is it 114? Oh jeez. Okay. This is getting annoying. I will admit, like that's the thing I immediately thought of. Like when I saw this, I'm just like, this just reminds me of Dress Up Darling, just straight up. I think it's 114. Could be wrong. I think it's maybe 113. Okay. Previous. Okay, not that. Okay, 111. Okay, 110. Okay, 110. God, I forgot what chapter this fucking was. I haven't read Dress Up Darling in a while. $109. God, I'm just like scrolling back really slowly. Okay, it's 108. It has to be 108. Fucking hell. 107. 107. Okay, there we go. They have a misunderstanding. They get into a fight, and then Gojo confesses. Let's save these really quick so we can make the memes. No, I feel like it's not. It's similar, but it's not quite the same. Yeah, with Maureen, it's more I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. She says I love you like a billion fucking times. Yeah, she says I love you like a billion fucking times because that's just Maureen's character. Yeah, it's not quite the same. It's not. I think there's a lot more sexual tension in Kazuya's dream, and I think that's by design. Kazuya it feels a lot, but yeah, let's look at it. Let's look at it. So Gojo confesses. Marin kisses him. They fall over. She's kissing him, but it's at a completely different place. You'll notice. It's actually the reverse. I do want to point that out. It's actually the reverse. You'll notice that Chizuru kisses Kazuya at the door, and they fall inwards. Gojo gets kissed while standing, like facing away from the door. Like Gojo's at the door. Gojo's the one who walked in, and Marin kisses him, and they fall over the other way. So literally they fall towards the door. So the scene is actually completely reversed. I would argue the scene's actually completely reversed. This is Gojo coming to Marin's place. They get into a fight. He says, I love you. She kisses him and they fall over the other way. This one, Chizuru shows up in the dead of night. This is during the day, I believe. And then she kisses him and they fall forwards toward Kazuya's place. Literally, like symbolically, like, hey, we're going towards, like, she's coming into your place. So notice how they like literally fall into the shoe area here with Maureen, and then she says, "I like you. I'm crazy about you. Wait. You like me too, Gojo-kun? I had no idea. Hold the phone. Blah blah blah. Ha 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 ha. Hold the phone. Seriously, I can't even." And then she kisses him again, and then yep, and then Gojo's like fucking suffocating. This is not the same as that. You'll notice there's a lot more focus on the actual kissing, right? It's like full on French kissing. It's fucking crazy French kissing shit, right? And then Kazuya just like, kind of like Gojo, he just kind of like falls apart. And then Chizuru says this, right? I love you so much. Yeah, right. It's similar. Oh, I love that part. Oh, I'm dreaming. Wakes the fuck up. I love how to him. Oh yeah, it's a fucking dream, right? Right, it's a fucking dream. Oh yeah, this isn't that, right? So much heat in that moment, right? Yeah, I think it's so sad, but also so funny that Kazuya realizes, oh, I'm dreaming. This isn't real, right? He can't conceptualize this. I think that's such a fascinating little detail to add to Kazuya's character here that he literally cannot conceptualize this. That, oh, this isn't real. What I'm feeling is not real. What's happening here is not real. This would never happen to me. I think that's such a sad thing to come to the realization to. And the fact that this is a dream is very core to this idea that, like, Kazuya it wants to dream, but he's like, I can't dream. This is just a dream. This isn't real, right? This is not my reality. And he wants it to be his reality, and he hates himself for thinking this is his reality. Notice how he, like, covers up. I love how he seemingly covers up. And he says we can be together, but look at how small and childish he appears. And then contrast, you have these idiotic goals that he's seemingly making and planning, which are, again, not rooted in reality, right? He knows what he's going through is a dream and it isn't real. In contrast, he's dreaming in real life and he's acting like this is real, but then he knows it's a dream too. And then you have a call from his dad, and reality literally catches up to him. Right? He gets a call from his dad, and reality literally catches up to him. So this chapter is about the contrast between dreams and reality, I believe. I think that's what's happening in this chapter, the contrast between dreams and reality and what's actually happening. And if the beginning of the chapter is merely a dream, then so is the end of the chapter also just you fucking dreaming, right? If that is Kazuya's dream, then you're just fucking dreaming here. This is, you think, oh, this was going to happen here. No, you're just fucking dreaming. Yeah. Anywho. So let's see. He needs to get the driver's license by July 11th. And it would only take a week. Like, you can get your driver's license within, like, a week if you're good at it, which is fucking nothing, right? Get my license. Yeah, it didn't take me very long to get it when I got mine. It took me just, like, a little bit. Yeah, so I bet it's probably just as fast here, even though they have probably a little more strict. I feel like the United States is like pretty chill when it comes to like who can get a fucking driver's license, right? It doesn't really require that much effort. I bet Japan's a little harder, but yeah. And he's not there all of a sudden. Kazuya is proactive and thinking again. No, I swear to God, if Minnie sees him with mommy, I'm going to scream. I've come to the conclusion Minnie is not the issue. I've kind of come to the conclusion that Minnie is really not the issue. I think Minnie is just merely a reflection of the issue, not really the actual issue itself, much like how she's literally just AI. She's merely telling Kazuya what he wants to hear. Wiz, if you're going to keep doing that stuff, I'm just going to like put you on longer and longer timeouts. We're not going to do this Umi nonsense, okay? We're not going to do this Umi fucking nonsense, okay? Like, unbelievable. We're literally back to this Umi nonsense. I can't believe you guys. You're so caught up in the fucking sauce. It's so sad. You're so caught up in the fucking sauce. You literally don't even know, like, we literally don't know anything, and everybody wants to make fucking assumptions. It's so sad. Hey, Bacon, I'm going to need you to be a little bit more proactive with, like, giving timeouts. Because I've been doing pretty much everything. So, you know, I need a little help here, man. Mommy alert. Jaws is losing it. I love it. Mommy. Yeah, I think this is my favorite shot. This shot, goddamn, so horny. This shot is so fucking horny. I love it. This shot is so fucking horny. I love this shot. This is great. Like, Reiji went to town. Reiji went to town. Goddamn. Oh, he beat his meat afterwards. I didn't even realize. He beat his meat afterwards. He's like, fuck, I hate myself. Fuck, I hate myself. Literally had a wet dream. Mizugi. That's so funny. His shirt literally says Mizugi. Damn. My friend hasn't seen it yet. Shit. Okay, let's see what's going on in chat. Chizuru hasn't done anything to imply she likes or any other dude besides Kazuya, and people can't let Umi go. Yeah, and I think Reiji is playing directly into that. Reiji is very, very fucking aware. He knows what people are thinking, and in particular, what Reiji's doing that I really, really like is that he's playing into people's fears around men and women. especially around NTR culture, or how NTR is depicted, where it's like, oh, you know, if a guy just acts better than you, that's all it fucking takes for a girl to like him, right? That's all it fucking takes, right? Like if the guy is just, you know, Kazuya isn't fulfilling her needs, right? So she'll just go to Umi, right? Umi is a better man. Literally, that's why the last chapter has the scene with Kazuya literally saying, I need to become a better man, right? And he literally imagines himself being a better man. And then you get to this very end sequence, and oh, look, who's Chizuru texting? A better man. Ooh, right? Apparently, it is working for Reiji, the Umi thing. What are you talking about? What Umi thing? Yeah, no, I think what Reiji's doing. So I'm gonna read you what I wrote. Um, we can analyze the chapter in just a sec. I'm gonna read just what I wrote for now. Okay, so I have a theory. I came up with a theory that I believe Umi and Chizuru have kind of kept in contact for a while, which isn't really shocking considering how they've spoken. Chizuru, for example, in chapter 288, knew about Umi's drama. He's currently doing a drama. And Chizuru knew about that. And I think I really want you to notice how Chizuru interacts with Umi. I think that's the big thing. I really want you to notice how Chizuru interacts with Umi. You'll notice there's a clear sense of trust and understanding with each other. Like, look at this scene. Chizuru interacts with him. She says, "Thank you for doing this, Umi-kun." He says, "It's not a problem. I want to pay my respects at least once." I think Umi actually genuinely is trying to atone. I think he's kind of made some mistakes, and he realized he's been making some mistakes, and he's trying to be better. I don't know if Chizuru inspired this in him. I don't know if he was doing this for other reasons, but I think that's the point of the scene we see in chapter 282 when he's giving that girl a gift, and then right after he looks down at his phone and he looks at Chizuru. I think Umi was looking at Chizuru because he wanted to come and pay respect too. I think Umi has struggled with relationships for a long time, and maybe his girlfriend broke up with him because maybe he wasn't that good in relationships, much like how Chizuru maybe was struggling in relationships. And so he is trying to atone and be better. That's my theory around Umi's character, and that's why I think he actually did just come here to pay respect. I think he really did just come here to pay respect. I know a lot of people will disagree with me. They don't believe me. I think that's the truth. And the reason I think it's the truth is because Chizuru says, "Aren't you busy with your drama?" "Oh, it hasn't been that bad," or maybe it has. And then Chizuru just laughs and chuckles. Look at how happy she is, right? Look at how happy Chizuru is. This doesn't seem like something where he confessed to her and he's bothering her or anything like that. I feel like Umi bothering Chizuru in the Tiger's Den is Umi trying to push Chizuru to make some sort of decision about Kazuya himself. I've said this for a while. I think that's what it is. So I think the reveal that we're going to get soon is that Umi and Chizuru have seemingly kept in contact this entire time, and that the thing that happens in chapter 288 is literally a nod to what happened in chapter 30 and 31. In chapter 30, Kazuya follows them, and he hears a whole bunch of shit out of context. He hears the sketch out of context. He sees them going on a date out of context. He sees them, what is it? He sees them, he overhears Umi talking about, like, you know, selling Chizuru to someone, and he's like, "Oh my god, he's a terrible human being." In reality, he's just literally selling her to a producer for a play that they're working on. And so you get all this stuff out of context because Kazuya stalked Chizuru. What happens here, right? What does Minnie do? Minnie literally plays into Kazuya's worst instincts and does what he keeps insinuating to her he wants to do, which is to know what's going on. So they literally follow them exactly like Kazuya was following them before, and you hear Umi's confession completely out of context. And suddenly Chizuru's demeanor completely shifts. And it's almost like this entire sequence is completely a nod back to that scene in chapter 127 where Umi asks if she likes Kazuya. I think this is what this scene is actually about. I think this isn't actually a confession simply because Chizuru turned Umi down in chapter 127. She literally did. It was pretty fucking direct. It was pretty clear. Like, I'm not interested in you. But what isn't clear in that scene is Chizuru's feelings for Kazuya. That's the only thing that wasn't clear. So, and I think that's what this is about. And the reason I think this is what this is about is because in chapter, what is it? We gotta go back. Okay, we gotta go back one chapter. Whoop. Horizontal. Read previous. And the reason I think this is what this is about is because what is Kazuya about to do before Umi walks in? Have you found an answer to your research yet? Ask her. It's almost like we could reinterpret what Umi is saying as literally asking her if she found an answer to her research to Kazuya, not about him. She already knows what she feels about him, right? She already told him. Chizuru already told him. She turned him down. It was very clear. She turned him down multiple times in that walk when they were going on that little outing together, right? But I think this is what this is actually about. It's not actually about that. And I think Umi has actually been trying to be kind of a mentor figure to Chizuru. That's my guess. And you're welcome to interpret it however you wish. The fact that Reiji's playing us is telling me this is the case. It's telling me that this is what's going on. So this brings me to my theory, the theory that I kind of want to expand on a little bit. I think we may see Umi hug Chizuru, or she may touch him, or something along those lines, which seems like a big deal considering he confessed, but what if it's not? What if it's literally just innocent, like Sumi? Because Umi's visit and Sumi's visit are direct reversals of each other. Literally direct reversals of each other. And what does Umi not do at all when they're out, when he goes to Chizuru's place, whenever he interacts with Chizuru? He never touches Chizuru. He literally never touches her, right? He always maintains a certain sense of boundaries with Chizuru, especially because of Kazuya, right? But what if they do touch, right? Right? But what if it's innocent? What if it's not anything serious, right? What if we get something that has something to do with Umi and people will think it's a really bad thing and we're like, oh my God, we're going down the worst route fucking possible, only for it to be resolved a little bit later and we're all completely fucking wrong, right? So I think it has to do something with that element of touching and intimacy, because what does Reiji keep showing us? Touching and intimacy, right? Literally this chapter, the chapter we just read, what happens, right? We see Chizuru kissing Kazuya, right? And she's like, I love you so much, right? Now, I don't think it's going to be a kiss. But I do think it will be an element of touching. And I especially don't think it'll be a kiss because Kazuya literally said, like, kissing he thinks might be cheating. So I don't think it would ever be kissing. But I do think it'll be an element of touching, right? And that's the thing. It's not like touching has ever been taboo for Chizuru, but Kazuya literally thinks like he's dreaming if he can touch Chizuru. And Kazuya never touches Chizuru in that entire time, right? Kazuya literally never touches Chizuru when she herself wants to touch him. So Chizuru, and let's go to the actual rental dating. Chizuru regularly held hands in dates, right? In rental dating. It was never an issue before. She hesitated after the 3 months because of Mommy. Literally because of her. So what if Mommy's reintroduction is not what we think it is? What if Mommy's reintroduction is actually the complete opposite and rather specifically has to do with Chizuru's element of intimacy, right? Specifically because Mommy did all these bad things with Kazuya, right? She did all this stuff to hurt him. So what if that's actually Mommy's introduction and it's not anything else? And Umi, in so doing, is also the reversal of this, right? We think Mommy is here for a particular reason. We're like, oh my God, Mommy and Kazuya are going to get closer. Oh my God, Umi and Chizuru are going to get closer. And it's going to keep playing into that idea. It's going to keep showing it in that out of context way that's going to keep playing into this idea. And so I think in reality, that's what Reiji's playing us with here. So Kazuya, and that's the thing, when Chizuru and Kazuya meet up after the 3-month time skip, I want you to notice a particular scene. I've pointed it out before a few times. It's a scene I think you wouldn't notice on your first read through. It's in chapter 237. Kazuya and Chizuru meet up, right? And as they're walking, Chizuru looks to his hand, and she wants to hold his hand, but she doesn't do it. Instead, when you get to the next chapter and they're about to talk, Chizuru tells him, "You go first," right? Like you can say what you want to say first. And what is, right here, what does Kazuya do? Let's hold hands. Chizuru cleans her hand, holds his hand, and he's like, what did you want to talk about? Never mind, it's nothing. She literally just wants to hold his hand, right? But she finally got permission, so she's going to hold on to it for a little longer. Hold on to it. And then afterwards do this, right? This brings me to what I think is going on. Chizuru only holds his hand when she gets Kazuya's permission. Kazuya always felt hesitant whenever they interacted physically in some way, shape, or form, thinking it's a bother to Chizuru, right? And then even here, he literally thinks he's dreaming when she initiates physical intimacy with him. When hugs might just be an expression of who Chizuru is, right? Physical intimacy and a physical connection might just be who Chizuru is, right? It's just a part of her, and it's not something that's like weird, right? You could fucking hug people. It's not fucking weird. Some of my coworkers fucking hug me. It's not fucking weird. And some of them are women. It's not weird, right? But that's the thing. People will still get weird about it. But here's where I introduce to you an interesting element. Kazuya never touched Chizuru in the date. True, right? We literally see this, right? Like, right? Kazuya sees people making out, and he thinks, we haven't held hands all day, right? He never engages with her physically in any way, shape, or form, even though Chizuru wants him to, right? So what happens, right? He always acted like he was scared of physical intimacy. And who's the one who has to initiate again? It's Chizuru, right? Chizuru initiates again. So that raises the issue of this is around that element of physical intimacy, but also around Kazuya's particular fear of physical intimacy and feeling like he will be rejected if he wants physical intimacy with Chizuru. And in so doing, you can flip that back onto Chizuru herself, right? You could think maybe she thinks, oh, well, I'm bothering him with this physical intimacy thing. And I've discussed this before. But this is where we introduce something that like breaks your entire argument of Chizuru possibly hugging or interacting with Umi physically. Because there's a lot of evidence to highlight how fucking stupid that kind of argument is. And the simplest one we can start with is Ruka. Literally all over him. Literally all over him, right? Literally, Ruka's like all over Kazuya, right? Ruka and Minnie are literally all over him. We see Minnie; he's literally carrying Minnie in an identical way that he was carrying Chizuru. He touches them with absolutely no problems. If this is okay, if this kind of physical intimacy is okay, right? And Ruka seemingly fucking loves Kazuya, right? And she touches him no fucking problems. Then why can't Chizuru touch Umi? Because what? Because he confessed? Okay. What about Ruka, right? Right? So, see, this is how it's not actually a big deal, but can appear like one. Especially since Umi and Chizuru have never touched before in such a way, right? Like, the only time Umi, like, touched Chizuru, like, was when he looked like he was about to kiss her in that one particular scene, right? Where he was leaning in, but in reality, he was fixing her earrings. Literally, you're misinterpreting the scene. And then the other time he touches her is when she was falling, and he grabs her arm and lifts her up. And that's it, right? So, what if the plot twist is that Chizuru hugs Umi, or Umi hugs her, and you're like, oh my god, this is terrible, I hate this, readers will get upset, only for it to be resolved later, and you'll be like, oh, okay, I see, that's what he was cooking the entire time. And that's kind of literally how Reiji seemingly explains it in that Twitter space that I was talking about, and I'm like, and upon rereading it and paying attention, I'm like, okay, I kind of see what he's cooking a little bit. He's kind of like, these things are not as they appear. And I think we're really misinterpreting everything, and this is actually a lot more innocent than we think it is. And this is the element of like what I was talking about before, where Umi always maintains like a physical distance from Chizuru, so them hugging would probably bother Kazuya and a lot of readers, right? Because and that's the thing, Kazuya never sets boundaries, so this is kind of like an ironic thing to throw back at his face. And say, and you can think, oh, some people will be like, oh, Kazuya won't give her what she wants, so she's gonna get it elsewhere. You know, it's that stupid mentality where people are just like, oh yeah, like this is how women want, this is how men act, right? If you can't get it from someone, get it from someone else. It's fickle and uncaring, and I think it leans into the worst of the human character. But that's literally not Chizuru, right? Touching Kazuya is different for her. She even says so when she's speaking of cheating, literally right here. If you love the person you do it with even a little bit, then that's when I consider it cheating, right? So literally, we're playing into that theme, and physical intimacy has been kind of the core conflict of what's going on. We're literally calling back to chapter 218, where she's intentionally screwing with the readers, where she's intentionally evoking that fear from the readers. He's intentionally scaring the readers, and he's going to do something that's going to scare them in a way that's going to be like, oh my god, this is real, I'm so fucking scared, what's going on? And that's what he's leaning into. And that's the thing, right? This is why Chizuru tries to find the boundaries between love and rental. Chizuru does not feel falling in love when touching other people. She doesn't feel love with other people. And if she trusts someone like Umi as a friend, there's no reason not to touch him, right? So especially if she already turned him down, which she did in chapter 127. We just think she didn't. But this literally mirrors Ruka, right? What did Chizuru say to Kazuya about Ruka, right? Kazuya already said how he feels about Ruka and to Ruka herself, and he turned her down, and yet they're dating, right? That they're literally, their relationship is kind of like a living dead, if you will. Like, that's how I've literally explained it in the past. And this is the issue. Chizuru has no idea Kazuya knows about Umi. Let's get that out of the way. Chizuru has no idea Kazuya knows about Umi. She has no idea Kazuya overheard a confession. Kazuya heard this and heard that. She thinks Kazuya just thinks they're friends. She doesn't even know that Kazuya feels insecure about Umi because she thought she already explained everything to him. And Kazuya has never shown his insecurity about Umi around Chizuru ever. Literally never. Like, she has absolutely no fucking idea Kazuya feels insecure about Umi whatsoever. She literally does not fucking know, right? And I think this being the conflict, and this is the thing that gets introduced and ultimately resolved, would be amazing for a very simple reason. If Kazuya voices he's insecure about Umi, if Kazuya voices how he feels about the whole Umi thing, and finally opens up about that, what this will do, which would be fucking amazing, is that Chizuru can finally start telling Kazuya how she feels about things like, what's her name? Like Minnie, or like Ruka, and him interacting with them physically. Learning to set proper boundaries, right? And I think that's going to be the perfect thing to introduce. We're going to see some boundaries we're not comfortable with being broken in some ways, probably with physical touch, not necessarily with something like a kiss. I doubt it's a kiss. I know everybody wants to think it's a fucking kiss, but I don't think it's going to be a kiss. I think it's going to be something like a hug. And that's going to lean into that fear of boundaries, that fear of, like, you literally see Kazuya in this chapter imagining Chizuru kissing him, and the next chapter you might see Chizuru hugging Umi, and you're like, oh my god, it's the worst thing fucking ever, right? And Reiji knows this, right? And this has never happened before, right? Chizuru hugging Umi, that's never fucking happened before. That's crazy, right? The fact that Chizuru might hug him or he might hug her and Chizuru lets him and all that stuff, you know, it'll get into readers' heads, right? And people will be upset and be like, this is the worst thing ever. We're literally going in the opposite direction. Isn't Reiji literally setting up infidelity? Isn't this literally appearing exactly like what the dude said here in this scene? Remember what this dude said in this exact scene here, the driver that he was talking to Kazuya. My girlfriend at the time got together with some guy she was working with at the bar, you know, on the weekend and stuff. I ran into them near the apartment she was living at around here, and he started throwing fists. Seriously. I was learning Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu back then, so he was no match for me. I had already another girl, too, so I didn't really care. Does this not sound like kind of where we're going with this? It's leading you into that mentality. Oh no, we're going in that direction. And Reiji's intentionally introducing that to freak you out, but contrasting it with visuals that don't align with this, but also hinting at these particular things. First, he shows you a green light in contrast to the girl getting together with that guy. Then he shows you a sign that was literally there in the Umi scene, which makes you, like, if you read that scene and you see this sign, you're like, oh my god, he must be talking about Umi. That's what this is. And then, so you have these two contrasting elements, but this might be the new path that was always there from that Umi scene that was not what we were thinking. Right? Literally, this is the new path Umi introduced for Chizuru to be with Kazuya, not Chizuru being with Umi. Then you have this scene where I ran into them near the apartment she was living at around here, and he started throwing fists. Seriously, literally, doesn't this look like it, right? They ran into each other, right? You're seeing these people from afar, but notice how there's no issues in this. There's no conflict. He speaks of conflict, and you don't see conflict in this scene. Right? Literally, the visuals contrast what the person is saying. Literally, like how when Minnie gives her speech in chapter 291, the visuals literally do not align with what she herself is saying. Right? She's saying one thing, and the visuals literally don't align with it. And finally, I was learning Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu back then, so he was no match for me. I already had another girl too, so I didn't really care. He speaks of infidelity contrasted by a very innocent love that's very easy to buy. Right? Very, very easily purchasable, right? You don't need to spend like $50 fucking on this. You can literally just pay $5 and it's good, right? And it's not even $5, it's like $3 fucking. Like, and then that's also, and then you have the car right next to it, and the driver, and this opening scene literally says, the innocent drive towards you, right? innocence versus adultery. That's literally what's being depicted here. Innocence versus adultery. What's actually happening in the story is innocent. What you're seeing and what people are saying is adult and mature and uncomfortable and gross. And that's the whole point. You're literally presented this thing that makes you feel gross inside versus what's actually happening. And that's a repeating theme in the chapters. You're literally actively being presented things that you think are happening versus what's actually happening. And you're literally getting trapped in that mindset, getting caught up in these ideas. And that's literally kind of this chapter. The current chapter we just read, that's kind of the idea of it, right? You have the visuals of Kazuya kissing Chizuru and oh my god and holy shit it's happening, contrasted by the fact that it's a dream, right? This isn't real, it must be a dream. But what if that is real, the thing that they're sharing, and the dream is literally the thing you think is happening, right? You think that's the dream. In reality, what if that is real and everything else around it is the dream? So let me continue. Kazuya already said how he feels about Ruka and to Ruka, and Chizuru already turned Umi down. That's not how it appears. I think this could be Kazuya finding out Chizuru turned Umi down way before he ever turned Ruka down. Literally the moment from chapter 241. Seeing how serious Chizuru is about him, right? Chizuru saw how serious Kazuya was about her. What if now Kazuya sees how serious she is about him? And in so doing, the entire perspective you've had of Chizuru up until this point gets flipped completely on its head. And you're like, holy shit, I've been wrong about her the entire fucking time. Something Kazuya has doubted for a while, right? Like how serious Chizuru is, right? He constantly has these thoughts in his head. How serious is she? How serious is she? Is she just going to change her mind again? Is she not serious? Is she not serious? And a lot of the readers feel this. So what does Reiji do? He leans into this. He leans into our perspective, our perceptions, and how we think we're understanding the story, and he fucks with us, and he keeps fucking with us, and he keeps playing directly into this. But then constantly also laughing at you, right? Minnie represents the readers, and Minnie is not a bad person, but literally, when she says things, I sound like her. At times, I sound like Minnie. I go into these crazy fucking conjectures exactly like Minnie, and I get lost in the fucking sauce, and I think I know what's happening. In reality, I don't know jack shit, just like Minnie doesn't know jack shit. And so he's going to keep getting us lost in the sauce and then eventually pull a reversal. That's why I think Reiji's worried about like Chizuru hugging Umi or something, which I think will freak readers out. And a lot of readers will be pissed and be like, oh my god, we're going down the worst fucking direction. I don't want to read this anymore. This is just NTR. This is the fucking worst. I hate this, right? Everybody's going to lean into that idea only to be like, oh, we were just fucking idiots. This makes a lot of sense. Okay, right? And so I think this is why Chizuru's kiss to Kazuya is an expression of how serious she is. I think that's a part of it. The kiss is also like it's an encapsulation of all of Chizuru's feelings because hugging and hand-holding is like something you can misinterpret, right? When you hug someone or you hold them or something like that, you can misinterpret that. But when you fucking kiss someone, right? When you fucking kiss someone, there's no misinterpreting that, right? And I think that's why Reiji has what Chizuru does be a kiss to Kazuya, right? Because Kazuya literally says that he considers the kiss like a sort of serious thing, right? He considers a kiss to be something really meaningful. So Chizuru kissing him is an expression of that. And maybe she's like lost and confused about that. And I think whatever Chizuru's lost and confused at will be explored soon. This is why I could also see how this is why I also see Reiji reintroducing Mami into the picture. Because Chizuru, having this thing that not working, turning Umi down, but still being friends with him still being a mentor figure to her and him still interacting. I think it can show Kazuya how, despite romance not working out, he could still salvage friendships with the women around him in his life, like Chizuru did with Umi, right? Which would make perfect setup for Mami and Ruka, right? That would make perfect setup for Mami and Ruka, who, right? Mami's literally getting reintroduced into the story. You think it's going one particular way. It may not be going that way at all, right? Characters whom Kazuya still wants to know, even if they aren't in a romantic relationship. Kazuya even says this when he's talking about Mami in this scene, right? Man, what am I even thinking? Of course, he's her boyfriend. What else could that have been implying? She hates me, and rightfully so. Why would she want me prying into her business? It's got nothing to do with me anymore. Sorry, I've got to go, right? Kazuya, oh, she's leaving. Mami-san must have really felt awkward too. I mean, duh, we don't talk anymore. I know it's my fault and all, but do things really have to stay this way forever? Yeah, that's just wishful thinking, isn't it? After everything I put her through, I can't just ask for things to go back to normal. I'm really sorry, Mami-san, right? Mommy's the one who actually needs to apologize. Mommy's the one who actually needs to apologize to Kazuya. Mommy's the one who needs to actually say sorry to him, and Mommy never says sorry to him. Why the fuck do you think Mommy and Kazuya could ever work? Why in the fuck do you think Mommy and Kazuya could ever work? She needs to apologize to him. She needs to step up. Kazuya can't be her savior. She has to liberate herself. Right? Mommy has to fucking liberate herself. Kazuya can't be her savior. Right? And both Kazuya and Mommy are trapped in their own minds. They're literally both trapped in their own prisons. And I think those prisons will eventually catch up to them, and they have to realize how they're living lies. I think that's what Reiji's doing. He's going to have Kazuya keep living this lie, and eventually he's going to see a lie, get upset at a lie, and then be met with the actual truth. And I think that's what we're building to. I think that's where we're building to this, right? I think that's where Reiji's going, and I think that's what's going to happen next chapter, right? And it's the same with Ruka-chan, right? Ruka-chan, I just said Ruka-chan. So yeah, that's my theory of what Reiji is cooking. God damn it, he still hasn't translated them, bro. Bro, why are you leaving me hanging? Why are you leaving me hanging, bro? Okay, with that said, let's try analyzing the current chapter. Let's try actually going through the chapter. People say that Chizuru doesn't trust Kazuya, but aren't Kazuya and us the ones who have doubts? Literally, Chizuru literally told Kazuya that she didn't doubt Kazuya's love. Yeah, Chizuru does not doubt Kazuya. She doesn't doubt him, right? She's maybe doubting if she did something wrong, and we're the ones doubting her, right? And because we doubt her, she feels like she's doing something wrong. So if Mommy takes the opportunity to confess to Kazuya and then he turns her down but decides he's still friends with her, then she would literally be the same as Umi. Yeah. Yeah. I think that would be right. She would literally be the same as Umi, but that's literally already Ruka. I think Ruka and Umi are closer than Mommy and Umi, even though Mommy and Umi have similarities. I think Mommy is more alluded to the fact of Umi's ex. I think Mommy is more alluded to the fact of Umi's ex, whereas Ruka is a direct parallel to Umi. I say this for a very simple reason. Ruka's name literally means. I already read the new chapter. I already read it. We already read it. I already read the chapter. Here it is. Right here it is. So Ruka and Umi are more direct parallels with each other because Ruka's name means lapis lazuli summer. And like or an ever-changing lapis lazuli summer or something like that. And I think that aligns with Umi's name, which is center of the sea. And the reason Mommy and Umi seem similar, right? Hello, welcome, Jaws. I think the reason Mommy and Umi seem similar is that Mommy's name is Hemp of the Seven Seas, or Beautiful Hemp of the Seven Seas, right? She has seas in her name, just as Umi is a sea. Right, he's the center of the sea. She is a beautiful hemp of the seven seas. So that's why they appear similar, but in reality they aren't. Right, Umi and Mommy could not be more different. Umi and Mommy could not be more different because Mommy does not change. Mommy has stagnated. Mommy repeats her mistakes. I think Umi is changing his mistakes. I think Umi knows he fucked up. I think Umi knows he did wrong things, and he's trying to atone to the women around him. He's trying to be better. That's why he shows up to Chizuru's place to pay his respects. That's why he, That's why Chizuru still keeps in contact with him, right? After chapter 127, Chizuru still meets him in chapter 177 and goes to a party with him, right? She literally goes to a party with him and brings Kazuya along, right? Chizuru still interacts with him in the recent chapters, which tells me Umi is not a bad person, because if Chizuru trusts him, I trust her, right? If Chizuru trusts him, I trust him, right? I don't think Umi is what we think he is. I think Umi has been trying to atone, and that's why in chapter 282, you see a direct parallel to what Chizuru did. You see a very direct parallel to what Chizuru did. Where is it? In chapter 282, at the very, very end of this, you have here, Umi meets up with this girl. She says, "What is this for White Day? Sorry, it's a month late. Does this sound familiar? Chizuru was 2 weeks late for Valentine's Day, right? She didn't meet Kazuya for 3 months, and then she was 2 weeks late for Valentine's Day, and she gave him a gift for it. Here's Umi doing the same thing for this girl, right? It's a month late. I'm sorry. He's trying. He's literally trying. Not at all. I never expected to get anything back from you, Umi-kun. I'm just so happy. In another translation I read, that Umi doesn't usually do this. So it shows that Umi actually struggles to show affection in a similar way that Chizuru might struggle to show affection, which could have been the reason his initial relationship ended. He's kind of the flip of Kazuya in that sense, and that's why he respects Kazuya. Umi struggles to show affection. Umi struggles to really show himself, and and in some ways, Kazuya inspires him, right? He actually genuinely respects Kazuya because Kazuya just shows this shit, whereas Umi can't. Whereas Umi struggles to. And so he's trying to change, just as in this arc, Chizuru is trying to improve, trying to not make the same mistakes anymore. His doing it while looking at Chizuru doesn't look good. What if, let's flip this scene, right? You're thinking of that. What gives you the inclination he wants to date this girl? What gives you the inclination he's actually dating this girl, right? What gives you the inclination he's actually dating this girl? What if he's just trying to be better? He's just trying to be respectful to her, but he's not actually dating her, right? And maybe he's saying sorry, and right after this scene, maybe he apologized or something, and he's sorry something didn't go well between them, right? Because I can, and I have proof for this. I actually have proof for this. Right? He's not actually dating this girl. Nothing tells you he's dating this girl except for the fact that it's for White Day, right? And even and that's the thing. I think the reason he's looking at Chizuru here, is because Chizuru is the next person he feels he needs to apologize to. He feels like he's probably done some bad things to the women around him. He hasn't been good to the women around him, so he's trying to apologize, right? And that's him doing that here. Maybe this has all been Umi dealing with his grief over his ex Nanaho, right? Who is actually a more of a direct parallel to Mami. Because maybe Nanaho was a good person and Umi failed her, right? He feels like he didn't do well with her, and so she left him, right? Maybe Umi actually fucked up, he wasn't serious, and she left him, right? And it hurts him that she left him. This contrasts Kazuya, who was serious, and Mami left him and didn't care about his feelings. Do you see how there could be similarities here? I think Umi fucked up in his initial relationship because he maybe wasn't good enough, right? And he got dumped. And he didn't want her to leave, but she did. So what is he trying to do? He's trying to improve. He's trying to help Chizuru's love life because he sees a serious person like Kazuya. That's what I genuinely think this. Upon rereading and like paying attention carefully, I think Umi is just trying to help and be respectful to the women around him. He thinks he wronged Chizuru. He thinks he wronged Chizuru, and he did. In chapter 125 to 127, that was terrible. What he did was fucking terrible. He abused her trust, right? And Chizuru still trusts him. So he's trying to atone. He's trying to be fucking better, right? He abused her trust, and he's trying to be better. While we're led to believe, right, from seeing this scene out of context, you're seeing this scene completely out of context, you're led to believe, oh no, Umi's a terrible person. Oh no, Umi's gonna do this. But if Chizuru, who does rental dating and knows the importance of love and has interacted with a lot of men, trusts him, I think that's a tell. Umi is not a bad person. He just appears like one. And I've said this before in another thing. In the chapter prior to this chapter, Reishi does this little thing just before Umi comes back. Chizuru sings this song here upon catching this little spider. I read this to you guys in an earlier stream. This song is about basically this. There's a little spider that there's a person who goes to a waterfall and falls from the waterfall, and they fall into the water. And then a big black spider comes down. And he thinks he's about to fucking die. This person thinks this black spider is gonna come down, is gonna fucking kill him. What does the spider do? It just grabs him, pulls him out of the water where he's stuck, drops him off, and leaves. And this is what this song is about. This song is literally like, you think that, Chizuru doesn't know the meaning of this song, right? See the scary spider in despair, see the pretty Westria in the air, now run, 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 run. Chizuru is the big scary spider, right? Chizuru looks like the big scary spider. And she lifts him up, and she lets him go. She doesn't kill the spider. You think she's gonna fucking kill it. She doesn't kill it. She just lets it go. Literally like how when Ume's introduced, you think he's the big scary spider. You think he's gonna be the big scary bad. You're like, oh my god, I'm so fucking scared of him. Holy shit. What if Ume's not that at all? What if Ume is just a nice spider, right? What if Ume doesn't want to fucking hurt you? What if Ume is not doing any of this bad stuff? What if we're completely misinterpreting the entire scenario just as we're currently misinterpreting the story? Right? Just as we're currently misinterpreting Chizuru's character, just as we don't see how serious Chizuru actually is, right? We don't see how genuinely fucking serious Chizuru is about Kazuya. And that's why Reiji is probably worried that some raiders will freak the fuck out and be like, oh my god, this and that and this and that. And reality, that's not what's going on. So yeah, I think Ume is not what he appears. I think Ume here in this scene is trying to atone to this girl, but that doesn't mean that he's looking at another girl here. I was going to pull up something to show you in relation to that, actually. Let me find it. Where did I put it? Yeah, oh man, I'm seeing people get too hyped. They're going to get super mad next week. Yeah, I genuinely think what Reiji's doing right now is basically challenging us to grow the fuck up. He's challenging us to grow the fuck up, to actually like live in reality and be fucking adults. Because too many of the readers feel like kids. Too many of the people interacting with the story don't understand romance. I literally saw a thing in this morning, right before I started the stream, where this person is like, "Oh my god, we're finally gonna see the Chad Ume truly courting a woman, while the sympathetic Kazuya who has cringe monologues is gonna get cucked." And I'm just like, that's so sad. That this is how we perceive things, that this is how we live things, that we think, oh, it's all about courting women, and men have to do this, and girls like men who are handsome and fancy and cool, when that's not love. That's idiotic if you genuinely think that's what love is. If you date someone and they care for you so little that they would just end their relationship with you because some other guy's better, that was not love. They were not serious about you. If someone genuinely does this to you, they were not serious about you. And as someone who and like this literally happened to me, I'm telling you, they were not serious about you. Okay? Like literally, I experienced what Kazuya experienced. I literally experienced what Kazuya experienced with Mami. They were not fucking serious about you. So I think in that sense, right, you could flip Mami and Ume in that Mami wasn't serious about Kazuya. What if Ume wasn't maybe gave Nanaho the impression he wasn't serious about her, and he didn't value her, and he didn't fucking care about her, right? And that's why in the date with Chizuru, or in the outing with Chizuru, we're not gonna call it a fucking date because Chizuru didn't consent to that. Ume was trying so hard to compliment Chizuru, to point out these things about Chizuru, to say these things about Chizuru, to say he loves this part of her, or he loves this part of her, or that he wants to hang out with her and be with her, and like all this stuff in like the most convenient, terrible time. And in reality, all of that was sparked specifically because of Kazuya, right? Because maybe someone else was treating Nanaho better than Ume, and Ume in reality was doing it because he thought there was someone else, right? And he projected that onto Chizuru, right? And I think that could have been what was going on, right? That the fact that there was someone else, right? Chizuru, he could tell Chizuru was interested in Kazuya. Chizuru constantly kept mentioning Kazuya to Ume. If we go back to these chapters, you can literally see this. And I think that was the reason why Ume was acting the way he was acting, right? From the beginning, it was about Kazuya. From the moment it started, it was about Kazuya. And you're led to believe, even now, Ume still feels the same way when he doesn't. So let's read those chapters really quick. Right? When you get to this chapter 123, Chizuru asks Ume She tells him you're crowdfunding Yu Chizuru-san. I really didn't get it, but I'll spread the news. Thanks, you saved me. Never even thought of it that myself, but it's amazing. People would die to get an actress who's already started a movie. You should feel blessed as an actress. About that, remember the guy from my uni who showed up at the Opera City during Christmas? Oh, yeah. He found out about my actress job, and then one thing led to another. Notice how Ume wasn't doing anything before. He didn't ask her for anything prior. He said he would do it right away, right? When Chizuru first told him, he was going to do it right away. There was no issue, right? But the moment Chizuru mentions Kazuya, suddenly there's a shift in tone, right? You could tell something's off all of a sudden. Anyway, I get it. Isn't this the most important day for crowdfunding, the last day? I'll do it then. I'll leave the timing up to you. So then, I need you to do a little something for me, right? Suddenly, Ume just feels like a completely different person. Ume has never looked like this in the story, right? Ume has never actually looked like this in the story. Suddenly, Ume feels like a completely different person. Now, notice what happens at the very end of this. Chizuru says, the last day of crowdfunding is July 28th, right? Today is the 21st. Exactly 7 days from now. I really want you to pay attention to the number 7. Jaws, you're going to love this. Jaws, you're going to fucking love this. Exactly 7 days from now on July 7th. Right? Or not July, on July, sorry. On July, right? 7 days from now on July. Right? Isn't that interesting? It's on the 28th, July 28th. Right? Exactly 7 days from now. So literally a week from when Ume just asked Chizuru to do this. Literally, it's exactly a week from then. On that day, Ume asked me to go to the theater with him. Okay? Kazuya points out to her something is wrong. Even Chizuru could tell something was wrong, and that's why she wanted to meet them. Right? Chizuru wanted to meet them because she knew something wasn't right. She could tell something was not wrong, and Kazuya could tell, is everything okay? Hey, what's wrong? Yo, Kazuya could just immediately tell, is everything okay? Right? She's about to leave. Kazuya's like, no, we're friends, all of us, talk to me. Right? And Minnie is like, oh, I never thought of that. He's good. Right? Oh, I never thought of that. He's good. Right? And then she tells them about what happened. Now, let's go to the next chapter. What happens? Again, I want you guys to remember the number 7. I think the number 7 is very crucial here. Ume-kun, he invited me to a play that day. A play, right? She tells him, apparently the person he planned to go with had to cancel. Had to cancel? So, this is interesting. He already made the plans. And the person canceled. And this is told to you later in chapter 126 or 25. He says this again. He didn't lie about that. He already made the plans and the person canceled on him. So who broke up with who? Ume didn't break up with his girlfriend. She broke up with him. And I guess the trope is pretty famous around here. Tickets are super hard to come by, not to mention it'd be a good chance to learn some acting skills from them before we start filming. Of course, I thought about refusing. I already promised to hand out flyers with you guys on that day after all, but how could I refuse right after asking him to retweet us? I guess I'll just have to go with it. Right? Doesn't this seem familiar? Doesn't this seem exactly like what we experienced in chapter 288? Isn't this almost like confirmation bias? Oh, this is the same Ume from this scene. The Ume we saw in this scene is the same Ume we saw literally 120 plus chapters later. It's the same one. He didn't change at all. He's the same fucking person. He did not change whatsoever. His life did not keep moving whatsoever. In that entire time, he's been the same exact person. That's what you're led to believe. He hasn't changed one bit. Sort of feels like he's getting that in exchange for the retweet. Chizuru gets upset, but she knows Kazuya is right. Right? She knows Kazuya is right. You should think before you open your mouth. Umika and I have been part of the same acting class for a whole year. They've known each other for a whole year. And he's got a girlfriend anyway. He has a girlfriend. So it's not a date, and I'm supposed to buy that? There's no way he's not a player who looks like that, right? And most importantly, right? There's no way anybody wouldn't be into her. Will you be the lead actress of my life, even though I totally still have a girlfriend? Right? Kazuya freaks. Minnie stops him because she knows, right? Minnie actually is pretty smart here. You should go. Have some fun. See the play. Should I? The three of us will be more than enough for handing out flyers, and if it helps your acting, then 2 birds with 1 stone. Right? Minnie literally tells her, fucking play that bitch. Fucking play that fool. Right? I forgot the line where she says it, right? It should only take a few hours at any rate. I'll see you then, I'll go. Oh, don't say that. You can at least have dinner with him before you come. Oh, see, Minnie crossed the line here. Right? Minnie crossed the line here. This was too far. Right? And what happens? Umi does ask her to dinner. What happens? Umi does ask her to dinner and she turns him down. No. Right? She turns him down multiple times too. It's not just like a few times, right? Literally, she turns him down a few times. Like once, a second time, and then when he asks her about Kazuya, a third time. She does it multiple times. Right? Hip hip hooray, go Mizuhara-san. Sheesh, what's with the send-off, right? Kazuya freaks. They meet up. The day of destiny, the last day of the crowdfunding. Interesting choice of words, right? The day of destiny, the day of fate. And then Chizuru talks about Kazuya like he's fate, right? She meets up with Umi, right? Umi's all dressed up. He looks fancy. He looks nice. And then as they're walking, sorry to bother you when you're so busy. Is the crowdfunding going all right? No worries. They'll all told me to go. Isn't this interesting? We know Umi is currently busy in the story. We know Umi in the story is currently busy. And here's Chizuru bothering him. The scene's reversed, right? I've really been looking forward to today. I know, right? Everybody knows that so-and-so's and the way to score some tickets. He looks at her, he smiles, right? Not that, I was looking forward to going with you, Chizuru-chan. Oh, okay, right? Again, Umi is literally trying to send signals to her, right? And we have Kazuya being very protective. Well, everyone around here knows how much you love the theater. I love it when you get excited and tell me all about the plays you've seen. I think Umi here, what he's doing is that Nanaho didn't want to go to the play with him because she doesn't care about theater as much as he does. And that's the reason she broke up with him. Or that's the reason she gives him. He knows it's something else, right? He knows it's something else. He knows it's not the reason she actually broke up with him, but she broke up with him because he's so focused on theater that he never pays attention to her. I think that's maybe what it is. Umi probably is so focused on theater, he never pays attention to her. He's literally not around, right? Umi's literally not around, just like he's literally not around in the story. So Nanaho probably broke up with him in regards to theater somehow. And that's why he fixates on this element of Chizuru being a theater person, right? Just as Kazuya fixates on Chizuru, when he goes to Chizuru after the breakup with Mami, on specifically like the intimacy, the connection, right? Kazuya focuses on the connection that he no longer has with Mami. Umi is focusing on the connection he no longer has with Nanaho, and in particular, the thing she took away from him, right? So she broke up with him possibly over theater, and Kazuya got broken up with Mami because she wasn't serious about his feelings, right? In reality, it was Umi who wasn't serious about Nanaho, and she probably felt frustrated with him. Or maybe he wasn't not serious. Maybe he actually did care, but he's not good at showing it, and Nanaho didn't appreciate that. She didn't see that. Come on, don't tease me like that. Sorry, your face is always beet red when you talk about it. That surprised me. Look at Chizuru. What the fuck? What the fuck is he doing? What the actual shit is he doing? But it's really something, huh? Starring in a movie. It's an independent film, though. It doesn't matter. A movie's a movie, right? And you're even doing a crowdfunding. It must be hard. I didn't feel he'd be the type of guy to actually go for it, right? He's talking about Kazuya. It seems he fell hard for the great actress Chizuru Ichinose. What kind of guy is he? Notice how Chizuru talks about him and look at Umi's reaction, right? He knows she likes him. It's so fucking obvious, but he's trying anyway. Why is Umi trying anyway? It's not even about Chizuru, right? Why is Umi trying anyway? It's not even about Chizuru. What kind of guy, huh? I guess he's a kind of mystery. Kazuya is a mystery to Chizuru. It's like some strange force brought us together, like it's fate, right? And what did Kazuya say before the date started? Before the outing started? What did Kazuya say? The day of destiny. What are we talking about right now? The fated day, right? We're talking about the fateful day. We're talking about the day of destiny. Chizuru's talking about how her meeting Kazuya was like fate. Are you seeing a pattern, right? Are you seeing a pattern? I don't really get him. He came out of nowhere and told me he wanted to make a movie with me. But I'm just an aspiring actress and he's a classmate. I've never heard of someone doing something like that. It seemed like he was all talk at first and he started panicking almost immediately after we started. He doesn't even have the slightest idea of how to direct a movie, and yet when he says he's going to make it, he says it with unwavering confidence. But someone being there telling you can do it, that's something valuable in of itself. That's the kind of guy he is. That's not Ume. That's not Ume. And he knows that's not him. Why? Because he couldn't do that for his girlfriend. That's why this line stings for Ume. That's why this line stings for Ume. He couldn't do that for his girlfriend. He wasn't there for her. He wasn't there to tell her you can do it, right? He wasn't there for her at all. When Chizuru trips, Ume grabs her, right? Notice how Ume grabs her, right? It's flashy. He could have grabbed her safely. He could have grabbed her in a way that wasn't like this. What does he do? He tugs her towards him, right? Ume tugs her towards him. He literally tries to force it, right? Chizuru slips. He tries to force it. It's not natural. The way he grabs her is not natural, right? He's trying to force something that is not there, and he knows it's not there. Yeah, he's literally, correct. He's literally aura farming. He's literally aura farming. He's trying to. Right? He's literally trying to aura farm. That is actually a good way of putting it. He's literally aura farm. Look at how he does it, right? He looks cool. He looks handsome. Are you all right? And then Chizuru's like, yeah, okay. Thank you. You're pretty fragile. You should be more careful. Right? He reinforced to Chizuru how fragile she is. She's not fragile. What the fuck? Why is Umi's head so small? His head's small? Here? That's not that small. Right? But yeah, literally, what does he do? He reinforces Chizuru's fragility to her instead of, rent solo leveling. He reinforces her fragility to her. Chizuru is not fucking fragile, right? She kicks ass and takes names, right? She's not fragile, and Kazuya never calls her fragile, right? Kazuya actually thinks Chizuru's really fucking strong, but Ume calls her fragile. And I think that's so fascinating. He literally doesn't see her. Right? He doesn't see how fucking strong Chizuru is. He's not looking at Chizuru here. He's seeing someone else. He's mirroring Mommy. Right? In this scene, Umi is mirroring Mommy. Right? But like not in the way that he wants to. He doesn't want to be Mommy. He's trying not to be Mommy so fucking desperately that in so doing, he comes off like he's Mommy. Right? He comes off that he's wishy-washy and not serious. In contrast to Ruka, who is actually serious. Right? Umi's selfish love is destructive. And then you see how Ruka's selfish love can actually be really innocent and beautiful. Right? You have a contrasting thing that's happening between Ruka and Umi. Umi is literally going into the wrong path, right? He's trying to have a selfish form of love, right? But it's hurting the people around him. Right? It clearly his girlfriend broke up with him because he wasn't being a good boyfriend, right? He wasn't really there for her. But in contrast, you have Ruka, who has a selfish form of love, but it supports Kazuya. It actually lifts Kazuya up, right? Umi forces Chizuru up. Right? He forces her up. He doesn't actually lift her up. He doesn't help her up. Kazuya is down. Ruka sees him, and look at what Ruka does. Why are you so upset? You already have me. I don't remember giving you permission to be depressed. That doesn't do anything, right? Sorry, ha ha ha. It doesn't do anything. Here, please take one with you. Thank you so much. Ruka. Thinking about it won't change a thing, right? You gotta move, dude. Thinking about it forever won't do anything. Right now, you've got to give it your all for Granny's sake. Let's hand out these flyers. Ruka, that's right. It's not like Umi has any ulterior motives, right? Kazuya doesn't know, right? He thinks there's no ulterior motives. There are. There fucking are. There fucking are in this scene, but that's not necessarily what's going on now. Anyways, I just wanted to clarify that. If it's my rashness which started all of this, I have all of these friends helping me. I'm going to make this a success for everyone, and for Grandma Sayuri, I'm going to make this a success. Please take one. Please take one. Thank you, Ruka. What for? I've been really careless, and I've been a burden on you. But if it weren't for you, I don't think I'd have made it this far. Thank you. Jeez, dummy, right? He says something really cute and adorable. She lifts him up, right? In her own selfish way, she lifts him up. She reminds him of what he needs to do. Umi does not do this. With Umi, it's the complete reverse. Right? And if anything, Chizuru does this for Umi. She reminds him of what he needs to do, of who he needs to remember he is. At the very end of this, at the very least, right? Right? I hope you get through this safely. Right? Chizuru's having fun. Look at Umi, right? That's great. You've even got to talk to them. Yeah, and it was all thanks to you. Yeah, remember the part in Act 3 where the stage went dark? It's like they were building tension the whole play just for that moment. Huh. What happens right after this scene? We were building tension all for this moment here, right? That was an amazing production. The coolest thing about the movie arc is literally it's structured like a film. I think that's the coolest thing about the movie arc is that it's literally structured like a film. So each individual arc literally functions like a film, and it's so fucking cool. Anyways, and the face Yoha made was great, and his best when he allowed it to do comedy, and the way and the way he and Fuji played off each other had me in stitches. I want to try doing it too. I'm so glad everyone told me to come. I'll have to thank them later. Right? Umi looks at her and smiles. Is this actually genuine, right? Right? So Ruka lifts Kazuya up. What Umi wants Chizuru to do is lift him up. He's trying to force her into the role of someone who lifts him up when he's down. That's what's happening. It's a destructive, selfish love. It's not even actually love, right? It's just selfish. Absolutely beautiful. Even though you're serious to a fault, and even though you work yourself to the bone, whenever you watch a play, it's like you turn into a kid. That's the side of you I've come to love. I want that. I want that. So I want someone who lifts me up, right? I want that too. This again, you've got to stop. Nana would lose it if she heard you saying that. Haha, no kidding. She can get pretty violent. Nana's pretty unique. I'm sure she has plenty of good points. It's too bad that she couldn't come today. She's the one you were going to go with originally, right? I really wanted to see her. Well, it can't be helped if she caught a cold. Should we go see her? About the cold, I lied. I already broke up with her, right? He was hiding something, right? And he's still hiding something right now. Huh? Right? I think it would be really interesting if Umi actually gets back with his ex or something. I think that would be really interesting in contrast to Kazuya. Like, Umi actually repairs his relationship with his ex. That would be interesting. I could be wrong. Right? He already broke up with her. And look at Umi in this scene. Chizuru can just tell what the fuck. Right? Chizuru can just tell, oh, this is bad. Something is wrong. Really? When? Right? Chizuru plays it off. Goes back to normal. About a week ago, I think. Okay. That's why she couldn't be here today. I couldn't bring myself to say so I lied. Okay, this is really interesting. What did I tell you? In this time in the story, we're in July. Umi asked Chizuru out a week ago. And he just tells Chizuru, I broke up with her a week ago, I think. Was Umi ever serious about her? Was she serious about him? What happened? Right? That's a really weird thing to suddenly happen. Right? Doesn't this seem completely out of the blue and really sudden and really weird? Doesn't this remind you of Mommy? Right? He asked Chizuru out around the time he seemingly broke up with his ex. Doesn't this seem really fake like Mommy? Right? Doesn't that feel like Mommy? Like, exactly so. And I think that's exactly the point. It's meant to feel exactly like Mommy. He's fake. He's not serious. He didn't care. But what if that's not necessarily what was going on? What if Umi isn't actually necessarily that? And in reality, it's actually the opposite, right? What if Umi was trying to be serious about the relationship, but his ex felt like he wasn't, right? And he wasn't doing a good enough job to show her he was serious, and she didn't appreciate him, right? And that's why it's in July. It's 7 days before, It's 7 days before he asked Chizuru out, and on the 7th day, the last day, you talk about his ex, and her name is Nanaho. Nana means 7, just like Nanami means 7 seas. Are you starting to see a pattern? And the final chapter in this arc is chapter 127. That's too many sevens. That's too many sevens, dude. That's too coincidental. That's a little too on the nose, right? It's almost like his girlfriend broke up with him. I see. That's too bad. But in a way, I'm glad. I'm glad you came with me. I got to see your glittering eyes as you watch the play. in a way, I'm glad. Right? Did he actually see Chizuru? Did Umi actually see Chizuru? His eyes are closed. He says, I got to see your glittering eyes as you watch the play, but his eyes are closed. He is serious. It's not that Umi doesn't appreciate this part of Chizuru. He is serious. This is a genuine smile. And lately, I've been thinking to myself, I want a girl who really commit herself to acting, and that just isn't Nanaho. That's weird. That's all you want in a girl? You just want a girl who will commit herself to acting? That's a very strange thing to want, right? Doesn't this feel weird? Doesn't this feel like that's a very, like, if that's the case, you can find any other girl. Why doesn't it have to be Chizuru? It's almost like Chizuru's just a rebound. She's just a replacement for something he lost, right? You could find any other girl who will really commit herself to acting. So just in case, but Chizuru happens to be the one in this picture. That's really fucking convenient, right? That's real fucking convenient. So Umi's whole thing in the story is literally not being present. His entire narrative thing is literally not being in the story, and that now Mommy's doing that very thing, right? Mommy does that very thing too. She's literally also not in the story, right? But what if Umi is trying to change just as Mommy is trying to change, right? Because we're seeing Mommy after Hawaiians try to change. So what if Umi's trying to change too, right? I'm sorry, Umi-kun, I really have to get going. I'd really like to hear about what happened with Nana-chan, but I can't right now. Come on, Chizuru, what are you thinking? He's just putting a brave face because he doesn't want you to worry. You're only here because Nana-chan can't be nothing more. So she turned him down once. She already turned him down once, right? But it wasn't a clear no, right? In this instance, it wasn't a clear no. Wait, how about some dinner? Fuck. Chizuru's immediate reaction. Oh, wow. Umi, come on, man. Don't fucking do this. Don't ruin our relationship. Chizuru shows up here. It was resolved. She came back. I'm afraid to ask. What? Is there a problem? Speaking of problems, do you have any problems with Umi-kun? Problems like what? I don't know. Like a kiss, for example. Don't get the wrong idea. I told you it was just an understudy. All right, I'll cover this direction. Okay, take this one. How about some dinner? Umi-kun, this is going to be a reservation, blah, 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 but I'm already busy tonight, so, right, she keeps saying no, and he's not getting the fucking clue, right? These are Black Cat scantillations. These aren't official, right? The official scans for these are really bad. I don't like them at all. I don't like reading the official scans. I saved all of the Black Cats ones, so that's why, right? And then she keeps saying no, and Umi keeps just pushing, right? He needs her to stay. She can't fucking leave, right? Umi needs her to stay. Spare ribs, blah, 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 hard to get, members only type stuff. I'd like to hear you talk about the play more. We could talk about it some more over dinner. Literally, look at the clash. Umi's hiding something here, and he has a very clear ulterior motive, and it's not good, dude. What the fuck are you doing? Look, I'm really sorry. Today is a really important day. People have been working nonstop to make today a success. While I'm out here watching plays, they're giving it their all for my sake, so I need to go. So I had all these plans, but look at Umi's face. He can't take this. This is literally chapter 1 Kazuya. This is what this is. This is straight up what this is. You're seeing Umi at his absolute worst. Umi is in a terrible fucking place. You're seeing Umi at his absolute worst, and unlike Kazuya, he can't blurt it out in public. Unlike Kazuya, Umi can't blurt it out in public. He can't be upset at Nanaho in public. He can't blame Chizuru in public. That's not what's happening, right? If anything, he's looking for a sort of confirmation bias that Chizuru is not serious, right? This is the reverse of the scene with Kazuya. Kazuya goes to Chizuru with the confirmation bias that Chizuru is not serious, right? He goes there that Chizuru is not serious, and he confirms it to himself that Chizuru is not serious because Chizuru is doing rental. And it's like, bitch, you paid for this, right? The whole point of chapter 1, Kazuya, you fucking paid for this. Of course you're going to get someone who's not serious about you if you fucking paid for it, right? She's serious about her job, but she's not serious about you. You paid to date her. You didn't actually date her. Umi is the reverse. What Umi is doing here, the translations are ready. Yeah, give me a sec. I'll read them in a sec. What Umi is doing here is the complete reversal of this. Umi is looking for Umi is seemingly looking for something serious without being clear about it. Sorry. Let me reframe my thoughts. Shit. Okay. So Kazuya was looking for something serious, but he went to do rental. Umi is almost trying to look for fakeness, but Chizuru is being serious. Umi seemingly wants fakeness, but Chizuru is being serious, right? He seemingly tells Chizuru he loves this serious part of her, right? He tells Chizuru he loves this serious part of her, the super committed part of her, and yet he's seemingly looking for fakeness from Chizuru. When she keeps giving him serious, right? He meets her in a serious way, and he's looking for fakeness. Kazuya meets her in a fake way, and he's looking for seriousness. So the scenes are reversed in that way. Umi's almost looking for Chizuru to be fake. He almost wants this, and that's why he keeps doing this stuff that he knows will never fucking work. He keeps doing this crap that he knows will never fucking work. He keeps trying to do this stuff using this fake bullshit to confirm how fake she is. Maybe because he perceives Nanaho as fake for dumping him. Just like Mommy maybe dumped him over like literally maybe Nanaho dumped him possibly over the, what is it? Maybe Nanaho dumped him over the acting thing. So he perceives her as fake. So he's almost looking for something fake from Chizuru while claiming to want something serious, right? He's looking for something fake. He doesn't want something serious. And he's lying, and Chizuru keeps giving him serious. So Chizuru sees this and turns him down. She shuts him down, and it bothers him. He can't stand it, right? He can't stand it. He needs her to stay. He needs to confirm his own bias. He needs to confirm this thing that Chizuru is like this, right? That friend of yours, you do like him. Then real Umi shows up here, right? I think I love how Reiji portrays this scene. There's a really cool subtlety to this scene. This is chapter 127. So this is the last chapter of this arc. Chapter 127, as they're talking about Umi's ex, Nanaho. That friend of yours, you do like him. You know what I mean. Do you have feelings for him? Look at how Umi's in the light now, right? This feels more like Umi. Then it's not Umi anymore. Is it breakup talk? Too funny. Breakup talk. Huh. Breakup talk. How interesting. It's almost like his girlfriend broke up with him, right? What are you talking about? Cut it out. We just go to the same school. That's all, right? What if Nanaho maybe told Umi he has feelings for Chizuru? Because he talks about Chizuru. But Umi maybe didn't have feelings for Chizuru, right? Maybe Nanaho pushed him away and told him you have feelings for Chizuru. Maybe he never did, right? And Umi's trying to force it. You've been spending a lot of time together, only that's because he's making me a movie, and it sure seems like you like him, though. Bah! It's written all over your face. Do you like him? For a while there, it seemed like you were always down no matter what you were doing, but then something happened. Thinking back on it, it was around when you got the movie idea. It was like you were back to your old lively self. I figured your grandma was feeling better, but no, it was when you started looking forward, looking to the future. I love the fucking visual Reiji does here. The text bubbles are over Umi's eyes. The text bubbles are literally over Umi's eyes. As he talks about the future, he literally can't see it. In contrast, Chizuru is looking, Chizuru's eyes are open. She's looking at the future, right? He's literally talking about the future she sees with Kazuya. And her eyes are visible, but his are not. He's in shadows. He can't see the future. He literally doesn't see a future with her. So yeah, you do like him, that friend of yours. Umi in this scene is literally looking for closure. That's the scene. That's what I see here. Umi's looking for closure here. He's just like, just tell me straight up, just so I can be done, right? And right, look at Umi here, right? So suddenly Umi doesn't feel like he's still hidden in shadow. He's still creepy, but something isn't quite the same, right? Chizuru tells him, I don't like him, but I don't not like him either. Suddenly, Chizuru is in shadow. The entire sequence, Chizuru is in light, and the one time we see her here, she's in shadow. The entire sequence, she's in light, and now the one time she's in shadow. Umi sees this, and suddenly he's in light. Suddenly he's visible. I'm sorry, I have to get going. She turns him down for a fourth time. She turned him down 4 fucking times. He doesn't have a chance in fucking hell. He knows this. She turned him down 4 fucking times. If Nana broke up with him, why does he say he left her? He just says they broke up. And Umi could have been lying. He's literally an actor. He's literally an actor. Notice how we never actually get an explanation for why they broke up. Did we ever get a clear explanation for why they broke up? No, you didn't. Then he confirmed Umi lied. No. Could have been a lie of omission. Umi did lie in this scene. I don't know what you're looking for here. Umi did lie in this scene. He did. But the thing he's not telling us is the thing that's in plain view. Literally like how the thing Chizuru is not telling us is the thing that's in plain view. What Chizuru is not saying here is that she likes Kazuya, but she says, I don't not like him either. What Umi is not saying in this entire sequence is why he's doing all of this, why he broke up with Nanaho, why this even happened. I don't think he never actually tells us why they broke up. That never ever happens. And my assumption is that Nanaho broke up with him. Right? I think Nanaho broke up with him because she thought he maybe wasn't serious. Right? He talks about wanting a girl who will be serious. What if it's the other way around? What if Nanaho thought he wasn't serious? Right? He talks about commitment and seriousness. What if he wasn't serious? And that's the thing you get the impression of, is that Umi is not a serious person here, right? He's not seriously committed. He broke up with his girlfriend and showed up here, right? It's his own confirmation bias. It's his own thing happening here. Umi's going through grief in this scene. Umi's not in a good place. You're seeing Umi as literally his worst. And then even then, he still does a good thing. He still retweets them. To his billions of followers on Twitter, he still retweets them. Right? He still goes out of his way to retweet them. And he says, I guess I'm an idiot too, huh? Right? I'm not getting anything and I still did this. He has the capability to be selfless. He truly has the capability to be selfless. And I think that's why what we're seeing now is Umi is not Umi. So Umi's confession could have been saying that she could come to him, but he might have to want an answer to whether Chizuru had figured out her feelings for Kazuya yet. So, okay, let's see the scene. Let's see the Umi scene. I have my own theory on it, and I'll read you my theory on it. But first, before we do any of that, I gotta read the text for next chapter. Before we do any of that, I have to read the text for next chapter. Okay, so we have the text here. In the middle of the night, is this the new place, the first visit of the angel? Right? First visit of the angel in Kazuya's new place. Here, the text reads, it's because I love you so much. And then finally, the last one. Get your license and your real girlfriend, your favorite girl. Behind the scenes, your ex-girlfriend is starting to move. Next time, futsal. By the way, I was actually thinking the last chapter's next time license was probably Kazuya wanting to get his driver's license to impress Chizuru, lol. Yeah, I mean, a lot of us kind of really thought that. A lot of people said this. It's like, oh, what if it's just Kazuya getting a driver's license? It suddenly makes a lot of sense. Futsal now also makes a lot of sense because Umi does futsal most likely. Right, and it's literally his thumbnail page, so it makes a lot, or like, sorry, his line profile picture. So I think next chapter is the big chapter, right? I kind of thought this like midway through because I'm just like, oh, people aren't reacting. Like when the spoilers came out, people weren't losing their shit as much as I thought they would lose their shit from how Reiji was describing it. So this gives me the impression that it's like, okay, it's not going to be this chapter. I was wrong. It's not chapter 393. It's chapter 394. I think chapter 394 is the big chapter. I think it's the chapter where I'm like, oh my God. So, okay. With that said, let's go to what I was talking about earlier. Umi's confession to Chizuru in chapter 288. We can also see it in chapter 289. right? So the cover page is Chizuru in the rain. Also, actually, I want to check something. Hey, Crumpy, I'm gonna send you something else. I'm just curious. Can you tell me what this says? Okay. So Reishi Mizumi Sensei was working even more chapters ahead already. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have asked him about the Umi thing. That was like a big thing of contention for a lot of people. Anyways, honestly, I was surprised. I didn't think you'd be living with him like that. Yeah, sorry. Have you talked to Frisia, your talent agency? It's not their place to comment on your personal life, but you're an up-and-coming actress now. I imagine they'd have a few recommendations for risk management. Shin Omi Komoda Avenue, this thing, we see this exact sign in chapter 200 or in chapter 386. Let me pull it up. Okay, it's not exactly the same sign. It's actually a little different. Huh. This sign looks more fake, right? 440, literally the number 4, number death, right? In contrast to this sign, which looks like a real sign, right? It's the same sign, but it looks different. I think that's interesting. Anyways, right? I think what's interesting too that I really want to point out is look how far away the words are from Chizuru and Umi, right? Look at how far away the word. Like okay, I don't know what the fuck they did with these panels, right? But look at how far away the words are from them. Right? Like these words are not actually meant to be close. They're not supposed to be close. They're not supposed to hit home. They're not supposed to be intimate. The nature of these words is not intimate. They're literally far away. And I would show you properly, but fucking K-manga didn't know how to fucking organize their shit properly. Jesus Christ. Like, what the shit is this, guys? It's probably the same road. It is the name of the road. It's a similar road. Dumb tunes? Yes, I'm pretty dumb. Dumb tunes? Yes, I'm pretty dumb. You fools. So literally, Umi says this line. And notice what he says here. Honestly, I'm jealous after what happened at the barbecue too, right? It sounds scandalous. Ooh, what happened at the barbecue? What if nothing happened at the barbecue, right? What if that's not what actually happened? What if these words are intentionally meant to be misleading? What if something else happened? And I love how serious Umi looks here, right? Suddenly, Umi looks really serious. And I think that's so interesting, considering before he didn't look very serious. And then you look at Chizuru, and she seems kind of guilty about something. You're led to believe, oh no, she led Umi on too. But Chizuru never did. Chizuru turned him down in chapter 127. She turned him down 4 fucking times. She set the deal very clear. This is not about this. So let me read to you what I wrote. I wrote a thing in regards to this. I think Umi confessing to Chizuru was actually about Chizuru not being clear with Kazuya. He is selfish to her as he perceives her being selfish to Kazuya. He's challenging her. Umi checks Kazuya out in the tiger's den, and he says he sees that he's an earnest guy and says, "I think we can be friends." These are literally Umi's words to Kazuya. I think you and I could be good friends. And he smiles at him. Right? This is a very genuine smile. This seems real. This is a very genuine smile. He looks to Kazuya and he smiles at him. Why would you say that to someone and then proceed to confess to the girl that he clearly fucking likes and the girl likes him? It's almost like that's not how it appears. He's not being a piece of shit. You're led to believe he is because of how this scene is presented. Remember, we were not meant to see this confession. What was the reason we see it again? Why were we even privy to this in the first place? Minnie. Minnie got Kazuya to tell them and overhear something he should not have. Just like when Umi is introduced. It's out of context. This scene is not as it appears. I think Umi is not a playboy. I think he is actually a very earnest guy who wants to help Chizuru out. We see signs of this in chapter 334. In chapter 334, when actor girls say he's a tough catch, he doesn't date around, he's also had a relationship prior, right? This girl says, oh, I heard Nakano-kun is up for grabs right now. Maybe I'll DM him. You've got no chance if you don't even have his number. He's a tough catch. Chizuru reacts to this, right? Umi is also doing what Chizuru did with Kazuya, giving a girl a late gift for White Day, like Chizuru gave a late gift for Valentine's Day. He's no doubt feels bad about Chizuru and may even want to actually just pay his respects for Sayuri. But then he sees Kazuya, and then Umi gets serious because Chizuru has not dealt with this yet. Why is he here? Why is this clearly not resolved? Why is when Umi walks in, he says, "Am I interrupting your visit?" Right? When he walks in, you're led to believe he's interrupting. He asks her, "Am I interrupting your visit?" And the tone isn't set very clear, right? The tone is not set very clear between them. And Umi can see the tone is not clear. So Umi sees Kazuya, and what if he's doing this for Kazuya? What if he's not actually doing this for Chizuru? What if it's not about being with Chizuru? He's doing this for Kazuya. He wants Chizuru to be serious about him. In 389, we never actually see who Chizuru is texting. What if she was... Oh, no, never mind. Ignore that. Right, Umi did something bad in chapter 125, but I think this scene is actually informed by Kazuya. Umi was dating a girl named Nanaho. Kazuya was dating a girl named Mami Nanami, right? We have that entire thing I just explained to you guys, right? Chizuru is merely a reflection of Nanaho, her replacement, much like how she was just a replacement for Mami at the start of the series for Kazuya. Umi knows that Chizuru and him would never work. He asked Chizuru about Kazuya so he can get closure that he never got with Nanaho, okay? So... let's go to the other part I wrote. When we speak of false selves, we the readers think to ourselves, Umi represents these exact falsities. He is fake, he's an actor, a liar, and a playboy, right? That's all you think when you see him. But what if he is the total reverse of what we understand? What if he's not any of these, but rather a liar who truly speaks the truth, right? What if Umi was actually being honest with Kazuya the whole time? What if Umi acknowledged Kazuya? What if Umi acknowledging Kazuya is Umi actually respecting him? What if his confession, what if the confession he tells Chizuru isn't a confession at all, but a mentor guiding his student, challenging her to take a real step forward? When he speaks of his confession in the Tiger's Den, it intentionally sounds scandalous out of context. Chizuru looks like she has something to feel bad about. She feels something guilty about this. It intentionally appears like infidelity, but that's to outsiders. They are actors after all, and this is their play. Remember when Umi was first introduced? Kazuya overhears them talking about cooking. He later finds out this was just a script they were practicing. Umi's confession is no doubt a script, a lie carrying a hidden meaning. Umi caring for Chizuru as a mentor, not a lover. Chizuru and Sumi are mentor and prodigy, and their meeting literally mirrors this one. As Sumi asked Chizuru about his feelings for when Sumi asked Chizuru about her feelings for Kazuya, Chizuru recalls Umi asking this too, not a confession from him. It's the I don't like him moment. And Chizuru remembers this and says, I'm a very unfair woman in Japanese, right? The line she says here, and when they translate it, is, thinking back on it now, I think I've been very unfair to them, okay? This is really interesting choice of words because in Japanese, she says, I've been a very unfair woman upon recalling Umi. Like Umi was literally saying this to her. A, Remember how I was being really shitty and unfair? You're doing that too. You're doing this to Kazuya too. You got to start being more respectful to him. You got to treat him better. It all traces back to that moment. This is what Chizuru feels guilty about. The thing that she always felt guilty about. The thing that she was always the thing that she was about. This thing that she was guilty about on the date. Chizuru not finding an answer to Kazuya, not Umi. That's what Umi is telling her here. That's what he's telling her to do. Answer Kazuya. Before Umi shows up at Chizuru's place, Kazuya was literally about to ask Chizuru the exact thing. What is your answer to your research? Can you tell me how you feel about me? When you confess to someone, you want an answer, right? Ask her. Umi does it for him without Kazuya even knowing. Umi selfishly stops Chizuru from rejecting him, right? Notice what he says here, all right? Let's pay attention to his dialogue here. Of course, like I said back at the barbecue, I don't need your answer right now. I was genuinely trying to be mindful of your feelings. I know you were going through a lot at the time, and it didn't seem right to cause you unnecessary worry. You may only be sharing a room with him, as you say. Still, I can't help but feel a little jealous. Hey, Chizuru, someone else would feel jealous of this. Hey, this isn't fair. You're not being fair. That's literally the core thing of this. You're not being fair, right? Umi-kun, about that. Sorry, huh? I don't think I'm ready to hear your answer yet. Notice how he smiles, right? His bangs cover his face. Notice how he smiles. I don't think I'm ready to hear your answer yet. I'd also like a little more time to keep loving you while I still can. Pretty lame of me, huh? To put it off like that when I feel the odds are against me. But that's just how much you mean to me, Chizuru-san, right? He doesn't say He doesn't say I love you. He just says this is how much you mean to me, right? He closes his eyes, and Chizuru looks at him. He's like a mentor. He's literally telling her, hey, the time I'm putting to this, isn't that what it means to you, right? You got to put in the time. You got to put in more effort. You got to invest more time into this, right? Umi selfishly stops her from rejecting him, a sort of jab to how Chizuru was interrupting Kazuya in the past whenever he tried to confess. Pretty lame, huh, Chizuru? Putting it off when the odds are stacked against you. You want a little more time, right? But that time shows how much they mean to you. Time is central to love. The time we share, the time we are together, the fact that we want more time, the fact that we create time for each other. Umi has not really been in Chizuru's life, has he? He hasn't really been investing time into her life because he doesn't actually love her. Right? He cares for her as a mentor, right? Literally like Minnie cares for Kazuya. Kazuya and Minnie literally have a mentor-prodigy relationship. She calls him master, he's her disciple. And here's a master and disciple seeing a master and disciple, and they can't tell for shit. Just as we see Chizuru with Sumi in a scene that directly mirrors this one, where Sumi shows up to Chizuru's house on her birthday, and literally, she becomes the master to Chizuru's prodigy, right? Chizuru was her mentor, and then Sumi takes on the mentor role to help Chizuru out, right? Here is Umi actually being a mentor to Chizuru. That's what I think this scene actually is, and we're seeing it out of context. We're not seeing it in context. You were not meant to hear this. If you hear this out of context, it seems bad. You are not meant to hear this, right? The fact that we create time for each other. The time can feel infinite when we are with each other. When Kazuya was leaving in chapter 385, time was running out and Chizuru had to answer. Kazuya's words perfectly describe it. Let's go to chapter 385. What does Kazuya say about time as he's about to leave? Remember Kazuya's words very carefully. Regardless of how determined I am, spending time apart is a big deal. No matter how much I feel our hearts have grown closer, I feel anxious when we don't see each other. You can't waste time. It is valuable. It is the core of love. That was what chapter 324 was about. The answer to Chizuru's love is time. And she used that same time to care for her family grave. In this scene here, when you go to this scene, Chizuru is constantly going every single day to clean her family grave. And as she says, honestly, if you were going to go that far with it, then you could have at least told me why you thought that before you died. It's not fair. As she walks away, the wind blows. And the wind rustles, and it turns her around, and she looks at the grave. And she doesn't see what's right in front of her. This is the answer to your love. The time that you are investing in this, the time that you take out of your day, every single day, to go clean the grave, is the answer to your love. Time. Don't worry, I can figure it out for myself. They can't spend any more time apart. The month and a half would truly be disastrous. I think Chizuru knows this and doesn't want to be apart, but Minnie has conditioned Kazuya not to speak to her, or Kazuya maybe has conditioned himself not to do that. So Chizuru goes to Ume, someone who has guided her on how to use her time wisely. Okay, so that's my theory. Okay, so there was a bit of translation thing. This is the cover for the Ume chapter. So this is chapter 289. Let's see what it says. A shining smile and bright rain. The third summer colored by Kanokari. I think it's because of the third summer that Kanokari anime aired. Okay. I thought there would be a little bit more to this, but yeah, there is an element of rain at play here, which I found really interesting. I wanted to know what the cover of this was all about, but yeah, there is rain. It's pouring like water. Ume, right? Alrighty. Let me check chat. Ume surely showed Chizuru that she was doing exactly that to Kazuya. Yes, and you're right. He might have done that deliberately to show her how she was unfair to Kazuya. Yeah, and I think Chizuru is constantly being reminded of how unfair she is, right? Chizuru is constantly being reminded of how unfair she is. And Ume specifically did that because he was trying to be a good mentor and guide her, not to punish her. He's literally like, hey, I made this mistake. I literally fucking did this. Don't be me. Right? Literally, Umi's just telling her, bro, I fucking did this. Don't be me. Don't do what I did. Be better. Do not be me. And Ume showing up to Chizuru's place is Ume trying to do that. Ume is trying to be better. He's trying to be more involved in people's lives, even though he's literally busy with a drama. Right? Chizuru literally tells him, aren't you busy with a drama? And he says, it's been bad. Well, okay, it's been really fucking bad. But I am making time. I'm going out of my way to invest in other people's time because I have not been doing that. I wasted my time. Right? This all comes back to the 3 months. This all comes back to the idea around the 3 months and how they wasted their time. They wasted 3 fucking months. Everybody's lives kept moving. Ume changed. Mommy changed. Everybody's changing and going into different places. Ruka's about to enter fucking college. Everybody has their own lives going on, and they're wasting time, and they need to take charge of time. They need to take time back. So literally, Reiji's actively showing us characters not using their time properly, right? In particular with Kazuya and Minnie. Chizuru, in contrast, might actually be trying to use her time properly. Chizuru, in contrast, might actually be trying to solve this and find some sort of solution. I think we're going to get a solution before chapter 400. I genuinely think this will all be resolved before chapter 400. That's my big guess. I think this will all be resolved before chapter 400. And I think it's really interesting. So I will share something interesting with you guys. Reiji made a post on his space, his subspace. Still 2 months. Yeah, and it's not going to be quick, unfortunately. Sadly, it's not going to be quick. But I think chapter 400 is where we should get close to a resolution, right? I think chapter 400 is where we should get close to some sort of resolution, because it's not going to be fast. 400 seems significant mainly because it's 4 for Chizuru. Yeah, Chizuru's number is 4. That's why I think next chapter 394 will be about Chizuru, whereas chapter 393 is about Kazuya, right? So next chapter will probably be about Chizuru, and I think that makes a lot of sense. But what I was going to share is that Reiji on his... I found this interesting, that's why I want to share it. Reiji said in chapter... He said this about this chapter 393. When he was working on the manuscript for it, he wanted to make sure it didn't have like a weird feeling, like this uneasy feeling. He wanted to kind of remove that. And he said he finally did it after like a week. He like worked on it for a whole fucking week or some shit. And he finally removed this uneasy feeling that the chapter is meant to have. So I think that's really interesting. But yeah, other than that, I think that's maybe what he was trying to go for this scene, right? This uneasy feeling. Maybe it looked kind of weird, right? Damn, this kiss shot is crazy, dude. This kiss shot is crazy, dude. I'm sorry for saying that I still couldn't be with you back in Odaiba. After you moved, I just felt so sad and lonely. Right? This, funny enough, this dream is kind of reality. She is sad and lonely without him. And that's the sad reality. The other thing I want to point out is the black lace on Chizuru here. Right? Very intentional black lace. And this is supposed to directly parallel Ruka. This is supposed to directly parallel Ruka. Let me show you the Ruka scene. This is such a direct parallel to that. Like, it's so fucking obvious it's a direct parallel to that. Right? Does this not look familiar? Does this not look familiar? Right? It should look really fucking familiar, right? The difference is it's much more close and intimate. God damn, Reiji is cooking. Reiji is fucking cooking. Oh, this is so good. I can't wait for them to actually like fucking kiss. Like, if this is what we're getting from Kazuya's goddamn dream, if this is what we're getting from Kazuya's goddamn dream, dude. Whoo. Whoo. Like, this is just a dream, dude. This is just a fucking dream, dude. Imagine when the real thing happens. Woo! Spicy. Kazuya wakes up. What would happen in reality? Oh, dudes. Oh, whew. You're not fucking ready, bro. You're not fucking ready, bro. Is it normal that the first 15 minutes of your stream aren't available? I want to watch your reaction. They should be there. That's weird. That's weird. They should be there. Maybe they'll pop in later. That is weird. I was streaming also on Twitch. So you can go check the Twitch VOD. It should be there on the Twitch VOD. So once the stream is done, you can check the Twitch VOD. It should be there. That would suck if my reaction wasn't there. Damn. But yeah, so Kazuya gets up. Notice how, we have the spiral back. We hadn't seen the spiral in a very long time. I think that's really interesting. We haven't seen the spiral in a really long time. I think that's fascinating. He's also sleeping on the wrong side of his bed. Right? He's sleeping on the wrong side of his bed. There's no pillow behind him. Okay. I'm letting my desires overrun my dreams. I can't believe I dreamt about that. I've letting my desires overrun my dreams. That's an interesting choice of words, because I think Chizuru is kind of in that boat. Chizuru is in that boat where she's having this, she's constantly thinking about Kazuya while thinking about her work, right? I think that's fascinating. This is the most realistic dream you've seen Kazuya have. In the others, there's always something that's off. Yeah, it's so vivid. It's so real. It's so vivid. It's so fucking real. It's so goddamn raw. It's like, exactly. He's turned around mentally. Yeah, he's kind of like all over the place. I'm just love struck. That's what that is, right? I've been blinded by love ever since the kiss, even in my dreams, right? And if Kazuya is blinded by love in his dreams because of the kiss, then so is Chizuru, right? Chizuru still thinks about it even now. Chizuru is also blinded by it too, right? Mizuhara wouldn't kiss me for no reason at all. The fact that she mentioned July 11th is proof of that. I can date her, and Mizuhara can I be together. Okay, yeah. So Reiji's building that up to get you scared. Oh, they're gonna date, but oh look, I'm gonna show her with Umi. And they might hug, and right? I spend the last night thinking about it, about what I should do until July 11th. I can't bother her until she finishes her play, right? So, okay, I can date her. Mizuhara and I can be together, right? And you're contrasting that by the fear of Umi in the background. Oh, no. Kazuya isn't there, okay? So he made the list. Work on my body, right? So he's going to go through the list, right? And I think the super fitting thing about this list is how it's not serious, because he doesn't grab it. Like, look at the details you're given about this, how it's not serious. The back of a flyer that was handed out at school. He didn't even get an actual paper. He grabbed some fucking flyer, right? Are you even serious, bro? Right? Does this actually matter to him? It doesn't. Because you don't do things like this if you don't actually give a shit. Right? You don't actually do stuff like this if you don't like actually give a shit. Kazuya doesn't actually give a shit about all this stuff. These are fake to him. These are just things to validate his fears. They aren't real. They aren't about love. That's not what love is about, right? Working on my body. Are you doing it because you want to, or because you want Chizuru to like you, right? Do everything I can to find a job. If possible, get an early job offer in my dreams. In my dreams, get an early job offer, right? So again, losing the sauce. Think up a perfect confession. What the fuck is a confession going to do? Right? Ask Mizuhara out on another date. That's weird, right? That's really weird. Ask her out on another date. Think up a perfect confession. What the fuck is going on? Right? About what I should do until July 11th. I can't bother her until she finishes her play. It's just like Yamori-san said. I should raise my chances even if it's only by 1%. I'll become a man worthy of Mizuhara. Yeah, so that's nonsense. I mean, appearance is important. I've read that testosterone has the power to attract women. For summer, I know Mizuhara would prefer someone with a well-built body. Well-built body. Oh. So dumb. So silly. Mizuhara will notice that too. I'll probably be pretty hot outside on July 11th. It's very likely that I'll be wearing a t-shirt on the date. You just seem so rugged and manly, right? It's so stupid. It's so stupid and short-sighted. And like literally this belief around that is like how people feel. It's like, oh, look at how sexy they are. Oh, they care about the sexiness. This is my favorite joke in the entire chapter. This is testosterone abuse. That's such a good fucking joke. That's so stupid. Unbelievably fucking stupid. And this is a direct callback to yeah, what does this remind me of? It reminds me of oh my god, I know what it reminds me of. I know exactly what it fucking reminds me of. It's when Chizuru asks Kazuya out on a date. And I made this edit. I made this fucking edit. I made this stupid fucking edit. Right? He imagines himself as a Chad. He imagines himself like Umi, right? I love you. I love you too. Oh, hey, it's Horimiya. It literally is that. It reminds me of literally that. But now he's buff. Right? He's buff Kazuya. No way. I want to build my body enough to look good in a t-shirt. That's all. I don't need to be stupid ripped. Are you going to the beach? I need to calm down. I have to find a job too. This isn't going to be easy. After graduation. I've received offers from Ichigo, Mitsubishi, and Murabini. I guess it's whenever I'm in the mood for. It all comes down to what I want to do. I love you. To follow you anywhere. I know. Right? And then next chapter, you're going to see the whole Umi thing. I think it's so fascinating that Reishi depicts all of this because it's like the kind of stuff that you think is wasteful, and it is wasteful. But at the same time, it's fascinating to explore as a chapter. This feels like a chapter that feels pointless, right? This chapter feels pointless, but those are the kind of chapters that feel like they matter the most. That's what's fascinating about. That's what I'm starting to notice a lot about Reishi's writing is like the chapters that feel the most pointless are the chapters that actually matter the most. And that's why I'm trying to see what Reiji's cooking here, because I noticed that with last chapter. Last chapter, when I sat down and thought about it and saw what Reiji was cooking, those turned out to be the chapters that, like, last chapter has a lot going on. Last chapter actually has a lot going on. To the point that I started to realize what Reiji was doing. Like, almost the chapter highlighted so many things to me. So I still find it so dumb he really believes he can increase his chance while not contacting Chizuru for close to 2 months. And it's not about chance. That's the stupid part, though. It's not about chances. It's not about any of that stuff. But it's the time being wasted, right? I think that's a theme that's kind of at play here. Is like the goal that's like your goal is to be with her, right? Your goal is to be with her, so you're having these goals being misaligned. I think that's what's going on in this chapter. Is like this chapter is about misaligned goals. You want one thing and you're doing another to get it. And I think that's kind of the whole idea of this chapter, the misaligned goals. Last chapter, its theme was seemingly about what's missing, right? The last chapter, its theme was about what was missing. And that missing piece is the core fundamental idea here. Here is that, so what's the chapter called? It's called The Boyfriend and the Goals. This is the goal. This is the goal. Okay? None of this other stuff. Right? So this other stuff we see in this chapter is you not talking about the goals. You're talking about something else, right? You see the goal depicted in the very beginning of the chapter. This is what you actually want, right? And it's so funny that it's called goal, and the teaser for next time it's futsal, because it's you got to hit the goal. Okay, so you have this. Kazuya has these misaligned goals. He just wants Chizuru to be with him, but he thinks he got to be buff and weird and all that. I have to think about how I'm going to confess and how to plan the date. Besides, no matter how manly I become, it's still a pale in comparison to Mizuhara in all her glory. Okay. How am I supposed to plan this date? I did everything I could to think of at Odaiba. I'm out of ideas. Nobody said there was a date. So the date doesn't exist, right? The date doesn't exist. It's not real. The confession isn't a thing that matters. Being manly isn't a thing that matters. And I notice how these are quick. I think I like that these are effective and quick. So you have this plan first. That's one page. Here's another page and another page. So it only lasts 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's it. And then you get real things. That's what's interesting. Only 4 pages are focused around Kazuya's misdirection, right? Only 4 particular pages are focused around Kazuya's misdirection. How am I supposed to plan this date? I did everything I could at Odaiba, okay? The date isn't real. Then he gets a call from his dad. Reality literally catches up to him, okay? Hello. Hey, Kazuya, do you have a second? As usual, he's very considerate. Sure, yeah. Right? This is good. I really like this depiction because it's like something Kazuya actually needs to do, right? This is something Kazuya actually needs to do, and it just so happens to align with interacting with Chizuru. None of the other stuff is something Kazuya actually needs to do. None of these are necessary, but this is a part of his life, right? This is a necessary part of his life, and this is how you make real goals, right? The driving thing, getting a driver's license, that's actually how you make real goals because you actually need that for your life, for your future. It is relevant to your future. The other stuff isn't relevant. This is. And he forgot about this. Isn't it fascinating that Kazuya literally forgets about something he actually needed to do? This scene informs everything else. This is very similar to a scene we saw earlier. In the last chapter, the scene with Chizuru's dad informs the entire interactions you see in chapter 392. What do I mean by this? The entire interaction with Chizuru's dad that are about Chizuru's dad, right? You're led to believe this is the chapter about Chizuru's dad, right? Chizuru's dad is not even in this. It's not even a real discussion. And in reality, what you're highlighted here is what's missing and how Chizuru is seemingly disassociating from that. This highlights the fundamental issue of the actual chapter itself. It's the characters focusing and thinking they need this thing to solve their problem. Minnie believes if Chizuru's dad had not left, Chizuru would not have a distrust of men. Okay, right? If Chizuru's dad had not left, Chizuru would not have a distrust of men. And that's what she believes is the core issue. In reality, this is wrong and she knows it's wrong. This matches what Kazuya and Minnie are doing. Minnie in the last chapter ran over here and she's tired. And what do you see her drinking? You see her drinking some sort of sweet drink. It looks like a soda. It could be a frappuccino. It could be it could be, I forgot what else. It's just something that's not good for you. She's not drinking water, right? She should have just drank some water, not soda. She's drinking what she thinks she needs to drink. In reality, she's drinking something that's actually making her feel worse. Just as Kazuya is thinking he needs to do these things in order to solve the missing piece, find the missing piece. In reality, this isn't actually solving the problem. This is all contrasted by Chizuru herself. Chizuru knows what she needs to solve her problems. And that's why Chizuru doesn't do... You're led to believe Chizuru's doing what they're doing too, right? If Kazuya and Minnie are going in the wrong direction, so too must Chizuru, right? She must also be going in the wrong direction. But what if she isn't? Because Minnie misinterpreted Chizuru in this exact flashback. And if Minnie misinterpreted Chizuru in this flashback, and so did you, then Chizuru is not actually making a mistake here. You're just simply led to believe she is. Okay? Right? And it gives you that impression. In that same way, because the last chapter is informed by its title and the middle portion that actually has a real thing happening and is misinterpreted, this chapter is informed by also its opening as well as this portion right here. This portion right here where Kazuya's reality comes up to him and he sees something he actually needs to do, something that actually does matter, not any of the stuff he's talking about. Suddenly, it actually makes a lot of sense. Suddenly, he has something real to work towards, right? Don't play dumb. You need to run the store for doing business and clients and restocking. Didn't I tell you to get it while you still have time for in school? Okay? Kazuya doesn't need to go job hunting. He already has a job, right? Kazuya doesn't need to go job hunting. He already has a job. He can run the fucking store. That's plenty. He doesn't need anything else. It doesn't mean he can't do anything else, right? But he already has a job. He already has a responsibility, right? This is already a responsibility he has going for him. It doesn't mean he can't do anything else, but at the same time, he already has this responsibility. So he can work towards this job, towards this future, making this better, right? But Kazuya doesn't work on the thing that actually matters. He's looking somewhere else. Kazuya getting a driver's license helps him with his job at home, right? He already has a job. For doing business with clients and restocking. I forgot. Yeah, my license, right? Don't fool around too much. I totally forgot. I'm busy with Mizuhara now. I have something else to deal with, right? This is the real problem. This is what actually needs to be solved. Actually, now that I think about it, I promised before I enrolled in college to get it before I graduated. I probably have any time as it is. I barely have any time as it is. Can I really do this? Wait, my license. Suddenly he's motivated to do this because, oh, it can work with Chizuru, even though he should have just been working on this to begin with. Want to go for a ride or something? That could totally work. I know I was going for a car ride isn't allowed as a rental girlfriend for safety reasons, but that would be a private date. Mizuhara wouldn't say no to that. Huh. If she did, I'd probably die. No way, it'll be fine. She wouldn't go on a private date with someone like that. Besides, asking her to go for a private date feels really natural and easy to do. That settles it. This is my best course of action, right? Literally, he's in his goddamn undies. I think that's the funniest part. He's in his goddamn undies. He's literally sitting and planning for his future in his undies. That shit is fucking hilarious to me. These are my goals until July 11th. I'm gonna do this. Let's go. Yeah. Notice how it says it feels natural. Where does he say that? Feels really natural and easy to do. Huh. Isn't that interesting? Like almost everything else you were doing wasn't natural. You changing your body, you trying to find some sort of job to impress her, thinking up of a perfect confession, asking Mizuhara out on another date. None of those things matter. But asking her out on a drive, that sure does feel natural. You're right. Right? And then this is contrasted by Mommy. So apparently mommy signed up for a driving school, right? Mommy's signing up for some sort of driving school, which is really interesting, right? And that's where the chapter ends. I think this is a very simple chapter. I think this is a much more simple chapter. I think the importance of this chapter is reflected in the greater whole rather than the sum of its parts. Because it's a chapter that seemingly doesn't matter. A lot of this chapter is about seemingly not mattering. However, what's brilliant about it is that in the end, Kazuya does have a real goal to work for that is about his future. And it's not simply just because, right? Whereas before it was just because. I think this is a chapter that is necessary, but is unnecessary. This is a chapter that is necessary because it's unnecessary. There we go. It's a necessary chapter because it's unnecessary. Reading this chapter was very weird because it felt too fast. It felt like nothing really happened. And I think that's the point. Because it feels so unnecessary, it actually is necessary. And I feel like that's a repeating theme in a lot of these chapters, where it's like they become more and more unnecessary, and you keep getting led into this idea that it's unnecessary. How much you want to bet mommy and Kazuya run into each other at the driving school? That's what it's... No. That's what he's trying to trick you into. That's what he wants you to believe. That's what he wants you to think. He's building to that. He's intentionally showing that. Why intentionally show that if you're not going to build towards that, right? He's leading you to this. She's preparing to live on her own, maybe. Mommy? I think mommy having a driver's license is mommy thinking she can take back some control. I think that's a more fitting way to interpret this scene. Mommy is constantly driven around, right? You literally see a car here. Mommy's whole thing as a character is trying to get some control over her life. So her getting a driver's license is her getting some level of control over her life. That's why mommy would want a driver's license, because you see mommy be near this car constantly. In the end of season 1, you see her literally being driven around. Mommy probably wants some agency over her life. So having a car and working towards a car makes sense to do that. It makes sense to want to have her own car. But we haven't seen mommy at all. We don't even know why she called Kazuya. I think that's really fascinating, that mommy's seemingly being reintroduced when we don't know what the fuck's been going on with her. All right. Simple chapter, 6-hour Wednesday stream. Lol. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I do, baby. That's what I do. Ooh. Doesn't mommy have some sort of business relationship with Nagomi? I don't know if she still does. They haven't really spoken. Then why Reishi said that negativity will be all over the people might say, really, you want it that way. Okay, so okay. Tohan Gaming. Oh man. See, this is the problem with people talking about what Reishi said. If you don't read everything he said very carefully, you'll end up with these kinds of interpretations and what people have been saying on Reddit. Here, I'll just say what Reishi said. Okay, I won't say it's not verbatim. This is just what he said. He said there is something that is going to be revealed. This is something that makes sense if you've been reading the story. If you caught up with it, if you paid attention, it'll make some sense. He thinks that this may make some readers upset. He said this, okay? But he said it'll probably be fine because it'll be resolved in a few chapters. That's all. Stop freaking the fuck out. Okay? That's it. That's it. Stop freaking. Literally just stop freaking the fuck out. He said he's going to introduce something in an upcoming chapter, most likely the next one, based on the fact that we have Futsal being the teaser for next time. It's going to be related to Umi, and it's probably going to appear a certain way. And people are going to be upset. And they'll be like, oh my God, this is the worst thing ever. Holy shit. And many people will be like, this is NTR. This is cheating. I'm going to drop this manga. And then it's going to get resolved, and you're like, oh, that's what he was doing. Okay. That's literally what he said. Like, once it gets resolved, you're like, oh, Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that does seem like something that would happen in this story. That's literally how he said you're supposed to see. Like, that's what he's cooking. Okay? That's literally what he's cooking. Okay? So just take it easy. Stop freaking the fuck out. And stop showing up to my fucking DMs, to my chat, asking me to fucking predict your shit and freaking out and losing your shit. Yo, calm the fuck down. He said it. He really said it'll be resolved quickly. He didn't say it would be resolved quickly. He said it'll be resolved in like a few chapters. Like, and usually in a few chapters does not mean quickly. I'm assuming chapter 400. Okay? So just don't freak, okay? People are really good at freaking with this series, and it is sad. Dude, y'all like saw the rejection and just thought to yourself, oh, yep, that's it. That's over. That's everything. It's fucking series is ruined forever. And then it's not. And then they kiss. And then now we're like, oh my God, the series is ruined forever. This is the worst thing ever. And then it's not. He wants people to have high blood pressure. No, he literally said, this is a problem that needs to be addressed. He literally said, this is a problem that needs to be addressed and is something towards the future. It is something that is important for the future. This is a problem that needs to be addressed. And it is something that has been built up for a while, and you could understand if you read the story, right? What that is, I've said I believe it is related to physical intimacy. Considering this chapter literally depicts that, I think it's going to be related to physical intimacy, to interacting somehow. It's going up and down constantly. It's like a roller coaster. Reiji literally said, it's like, remember when Kazuya was in the date? He literally said Chizuru's like an attraction. Mr. Fate, I don't feel so good. Insert Spider-Man fading. Yeah. I think people just need to calm the fuck down. I think a lot of readers aren't thinking as far as I am. And as far as like other people are. I didn't say you did. You came into my chat. Other people went into my DMs. You came into my chat. Other people went into my DMs. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be something related to Umi, and it's gonna be some sort of physical intimacy thing. He might hug her. Maybe there's a kiss in the fucking movie. I don't know. Maybe she. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe there's a kiss in the movie or something. Or not the movie. Per play. Right. It's gonna be something that's gonna freak the readers out, and Reiji said it's unprecedented and might overturn the entire story, right? I'm thinking way ahead of you. Oh yeah, Reiji literally said, like, when I asked him about one of my theories, he's like, I think you're jumping a little too far ahead. And my theory was literally like, it was, I thought Kazuya and Minnie have boundary issues. And he's like, you're a few steps ahead. So I'm like, oh, okay, so it's not that. I'm a little too far ahead. And that's why I said my theory that I said on Twitter. That's why I said the theory that I said on Twitter, that like, I believe what's actually happening is that this is about physical intimacy, right? And Kazuya not touching Chizuru, and Chizuru is a naturally physical person, because in dating, when Chizuru does dating, she touches people, right? She holds their hands. It's not an issue, right? Chizuru holds people's hands, she interacts with them, it's not an issue. But whenever she tries to touch Kazuya, he seems afraid of it, right? He seems kind of distant from Chizuru whenever it comes to physical intimacy with her, right? So I think that's what we're going to be focusing on. And considering Umi up until this point, and considering Chizuru has never hugged a man up until this point, right? That could be something that's unprecedented, but not a big deal. Literally, Reishi said it's not a big deal at all, but it's unprecedented and could overturn the entire story. That's why I think it could be something like a hug from Umi, right? Oh no, the entire story is overturned, right? Right. At worst, it could be a kiss, and I doubt it, right? Even if it is a kiss, as long as there's no feelings there, it is what it is. But I think it's going to be physical intimacy. I feel she conditioned him not to touch her inadvertently. No, Chizuru gave him a lot of signals to touch her. She even gave him the go ahead. How did you talk to Reiji about your theory? So he doesn't do this as much now, so you can't really do it. Reiji does these spaces on. So Reiji has a subscription thing on Twitter. You can subscribe to his Twitter for like $24.99, which is fucking ludicrous. Jesus Christ. But I don't mind because it's once a month. He does these streams or spaces as they're called, where he just talks. And he does those for like every week for the episode. Speaking of which, we have to watch the episode. And then what do we have it? He reads the comments when he's done. So once I read the comments, then he read my comment, and that's what he responded to. That's it. I don't think there'll be a kiss. That doesn't feel right. Like a kiss doesn't feel right. But physical intimacy does seem like a thing that Chizuru probably needs some sort of hug or something, dude. Right? She's a very physical person, and I believe she does trust Umi. So something will happen with Umi next chapter, and it's gonna look a certain way, and it's not. Right? Because they're just friends, and it's normal. Dude, your predictions are worse than my dooming. You say that, but I've been right about stuff before. And if you go to Reddit, their predictions are 10 times worse than anything I've said. So, I don't know. Who's actually worse, brother? Well, the earthquake scene is is indicative of what I'm talking about. He's about to touch her, then there's an earthquake, and he falls on her, and she reflexively blocks him from kissing her. But then what does she do after? What does she do after? She grabs him and stops him from moving. And then she lets him go. But then there's a scene where she does actually give him consent. Right? There's a scene where she does actually try to give him consent. You're not wrong in that it's partially on Chizuru, but you're also wrong in that Kazuya fucking lives with her, dude. Kazuya lives with her, man. And he's the one giving her signals. They're literally misunderstanding each other. The simple truth is that they're misunderstanding each other. Chizuru puts up boundaries because she thinks Kazuya is uncomfortable. But then Kazuya keeps acting uncomfortable. So here, look at this. Kazuya's literally on top of her. She says, it's fine, you can lean on me, right? So here you are touching her. She literally said, it's cool if you touch me. She literally told him, yo, it's cool if you touch me. It's not an issue. And then he hears her heart beating like crazy. And then he's like, oh, it must be because of me, right? Then you go to like other scenes, right? And they interact, but they never feel this close before, right? This is like the only time they get this physically close, and Kazuya never seemingly touches her. He always walks behind, right? So it's not like Chizuru has not actually tried to give him consent. She literally told him, you can lean on me. You can touch me. It's fine. But Kazuya still doesn't. And it's not completely Chizuru's fault. It's in part Kazuya's fault too, right? It's a little bit of both of them. It's a little bit of both of them. They're just people who struggle to communicate. In particular, Chizuru really struggles to communicate because she doesn't know how to voice her feelings completely outwards. Chizuru is still immature in that way. She doesn't know how to completely voice her feelings outwards. She doesn't know how to completely say what she's feeling. That's kind of how Chizuru is somewhat immature in her own ways. Is that she's also just like Kazuya, afraid to talk about physical intimacy that she wants with him. And the Kazuya doesn't realize that he's giving her signals that he's closed off. That he's putting up a wall. It's not on Chizuru. No. It is not on Chizuru. No, she's... Dude. Okay. Right after they meet up, after the 3-month time skip, she walks into his fucking house, tells him to close the fucking door, and sits in his room. And then when he says he wants to watch videos with her, she literally sits right next to him. Okay. Then, right after that, Chizuru invites Kazuya to her childhood home. Again, it's just them alone at night. and literally nothing is happening, and then they fall on top of each other, and she reflexively blocks him, but then as he's about to get up, she grabs him, she's like, wait, no, right? And then he lives with her. He stays in her house, and she wants him to stay, and she gives him a key to her home to show that she trusts him. And then she puts up a curtain, which gives him the impression, oh, maybe she doesn't trust me. She's like, no, I do trust you. Here's this. You just don't want anything to go wrong. That's all. This is not about trust, right? And then she asks him, do you want to take a bath? Right? She trusts him to be in the bath, right? She checks up on him, right? Chizuru is constantly correcting. The problem is that she knows she sends wrong signals, and she's correcting. And she actively corrects to make him not misunderstand. She knows she can do things that can give him the wrong impression, so she actively corrects herself. Hey, don't get the wrong impression. And she does this regularly. This is a repeating thing with Chizuru, right? This is a very repeating thing with Chizuru. She constantly does this regularly. Hey, don't get the wrong impression. This is not what I mean. 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 Here's what I actually mean. Okay? I think this chapter is Reishi giving us some relief for what's coming up with Umi or something. We might be cooked, or we might be so back there's no in-between. There's always an in-between, you fucking fool. There's always an in-between, you fucking fool. You think 400 would be Kazuya's birthday? At the speed we're going, I can see it. What is the date? Do we even get a date? What's the date? We are getting close to Kazuya's birthday. It's like in a week. We are getting pretty close to Kazuya's birthday. Something big is coming. It's going to happen next chapter, I think. Yeah. I say she's been too roundabout and has not been straightforward about his advances. No, she has. She really has. Chizuru is really fucking trying, dude. She's been very straightforward with him. Every time she makes a mistake, she clears it up. Chizuru always, look, you're misunderstanding something very crucial here. A part of relationships is not being super straightforward. It's about being able to work on being straightforward together. Because Kazuya isn't straightforward either. You can't blame this on Chizuru. It's not 90% on Chizuru. It is honestly on both of them. And they know it's on both of them, and they need to work on their inner qualities together. They need to be able to work on this together. They can't work on these things separately. That's what a relationship is. You struggle to communicate? Okay, we can work on it together. We can both be fuck-ups, that's fine. You're struggling with money? Okay, we can work on it together. You're struggling with what? Finding a job? Okay, we can work on it together. I said they both do it. I think it's a little bit, it is both. But it's like, I think it's in part more on Kazuya, because Kazuya does send her a lot of mixed signals too, right? We're just under the impression Kazuya doesn't do this. We're just under the impression Kazuya does not do this. He does. He does send her mixed signals. The mixed signals come from the fact that Chizuru can see that Kazuya is uncomfortable. She's giving him space, she's giving him privacy, but she also signals that he can do anything freely. Yes, pretty much, and Kazuya doesn't quite pick up on this, and instead chooses to let Minnie kind of tell him what to feel. And that's why I don't fully blame Minnie. Minnie is just kind of a kid reacting to both of them. That's the best way I can put Minnie. I actually don't blame her as much anymore. She's literally just kind of a kid reacting to both of them. Whereas Kazuya is like too open with Minnie, Chizuru is too guarded with Minnie. And Minnie just simply reacts to both of them. And that's, I think, the issue, is that I think maybe Minnie might try to fix this somehow. I don't know. Could be, right? Considering this is about finding Nemo, I think it would be really interesting if by the end of this, maybe Chizuru can trust Minnie like Marlin trusts Dory. I think that would be a really interesting direction. That would be a fascinating direction to go. If Chizuru can somehow trust Minnie, like Marlon trusts Dory, that would make some sense, because Chizuru gives Kazuya the Finding Nemo keychain, and Kazuya leaves just like Nemo leaves, right? And Chizuru is too guarded around Minnie, and she doesn't open up to Minnie about what she's feeling. So what if Chizuru opens up to Minnie somehow? That would be an interesting direction, right? And it would be interesting for Minnie and Chizuru to truly become friends. We didn't get a date, but he mentions yesterday and is probably referring to Minnie, so it should be May 21st. Yeah, you're right. He did say Minnie from last episode. Okay, and you're right. We shouldn't expect that she needs to say it directly, and Kazuya doesn't need to be so on guard. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, I think what made the cohabitation so effective, what made it work, is that they were working through shit together, but the truth is they do need more time. But Kazuya needs to create that time, I think. I think maybe Chizuru saying she wants more time and Kazuya saying they want more time with each other is the truth. The problem with the date, the fundamental issue with the date, is that Kazuya does this move a very last second. And there's a part where I was reading and I'm like, holy shit, it's right in front of us. How did we fucking miss it? And it's literally Chizuru talking. It's literally Kazuya and Chizuru when they're shopping for their clothes. And Kazuya literally says, like, I know I need to work on my inner qualities, but I just want to be with her. So he skips these steps in favor of getting new shoes that burn a hole in his wallet instead of a hole through the fucking soil. And then he gets a credit card, and then he gets these new clothes, and he spends all this fucking money instead of just creating more time. That's all he really needed to do. Kazuya, instead of asking Chizuru out on a date, should have just created more time. And you want to know how I can prove this to you? Listen to Kazuya's exact words. I've been trying to figure out what I should do ever since you told me you'd do some research. I was wondering what I could do for you to understand my feelings, to let you know that it's not true. Honestly, I even thought it might be impossible, because to me, you've always been the same person, whether you're on the job or not. So I realized something. If that's the case, you can use the date to see me for who I am instead. That's why I want some of your time. Personal time. Some time so you can fall in love with me. He just needed to make more time. He literally just needed to make more time with her so she can fall in love with him. That's it. That's it. That's the issue. He's not giving her his personal time to fall in love with her, or for her to fall in love with him. He's been too guarded. And so the one time Kazuya takes action, it's literally just before they run out of time. Good things take time. He literally does it too late. In reality, what Kazuya should have done was just create more time. He needed to have more time with her, not more time apart from her. It's not about personal growth. It's about time with each other. She can't fall in love with you if you're not with her. Okay. I only want one thing from Reiji. Please take some time all you want, but when they get together, show the world that we're capable of my life with yours, Reiji. Oh my god. Chizuru always says that it's fine, but he somehow thinks she's just saying that, and she doesn't really mean it. Yeah, Kazuya always thinks that's what she means, and it's probably him going back to he's probably him going back mentally to the movie arc, where she would always say she was fine when she wasn't, right? It makes the 3 months more painful that they could have used that time to work on their relationship instead of stagnated and forced the problems to be solved in a month. Yeah, that's exactly the issue of the 3 months. The point of the 3 months is time they wasted. They wasted that time. They literally wasted their fucking time. And Reishi is seemingly looping us back to them wasting more time. And he's like, this cannot continue. They can't keep wasting more time. And they both know they can't waste any more time. They both know they got to change something. A lot of she's being nice. She means it isn't her being nice. Yeah, Kazuya keeps thinking she's just being nice. It's the mommy trauma, but we'll finally be resolving this particular illusion. the greatest illusion in life is not many, it's shame. I think Kazuya feels a lot of shame, and shame is a master illusionist that makes you want to hide your quirks, makes you want to not really show yourself, because if you don't really show yourself, you can finally be safe with other people. But in so doing, people can't really see you. I think that's the sad truth of a lot of this is a lot of what the characters hide stems from their shame. They feel a sense of shame in parts of themselves, whether it be Kazuya and Chizuru's lust, whether it be the fact that they want to be with each other, or whether it be the fact that they don't think they're good enough to be with the other person, or their constant doubts in themselves. I think that's all around shame. They feel a sense of shame for who they are. Chizuru's POV, she kisses Kazuya after he said he'd keep loving her, but then he doesn't say a single word to her afterwards. She's probably so confused. Yeah, and scared and worried, and she wants someone to talk to, and that's probably why she talks to Umi, right? She probably talks to Umi because she probably wants some advice on that. Maybe it has something to do with the kiss. Clearly, Chizuru wants to talk about the kiss somehow, and she hasn't had anybody to talk about with the kiss, right? We're repeating, but we're getting closer. No. We are intentionally look like we're looping, and we're about to break a loop. I think we're about to truly have like a full proper reset. I think that's what 400 is, a true proper reset. I hope that's what 400 is, a true proper reset. In that they both realize what the other person feels and what the other person wants, and they start that properly. And they don't maybe have many do it. Because Kazuya used Mini in the 3 months. Which makes me wonder, would Chizuru use Mini this time? Or would Chizuru use Umi, right? It feels like we need something different. It feels like we need a new reset that starts on completely even ground so we can start a proper relationship. That's what it feels like Reishi's setting up for. I think the problem with the cohabitation is that it started with the wrong impression. Both characters gave each other the wrong impression of what they wanted and what they felt, and they got closer. They got really, really close. It built so much around their love. But because of this wrong impression, they didn't truly understand what the other person wanted and what the other person desired. To me, I think what Reishi's doing, which reminds me so much of Steins Gate, is that Reishi is building a reset. He's creating a proper reset, so that way they have the proper foundation to actually start a relationship now, to actually work on this shit together, instead of constantly misunderstanding each other, right? To completely know that this is what Chizuru knows that what Kazuya feels, like his whole feelings, and Kazuya understands that Chizuru is completely serious about him. I think that would be fantastic. That the characters come to this realization, have this proper reset where they both come to a clear understanding of what the other person is thinking. That Chizuru is completely serious about Kazuya, and Kazuya's feelings for Chizuru are deeper than like he wants everything from her, right? He desires physical intimacy from her. He desires a lot from her. Them starting with that basis would literally give them the foundation to properly build a relationship, because that's why they couldn't build one. That was the issue of why they couldn't build one before. The issue they couldn't build a relationship before is because they had the wrong foundation. It's not that they didn't have a foundation, it's that they just built it the wrong way. So they just need to reset, understand where the other person's coming from, and then build it naturally, build it properly, right? And that's why Reiji in the current chapters is introducing all these things that we think we need to do versus what we actually need to do. I should probably continue my 3-year standby license test before Kazuya. I should get I moved to a different state. I probably need a new license. So I should probably get a license soon. So hey, thanks Reiji, you reminded me too. So I think that's what Reiji's building here. I think Reiji is building a proper foundation for the future so they can properly have a relationship. Honestly, I don't know why no one from Kazuya's family questions Kazuya on why he calls Chizuru Mizuhara despite being her BF. Who knows? Maybe it's a pet name. Maybe he doesn't call her Mizuhara in front of them that much. Right? Who knows? Does he call her Mizuhara that much in front of them? Right? But yeah, this is about time. I genuinely believe this is about time. That's the point of this arc. The time that we share, the presence that we have in each other's time. The driving camp from Mommy looks like a boot camp, potentially one that you live at during training. Huh. No, I don't think so. But that could make sense. Mommy wants to fucking get away from her family. So yeah, let me talk about this element of time. I wrote this on Twitter, but I think it's a good place as any. Okay. It's easy to get caught up in overthinking and over-worrying. Rereading my posts I've made over the week, it's so interesting how a lot of them are exactly like Minnie's words. Facts and actual analysis mixed with conjecture and hyperbolic assumptions. It's best to calm down and take a step back. I think I've made some actually good analysis, such as Mami and Kazuya having a paralleling arc, our assumptions about Umi, Mami and Minnie being similar yet different, but I think stuff like, oh no, the play is a lie, or what if we go down a dark industry route is just silly. I think Reiji is just challenging us to grow the fuck up. Much like how Kazuya has a very childish ideas about what it means to become a better man and a partner, looking at the big gestures but not seeing the little ones, how the small things make up a larger whole, an active choice to love. Kazuya tries to show off and be cool, caught up in these beliefs that a part of him knows is nonsense. He thinks he needs money, a credit card, fancy long-term shoes that burn a hole in his wallet, versus the effort of the movie depicted in his old shoes that he literally burned a hole through. It's money versus real effort. He knows Chizuru would tell him not to spend like this. She literally does when he tells her. And she tries to split the cost with him on the date, and he still doesn't let her. Kazuya knows he should just focus on his inner qualities, but he picks the easy way out to be with her. Right? Listen to what he says here. Mizora can be quite thrifty herself. Would I lose points if she found out about this? I feel like she'd tell me right to my face to focus on my inner growth, not my looks. I need to make sure that I don't overdo it. I know it's best to improve my inner qualities, but I don't feel like I can do that in a week. So make more time. If you can't do it in a week, then make more time. Right? Besides, where else am I supposed to use all the money that I've saved up? Notice how he sinks into shadows. I fucking love this shot, right? You have so many other places to spend your money. Why is it all on her? Right? It's coming back to the beginning of the series. What did his dad tell him at the beginning of the series? Don't waste all your money on girls, right? There's stuff you can spend it on. There's things you need it on. And Kazuya burns all of his money on this when Chizuru never asked him to. Right? He lies to himself. He gives himself an excuse to do this, even though he knows better, right? He tells her, I was buying clothes for the date. Chizuru looks at him. Just don't go overboard, okay? Just don't spend too much on a girl you might not even get. This is where Chizuru makes a mistake, right? Chizuru here is trying to give Kazuya the impression. I'll explain it best to you here. Chizuru doesn't want him to overspend, but at the same time, she doesn't want to mislead him by thinking she's not, by telling him I'm serious about you, but what if she isn't and she doubts herself, right? That's the problem. She doesn't want to mislead him, but she doesn't want him to overspend. So she gives him this reason even though she doesn't actually believe it. This is the kind of stuff that needs to disappear, right? That misleading intent that she gives here, where it kind of comes off as she's maybe not serious. She needs to be able to just tell him, just don't overspend, please. I don't want you to waste. I care about you, right? That's the kind of stuff that needs to change. This is the foundation. This is the foundational issue of the date. Of the cohabitation. This is the foundational issue of the cohabitation. When Chizuru says stuff like this, which gives you the wrong impression and makes you think she's not serious, she very much is super serious. But because of the foundation they built, the wrong foundation, the foundation built on getting love, stuff like this happens. And it's not just her, Kazuya does this too, right? Kazuya does this in the date when he overspends, and then he gets his own confirmation bias here, right? So literally, it's literally the foundation that they built, not simply characters lying to each other. Literally, the nature of just living, you misunderstand each other, right? That's not, the misunderstandings aren't the issue, it's the foundation. It's what you built it on, right? And it doesn't mean you need to destroy the whole foundation. It just means you need to rebuild it. You need to just rework it, right? So they need to rework it and create a more natural, clean slate. This brings me to the next thing. In contrast, right, so Kazuya realizes he needs to work on his inner qualities, but picks the easy way out to be with her. In contrast, notice how Chizuru thinks about it. Clothes won't change how I feel. Clothes won't. Here, let me just read what she says. I've never come to, here before. This is so cute. Maybe he really was shopping for the date clothes. I guess that's obvious. He says he loves me after all, but I don't want him to go beyond his means. Right? It's not like he has tons of money. No matter what kind of clothes he wears, I doubt it will change how I feel about him. If that's the case, then why am I buying clothes? Is it because I don't want him to hate me? Do I want him to think I'm cute? Out of all these choices, do I want clothes that I like, or do I want clothes that someone else likes? If the former isn't love, then is the latter love? Is that really true? What exactly is love? What she's saying is confusing, and it makes perfect sense. Let's read it real quick. In contrast, notice how Chizuru thinks about it. Clothes won't change how you feel about each other. So why do I want to get them? Is it so he won't hate me, think I'm cute? Is that even for me or someone else? Which one is love exactly? To appeal to someone or to be who you are? It's easy to say, well, be who you are, right? Like, it's easy to go, oh yeah, just be who you... No, she's not being an overthinker. It makes sense. No, Chizuru actually figures out the correct answer in this scene. Chizuru actually it figures out the correct answer in this scene, but bear with me. It's easy to say, well, be who you are, right? Just be who you are, right? They should just love you for who you are. But think about it. You dress up in a way to be liked. So does that mean you like them? Right? When you dress up in a certain way for someone else to like you, does that mean you like them? Or are you just dressing up to be liked? Right? That's the thought process. But if you dress as you, do you not care what they think? Right? It's a balance. How you dress does matter. Chizuru even realizes this, but it's also not that simple, right? You can dress as you, but also convey to them that you feel that when you dress up, that you feel a certain way about them. But this is where true love shines. Even if they dressed stupid, you could just tell them and you go buy clothes together. You can make time for this, and thus the clothes don't actually matter at all in terms of love. What is real is time. The time to talk and work on it together. I just didn't have the time today, that's all. She's running out of time and she just needs time. They both literally just need fucking time. Kazuya doesn't have time to improve his inner qualities. Chizuru didn't have time to get the clothes she needed for the date. They're literally both stuck on time. They just need time. They just need breathing room, right? They're getting there. They were figuring it out. They were getting there, but they need to make more time. Besides, it doesn't matter. He said he likes me for who I am. I don't need to change myself or anything. It's not like it'll change how he feels about each other, no matter what we wear. Wait a sec. Does it really not matter? I'm ready to go. He's just fucking dressing like fucking Hawaiian stuff. I don't know. Oh, come on. He'll obviously have some common sense. He's never worn anything like that. There's no reason to imagine these pointless things. Besides, even if he did wear something like that, I would just tell him and we could go buy clothes together. In that sense, it makes me feel like what lovers have is infinite time. Anything can be solved by talking no matter their differences. That's the kind of relationship they have, a bond shared with only one other person in the entire world. That's the truth of love. Time. You need to make more time. What Chizuru describes here is real effort into the relationship that transcends clothes, money, and saying your feelings perfectly. It's about making it work together, not fixing yourself on your own, creating time for the other person. You struggle to talk? Okay, it's fine. We can work on it. Clothes? No worries. We'll find a solution. It's about understanding and talking to each other, not gestures via clothes or a job. That's where the story is now highlighting why Kazuya is putting the wrong effort in. He is the one who believes he has no choice, which is why he trusts Minnie. Chizuru never told him to do this. The problem with the date is time. Kazuya created an impossible deadline thinking to resolve all of their problems together. It was literally never gonna work. He knew this too. What he needed was to make more time and use that time to slowly figure stuff out together, not rush it. Kazuya asked her out literally before he moved. It's the first time he's making a move while living together, and it comes last second. He could have asked to keep living with her and work on it together, but he felt that this was the only choice, his one and only option. I have no choice. I do this today, right here. I'll find it now. Huh. What did Minnie say throughout the entire date? This is your one and only option. Kazuya listens to Minnie because he believes this too. Minnie did not play him. Minnie is not using him. He's letting her do this. Kazuya lets her do this because he believes this himself. That's the issue. Minnie is not the creator of illusions. Kazuya is in many ways the master illusionist of his own world. The true solution to any relationship is time. We have to make more time for it to work. You can't make one big date and suddenly solve all of your problems. Just like Hawaiians was a microcosm of all of their problems and nothing was truly solved. The nature of the date was its biggest flaw, that it was a big thing. The date was essentially them speed running all of their problems. That's embodied in Chizuru's questions. She asks about cheating. She asks about how many kids he wants. She asks about how he plans his future and all of that stuff. All of these things she asks him is literally them fucking speed running it. They're literally trying to be like, okay, I'm gonna ask you all these marriage questions because after this we're gonna get fucking married. But that's insane. Right? That was never going to work. You can't speedrun a relationship just as you can't suddenly put a freaking ring on. That's why the walk home was them being very small, contrasted by the magnitude around them. That's the point of this shot. That's why they're so fucking small in contrast to these humongous buildings around them, contrasted by the night sky behind them. That's why the rain is so significant to the date. Sayuri tells Chizuru Rain followed her mom in all of the big moments in her life. Okay, and here it is, perfectly on cue to haunt Chizuru too. Like, this has to be a big make or break moment when all of that is wrong. That's not right. Notice how the rain is gone by the end of the date. Notice how when Chizuru kisses Kazuya, it's in a clear, open sky that's reflected on the hood of the car. You can't let rain dictate your life. You can't live for others. Those big events disguise the little ones. They hide what matters. Chizuru kisses Kazuya in a taxi, not in a $1 million night view. When they go to Odaiba, at the very end, when they're at the beach, she literally calls it a $1 million night view. What was Chizuru's ideal proposal, right? Remember her initial ideal proposal? But then the real one, right? The initial one was like a big diamond ring in a helicopter with fucking, fireworks and shit. Then the real one was literally them walking home. And then as they're walking home after shopping, he says, will you make miso soup for me every day? How does it end? When does she kiss him? Chizuru kisses Kazuya in a taxi, not in a $1 million night view. She doesn't kiss him after a confession. She kisses him when he says he will keep his promise to wait for her. Perfectly timed comments and fireworks confessions are just a big lie. They aren't what actually matters. It's just about taking action, making an effort. It doesn't always have to matter what that effort is. As long as you do something for the relationship, that's all it takes. Kazuya put an effort in, and Chizuru did too. The little effort resulted in a kiss, meaning maybe it wasn't even so little. Chizuru did what she told Sayuri she would do. Make the rain work for her, right? She literally tells this to Sayuri right here. Well then, I'll become an actress who will make the rain work for her. In an earlier scene, just before this scene, she literally did this. Kazuya was depressed, it was literally raining, and she clears the fucking sky. She literally tells him, I never once regretted meeting you, and the sky literally clears. I'll show you the scene. Right here. I never once regretted meeting you, not a single time. Not even when we first met. Right? Even, the anime as a scene in episode 1 where it adds a line in for Chizuru in episode 1 where she says, I don't ever want to date like this again. She never says this in the manga. She never says that line. That's not in there, right? Chizuru literally never regretted meeting him, not a single time, right? Chizuru did what she told Sayuri she would do, make the rain work for her. Chizuru may not be the sun like Sayuri, rain may follow her like her mom, but she chooses to clear the rain. Changing the world around you isn't easy, but you have to make an effort to shape your own happiness. I'm so happy. Never forget, Chizuru, that changing the world around you isn't easy, but you have to make your own happiness. As long as you keep that in mind, then surely they'll be drawn to you, anyone you'd want to have by your side. Kazuya is struggling to do this. He doesn't make his own happiness, he lets others shape it for him. But in the walk home and in chapter 385, he did take an effort for his own happiness. And Chizuru, in some ways, did make this mistake too, right? She let how Kazuya reacted shape her own happiness, right? She thought she rejected herself. In chapter 300 and in chapter 380, Chizuru is rejecting herself, right? And when she saw Kazuya seemingly fight for his feelings, right? When she saw Kazuya fight for his feelings, she thought she could fight for her feelings too. That's, I think, what secretly happened in chapter 383. Chizuru thought her feelings weren't worth it, right? She thought her feelings were not good enough. That she's asking too much, that she wants too much from Kazuya, and she doesn't deserve this, right? So when she saw Kazuya fight for his feelings here, right, literally never give up on his feelings, I think Chizuru started not giving up on her feelings either, right? She chose not to self-reject anymore, right? This element, this helped her, this transformed her, right? He did take an effort, right? But in the walk home in chapter 385, he did take an effort for his happiness. And he doesn't realize how much this little action can change, right? He doesn't realize how much this action here changed everything. Kazuya is slowly getting there. He's learning too. He started to learn this over the month living together. The gravitation was genuinely so wonderful because it was so small and not about the plot. That's what made it matter so much. Us thinking it's big when it's small, and that makes it better. We need to appreciate small. I think he's ready to learn that he can do this and has actually been doing this without even realizing. Him seeing that his actions that he thought insignificant actually changed things while his big money gestures seemingly didn't do much would do wonders to show him his path. There's a lot we've yet to see, and we've been so caught up in the big stuff we forgot to look at the small, the innocent, the little kid who can make things change if we trust them to lead the adult towards the path of happiness. Clear the mist that shrouds it and let us love, right? And I thought of this scene with Dory with Marlin, right? Come on, trust me on this. Trust you. Yeah, trust. It's what friends do. Chizuru did say in chapter 2 that she hopes Kazuya would never rent her again. Well, okay, but that was when she was freaking out at school. That was when she was freaking out at school. She yelled at him. She was being very she did say that, yes. You're not wrong. She did say that, yes. But she still didn't regret it. She was just mad and she was freaking out and she was yelling at him. That's all. She was just being a dick. Right? Chizuru, what you saw in that scene is that Chizuru was immature and still capable of doing stupid shit. It doesn't mean she regretted meeting him. Just because she said that, it doesn't mean she actually meant that, right? Like, she didn't hate him. She was just reacting. She was just freaking the fuck out, right? Like, that's just Chizuru making a big deal and getting mad at him. But she didn't actually hate him, right? She never regretted meeting him. So, yeah. That was way later. So those two scenes are like way apart. There's a scene in the scene you're talking about where Chizuru waves at him at school. Is after Chizuru opens up about her family, right? That's after Chizuru opens up about her family. Which, by the way, I found really interesting that Chizuru says partner in front of Minnie. I think Chizuru's here's something I'm curious about. I wonder to this day why Chizuru said partner instead of dad in front of Minnie, because every time she's talked about her family in the past, she said dad. So for first time she talks about it, literally the first time Chizuru talks about it, she said dad. And then when she talks about it to Kazuya again in another scene, she also says dad. So let me pull it up. My dad left when I was really small. So mom and I went to live with my grandparents. Mom passed away shortly after that, though. But the time I entered high school, grandpa had also passed away. Let me pull up the official scans just to make sure she actually said dad. My dad left the family when I was young. Yeah, she always said dad. Chizuru literally always said dad, but that one time she said partner to Minnie. Even in an earlier scene in chapter 276, she also said dad. Chizuru has always called him dad. But to Minnie, she said partner. And I think that line is more representative of Chizuru not trusting Minnie. I genuinely think the cohabitation is literally Chizuru not trusting Minnie. Even though Minnie literally lives with her. Even though Minnie literally lives with Chizuru, Chizuru doesn't actually trust Minnie. I think a huge part of Chizuru's interactions with Minnie is that she doesn't trust her. And that's actually the truth of the cohabitation. And I think that's why I think now we're really leaning into Finding Nemo. Because in Finding Nemo, when they do seemingly separate, and Marlin is trying to find Nemo, he needs Dory, right? And Dory and Dory and what's her name? Dory and Marlin are literally navigating the sea, right? So I think that's kind of awesome that like literally, what's her name? Minnie may actually, and Chizuru may end up actually learning to trust Minnie. I think that's the biggest thing. I think Chizuru needs to really trust Minnie. Chizuru doesn't trust Minnie because Minnie, what Minnie does say is actually helpful. If Minnie knows. So when Minnie doesn't know what the fuck, when Minnie operates on half assumptions, she doesn't know jack shit. But when Minnie actually just like works on real facts, Minnie does give decent advice, right? But Chizuru doesn't trust Minnie. That's the issue. Chizuru literally does not trust Minnie. Chizuru in that scene in chapter 200 and in last chapter, Minnie thinks Chizuru doesn't trust men. I think Chizuru doesn't trust Minnie. And I think that's the sad part, right? I think that's the sad part of that scene. Chizuru disassociates from her parents, but she literally doesn't trust Minnie. And I think that's the truth of that scene piece, that we think Chizuru doesn't trust men, but that makes no sense. We think Chizuru maybe doesn't trust her mom, but Chizuru doesn't even know her mom, and she doesn't even know her dad. So I would argue Chizuru doesn't trust Minnie. And I think that's the truth. I think Chizuru really just doesn't trust Minnie, and she needs to learn to trust Minnie. And I think that's why. Cat, can you not? Coco, what are you doing, boss man? Get down from there. Stream died for a sec. It seems good on my end. Up. YouTube is now receiving enough maintain smooth streaming, and such viewers will experience buffering. Right. Kazuya should have doubted Minnie there because Chizuru has been very trusting of Minnie. But that's Chizuru is very trusting of Kazuya. She's not trusting of Minnie. Because Chizuru doesn't trust Minnie, Chizuru can't reach Kazuya. Because Minnie talks to Kazuya. That's, I think, the true conflict. I think that's the true conflict. And I think Minnie and Chizuru navigating the sea, if you will, is very fitting. Because a huge theme of Finding Nemo is literally that the sea is not something to fear. And Ume is literally the sea. Ume is quite literally the sea. He is literally called the center of the sea. So it makes a lot of sense that Ume and Mommy, who both have the sea in their name, are not something to fear, but something to navigate. And Minnie, being someone who can actually help Chizuru navigate this, and Chizuru and Minnie actually becoming friends, I think would be really, really good. I think that's the truth. I think Chizuru needs to start trusting Minnie. And if Chizuru trusts Minnie and actually tells her what she's feeling, then Minnie won't be thinking all the stupid crap that she does. Because what Minnie doesn't realize is that her and Chizuru share a very common beliefs. Their values align. Minnie and Chizuru's values literally align. If Chizuru could trust multiple people, I don't think she'd view someone you can talk with anything with about as such an intimate thing. I don't know what you mean. I think no, but that's the thing. There's a very real reason why Chizuru doesn't trust Minnie, because Chizuru does talk to other people. I think it's very much Minnie in particular. I very much think it's Minnie in particular that Chizuru doesn't trust. And I can say this to you for a very simple reason. Minnie is super invasive. Minnie is super invasive. She literally gets all up in her business constantly. Chizuru lets Minnie in. Chizuru literally lets Minnie into her house. Chizuru lets Minnie stay with her. Minnie sleeps right next to her. But the problem is that Minnie gets so up in her business constantly. And Chizuru, and that literally triggers Chizuru's defensive mechanisms. Chizuru, like when people do this, it's just a defensive mechanism that Chizuru reacts to. She's too up in her business. She gets bothered. This is why Chizuru decompartmentalizes her acting, her school life, and her rental life. Right? All of literally her personal life is literally separated. Each thing is like separated like that. And it's because Chizuru has a bit of just trust issues in general. But it's not like she doesn't trust people, right? It's not that Chizuru doesn't trust people. It's that when people get invasive with her, that's when Chizuru's trust issues kind of happen, right? Chizuru doesn't really have super big trust issues. She has trust issues with people like Minnie who get all up in her business, who are very invasive. And that's why she had some doubts about Kazuya a little bit initially, because Kazuya did this exact thing. Kazuya was also somewhat invasive with Chizuru, but Chizuru still trusted him because she saw the person underneath. The problem with Minnie, the real problem with Minnie, the problem I can very much highlight to you with Minnie, and the reason Chizuru doesn't open up with her isn't just because she's invasive, I just realized this, isn't just because Minnie is super invasive, it's because Minnie also doesn't show who she is. That's the truth. Minnie hides who she is. Minnie always hides who she is. Right? She's constantly hiding herself. She doesn't show Chizuru herself, so Chizuru doesn't show herself. Chizuru can kind of see past people a little bit. She can kind of dig a little deeper and see people a little bit. And she can't see Minnie. She can't figure Minnie out. She doesn't know why Minnie does what she does. And Minnie never lets her in. Minnie doesn't really let people in. Minnie never actually fully lets people in. And I think if Minnie learned to let Chizuru in, Chizuru could learn to let Minnie in. And I think that's actually a big arc in the story of what's going on. And I think the sea being kind of a core factor here, right? That like the sea is something to navigate and not be afraid of. The sea being a thing here, again, aligns with Umi and Mami's characters. And the fact that Reiji references finding Nemo and then Kazuya literally leaves. And now it's like Chizuru seemingly trying to find Nemo, right? She's literally trying to find Kazuya. So she literally goes to the sea, right? She literally goes to Umi to find Nemo. Right? Think about that. It's literally just like when Chizuru first went to Umi to get a gift for Kazuya. It's the reason he has his phone case in the first place. That's exactly what I think is going on. Right? Chizuru goes to Umi to try and find Kazuya. I'm saying he should have realized that Chizuru has always trusted him and doubts Minnie's assessment of her distrust of men. But Minnie never says that to Kazuya. Minnie never says Chizuru has a distrust of men. If Minnie said that, Kazuya may have realized. He doesn't realize where Minnie's advice stems from. That's the problem. Minnie never tells Kazuya where her advice stems from. If Kazuya knew where Minnie's advice stemmed from, he'd be like, "Oh, that's not right. Right? That doesn't make sense." And he's doubted Minnie before. In the date, when Minnie gives him advice, he does initially doubt her. He's like, no, Chizuru said something else. That doesn't make sense. And then she's like, oh, no, but things are different now, though, so that's the truth, right? And then he listens to her after that. I'll be honest, if we were in the Kazuya's place, the story would have moved fast, because her would have just said, stop, Minnie. No. You love to think that. Many readers love to think, if I were there, it would play out differently. But it wouldn't, because you're not going through what he's going through. You're not going through what the characters are going through. Kazuya is going through fucking trauma, okay? Kazuya is literally going through fucking trauma. Chizuru is going through trauma. And Minnie is like a little kid who's trying to help them deal with their trauma, and she doesn't fucking know how to. And literally, they all need each other. They're all struggling, and they all need each other. And you can't just be like, oh, I'll be in the story and I'll move it faster. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You would try to force it like Minnie, and it wouldn't work. You would literally try to force it exactly like Minnie, and it wouldn't work. Because that's exactly what Minnie does. Minnie tries to force it, and it doesn't work. Every time Minnie tries to force it, Chizuru shuts her the fuck out. Every time, Minnie literally straight up told Chizuru, Kazuya loves you, and it didn't work. I love how you assume real life people don't have trauma. What? 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 This is okay. This is like that Twitter meme where I say he's going through trauma and he's like, "Oh, so you think other people don't have trauma too?" I'm like, "Did I fucking say that? Did I fucking say that? Did I fucking say that? Did I say other people don't have trauma too? Were these my exact words? Were these my exact fucking words?" No. What I'm saying is that Kazuya and Chizuru are going through immediate trauma. They're having emotional responses to everything. It's not as simple as, oh, I'll just talk to them and I'll resolve it. Literally, that's not how you deal with it. You need time. You can't force it. You need time. And that's what the characters don't realize. You can't make them change. You can't force change. Change is natural and it takes time. Some people deal with trauma quicker than others. Some people need a long time to get over their trauma. Some people never get over their traumas. It doesn't mean you can't live. They are getting over their traumas. They just need more time. And you trying to force it won't change anything. I'll actually say that I would fuck up even more than Kazuya does for sure. Yeah. No, for real. Right? People would collapse if they were in Kazuya's shoes, and yet Kazuya keeps pressing on. Yeah, I think that's the brilliance of Kazuya's character, is that even though he's literally falling the fuck apart, he's still trying, right? Even though Kazuya is literally falling the fuck apart, he's still trying. And it's made me really appreciate Kazuya and how he's trying, but he's literally caught up in doing it the wrong way, right? I think Kazuya finally learned he could try, and now he's kind of doing it the wrong way. That's the only issue. I wonder how they get time. They just need to say it. I think they're gonna see. Look, I think we're gonna have a reveal about Ume soon. I think next chapter is gonna be a reveal about Ume. And it's gonna be divisive, and people are gonna be upset, and blah 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 blah. And eventually, I think Kazuya is gonna find out that nothing was going on with Ume, and that Chizuru actually already turned him down way before. And then he's going to see what's going on when he's missed. He's going to start realizing what the fuck he's missed this entire time. And once he realizes this, and when he realizes how serious Chizuru is about him, and then Ume was never a thing, that no other guy was ever a thing, she was always just serious about him, then that's when Kazuya will start seeing things differently. Real life people do have trauma, but do you have the exact experience as Kazuya to lead the same position in that story? Exactly, right? Everybody has different traumas. Kazuya's entire struggle in the narrative is literally agency over his life. I don't have necessarily an agency over my life conflict. I've lived through like horrendous things in my life, but my struggle with agency isn't quite the same as Kazuya's. I've had doubts like Kazuya's. I've been through similar things as Kazuya's. I once doubted myself a lot through a lot of different things in my life. But I don't think it's exactly the same as Kazuya, and him and I don't quite handle it the same. But I've also had similar issues where a huge part of my channel literally fluctuates around my own fear that that I'm not good enough, and then I don't make good enough content sometimes, and then that's why I try to be a bit of a perfectionist at time. Literally, like how Kazuya thinks he needs to do certain things. I always feel like I don't have enough time, similar to Kazuya, where I want to make content and I finally found a solution to my content, but I literally don't have the time for it. And it frustrates me. It genuinely frustrates me at times that I feel like I don't have enough time to make the content I want to make because I'm on a weekly schedule, and it pisses me off sometimes, you know? And so finding ways to make more time, it's something I can relate to with Kazuya in that sense. For example, I really wanted to make a video for chapter 392 because I made some really good fucking analysis for it, but I didn't get the time to do it. So I'm wondering now if I should try to do that, and if I can maybe mix that in with chapter 393. See if there's a connection I can strike between the two and make a proper analysis between them, you know? Most readers would have just given up on Chizuru in Kazuya's place and had gone for someone easier like Ruka. That's not the point. Exactly. That's not the point. People want to pick an easier choice. It's not about easy. Love is not easy. Love is a fucking challenge, dude. Like, I think I wrote it perfectly in a post I made. Let me see if I can find it. Get uncomfortable. I think I wrote comfortable wrong. Damn it, I'm still writing comfortable wrong. Uncomfortable. There we go, I wrote it right this time. Rent a Girlfriend is not about comfort. Get uncomfortable, get good. Love is not for cowards. You won't have an easy way out or an escape. You need to be comfortable. You won't get an easy way out, and everything that you are will be challenged. You have to fight for love. It's not AI, it's not bot, right? What did I say? I think I said another one here. Yeah. Literally, I wrote this exact thing, right? Love is not comfortable. Time to get fucking uncomfortable, right? You gotta fucking fight for love, dude. You gotta get over your traumas. You gotta start facing some of your goddamn fears. You gotta get fucking scared, dude. And I think not many stories explore what it takes to actually love someone, what it takes to actually have a love relationship with someone, a romantic, like not just a romantic relationship, a relationship with someone, what it actually fucking takes. And it really takes guts. It takes, like, you gotta really fucking face yourself. You gotta confront your fucking problems and work on them. And I don't think enough people actually want to work on their problems. I think people just kind of want to settle. They want something nice and easy, and they don't want to feel uncomfortable. And, you know, it's the easy way out. Love is not for cowards. You got to really face up your fucking mistakes. And Kazuya and Chizuru both have to do this. Kazuya has to realize that he's been sending Chizuru the wrong signals. Chizuru has to realize she's in some ways appeared wishy-washy, even though she was very serious, right? And that's the thing they have to start realizing about each other and start seeing that stuff. That's why I think chapter 400 will be like a kind of a clean slate kind of chapter, right? What I love about Kazuya is that he's the kind of character I'd never self-insert to, and I started out not liking him, but his relentless perseverance won me over. Like, made me think maybe I should be more like him in some ways. Reiji is so... You just made Reiji's day with that comment, because that's literally what he said. He said, I'm so glad I didn't make Kazuya into a Chad. I'm so glad I didn't make him into someone else. People for the longest time kept telling me, oh, Kazuya is not a good protagonist. Kazuya would never fucking work. And he's just like, you know what? Now Kazuya has become the content, and you do like him. Suck my ass. Like literally the survey is the biggest thing he focuses on is the surveys. And when the surveys were coming out for when he was doing the scouting, when Kazuya and Minnie were like scouting for the whole day, it was mostly Kazuya, right? They never dropped. They never dropped. They were always high. They stayed high. People liked Kazuya. And he's like, yes, I fucking got you, motherfuckers. Yes, I did it. I proved him wrong. I can make him good. Or no, sorry, I can make them like him, right? I proved you wrong. I can make you like him, right? I can make Kazuya work. He is a good protagonist. Wait, can you bring Chizuru out of the corner? Oh my god. Hi there, girl. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys. My friend started working on the emote. My friend actually started working on the emote. I can show you a rough sketch she made for our first emote. It's not done. It's not done. But I can show you a rough sketch of what we have for upcoming emotes. No, go away. So this is our first emote that we will be getting for the channel. This is just a rough sketch. It's not done. I've had to tell her some corrections. Like we gotta adjust this, like make this a little higher so it looks more like Chizuru. This is an amalgamation of a few different things that we're doing. This particular one is from, what is it? This particular one is from chapter, which chapter is it? It's chapter 330 something. But then the hoodie, I requested her to specifically make the hoodie, and then I wanted her to put Chizuru in a ponytail, but I guess it was a little hard after this point. Maybe she still can. We'll have to see. And then that's where we are right now. Do you think Chizuru should be in a ponytail, or do you think her hair should just be down? I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. But for now, this is what we got, and it looks pretty good. I like it so far. Yeah. Yesterday, her and I were like, I was giving her feedback, and we were working on it all day. So yeah, been working on that in the background. That's just one. We still have to make a few more. I think she said she'd make 5 in total, which is good. Okay. Yeah, mommy is back. No doubt people are like, oh my God, mommy's back. Ah, right? I think this is meant to lead you down the path of fear. You're meant to be afraid, but both mommy and Umi are something we need to navigate together, right? I think that's what Reiji's kind of building to. Let me pull you guys back up. Hair down, hair down. Okay, we'll leave the hair down. Make another one with a ponytail. Oh, I could make an alternate. Sure, we could make an alternate. You get the new Chad Kazuya you can do, lol. You got the new Chad Kazuya you can do, lol. Oh my, no. The first one can't be Chad Kazuya. The first one cannot be Chad Kazuya. You have the ponytail meme in the corner already. Oh, it's true. Oh, it's true. She looks like a fucking Muppet. She looks like a goddamn Muppet. That's so funny. Okay. So, any more analysis we want to make for this chapter? I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Bodybuilder Kazuya. No, I hate it. I despise I hate this. I hate this. I hate how he looks here. I hate all of this. This is so fucking gross. I hate all of this so much. It's so funny and so hateable. It's like, oh, she's so vulnerable and she's wearing a swimsuit and oh, she's so horny. Oh, he's such an attractive man. Oh, like literally, that's the vibe it's supposed to give you, and I fucking hate it. I hate it so much. This is so much better. Love him for him. Don't love him for weird muscle bulges, right? And then you have mommy. Chad Kazuya. He's not Chad Kazuya. He's robust Kazuya. We're gonna call him robust Kazuya. The Walmart brand Jinwoo. Stop. I still wonder why she told Minnie, I won't have a boyfriend until then. It shouldn't be because she thinks a boyfriend would cause her to lose focus. That's, yeah, and that's a part of it, right? That's a part of it. It's like, why did Chizuru say that to Minnie, right? Why? Maybe she was trying to tell them, like, I won't, like, okay, for that whole thing, for that entire interaction, I think what Chizuru was doing is that Chizuru was just deflecting away from the kiss. She just didn't want to talk about the kiss. As for the boyfriend thing, that's just weird, right? Because she says it's so she focuses completely on the play. But what the fuck is happening here? She can't fucking focus. What is happening here? She literally can't focus. So it's almost like that makes no sense. There's no way you can bulk up that much in 1.5 months. Yeah, I mean, yeah. We already know this. Yeah. But, no, like, Literally, Chizuru says it's so she doesn't lose focus, but here she is not focusing. So that means that was a lie, right? Like, we don't know the complete truth of what Chizuru told Minnie and why Chizuru doesn't trust Minnie, right? So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. We don't fully know the context of why. Maybe she was trying to say she won't have a rental boyfriend. We know it's a misdirection, but why those specific words? We know it's a misdirection, but why those specific words? Right? I literally said it is a misdirection. That is true. But why those specific words that created an alternate timeline that we don't fucking like? Right? Where they're separated. We don't like this direction. Right? So we still don't, let's not pretend like we know the exact reasoning for Chizuru's words. It could be in relation to rental. It could be because she was going to interact with Umi. She doesn't want him to think otherwise. I don't fucking know. Right? Right? It could be in relation to rental. It could be because she might interact with other men. Kazuya, she doesn't want him to get the wrong impression. Right? I don't know. We'll see, man. We'll see. I do think it's not. Well, this will be resolved before Kazuya's birthday, for sure. This should be resolved. It's not going to go the full month and a half. I don't think so. I don't think so. I really don't think so. But this could result in a fight. It's a very real possibility that we could actually finally end up having a fight. It feels like we need a fight. It feels like we are in dire need of a fucking fight. And I think it's totally possible. Right? I think it's become totally possible. I personally like the Kazuya panel of him in the futon waking up in chapter 297. Indeed, rental customers are called boyfriends. She used that term with Mommy as well, but Minnie would not even know that her customers are called boyfriends, so she would have misunderstood. Huh. That could be the case. I'm glad I'm not the only one confused about it. Yeah, I genuinely think it could be about rental. That she won't rent. And she won't have a boyfriend until then. That could be what she was trying to say. It could be Chizuru. We don't know, man. We don't know. I do think it could be with rental. I do think it's relevant to rental. I think that's probably what it is. It's probably relevant to rental. She might snap at Minnie like she did my Mommy. She might not know that. She might not know that. But no, like... I think Minnie should know, but Minnie doesn't. Right? Crunchyroll. We're gonna go watch that episode, bro. We gotta go watch that episode. This is the finale. This is the finale. Here we go. She could have meant she has no time to do rental. Again, we won't really know until Chizuru explains it. We have no way of truly knowing until Chizuru explains it. Okay. Mommy's evil bullshit. Oh, just guilt the shit out of poor Chizuru. Ooh, the music choice is good. What the fuck? Yo, listen to this music choice. It's a goddamn piano? Oh my lord, they got us a fucking piano? In My Rent-A-Girlfriend anime? Well, Jiminy fucking Christmas, it's a miracle. What the fuck? The music is good. Music is good though, what the fuck? This is the last episode. We gotta fucking watch it. Oh, it's so peak. It's so peak. I really think the ocean does really represent their relationship, right? I think the ocean really represents Kazuya and Chizuru's relationship perfectly. It's something that can divide, but it connects all of us. Should stay. It's a part 1 finale. Oh, I know. I'm aware. But, you know, everybody will misunderstand anyway, so what's it matter? Oh, the fucking bass drop, so good. And it ends like a dream. Okay. Oh yeah, Kazuya is not in a good place. Okay. I don't like this. Wait. No. Let's actually pull up the chapter. Load, please. Thank you. Okay, he does do it, but it's not as like immediately noticeable. I just think they made him look too stupid here. No, it's 211. Never been so over. Dude, she never formally thanked him even when he was a goddamn toddler. That's fucked up. Dude, your own grandmother never just said thank you. Even when he was a fucking kid. That's messed up. She'd disown me for sure. She'd never recover from that. It's been 10 years, huh, Kazuya? In her final moments, mother asked me, Harumi-san, are you lying to me about anything? Oh, God. Dude, the guilt would kill you. The episode is chapter 211 to 214, not 212. 211. Gratitude hell. Mizuhara, what are you doing right now? She clearly wanted to be alone. The music choice isn't good here. Listen to the music choice. I really don't like it. This doesn't feel right. There should be there's a sense this scene is meant to have a bleak emptiness to it. Yeah, Kazuya is freaking out, but dude, he's so tired. He's so tired. He's so burned out. He's so done. The music should have had that feeling too, where it's just you just feel tired. You just want it all to stop, and then suddenly, it kicks in. The music choice is not working for me in this scene. I also don't like how he looks here. He doesn't look tired. He looks just kind of like whatever. It keeps going. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry. Look at his hand. His hand looks so weird. Oh, the sound is on. My bad. Oh my god. Are they gonna do it like that? Okay, okay. How are they gonna do the flashbacks? How are they gonna do the flashbacks? Just don't do them back to. Oh. 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 Interesting choice. Oh, they're actually doing it not bad. I don't like the music choice too crazy much. It's just very like, oh, look, the music. I get why they picked this song. No. You should be equals. Okay. This is an opening one. This is not centimeter. This isn't centimeter. I'm not that's not centimeter. That's not centimeter. The song that plays is not centimeter. It's not opening one. It's Helica. Yeah. Yeah, it's OP3. Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering. That feels like more opening 3. I didn't think it was it's not opening 1. Yeah. That's not what he said. He said, I'm not gonna give up, and they translated it as, man, come on, man, get your act together. He said, I don't even speak Japanese, and I could tell he said, I'm not done yet. I'm not giving up. And they translated it as, come on, man, get your act together. Fuck Crunchyroll. Fuck Crunchyroll, dude. Ooh. Oh, okay. Here comes that song. The beginning of chapter 1. Okay. Damn. I already feel so fucking sad, dude. I already feel so fucking sad, dude. I already feel so fucking sad watching this, dude. I'm already feeling like really fucking sad just watching this, dude. Poor guy. He's like putting his fucking heart out there, and it just blows up in his face. Like, poor guy. He's just man, I Reishi did such a good job of like really making you feel how hurt Kazuya is. I won't ask for anything else at this point. Dude, Shunhori is cooking. Shunhori is fucking cooking it, dude. He is actually going nuts with this dialogue. He is like actually like he has so much feelings. He's doing such a good job. He has so much emotions. Like, oh my god, it's so raw. It's so fucking raw. The dude is going nuts. He's so fucking there's so much emotion just bursting out of him. This is Shunhori going nuts. I love it. Oh, what? That's a weird choice. To not have her be visible there. That's a weird choice. Cause you're supposed to see her. She's supposed to be visible. You're supposed to see her. So why do they have it so you can't see her? That's a weird choice. I get it. I get it. Technically speaking, I get it. Oh yeah, look, she's not supposed to be visible because Kazuya doesn't see her in this scene. But I don't know. The music is weird as usual. Maybe it would have been more effective if he just screamed, "I love you! Fuck!" That'd be really funny. Wait, why is it playing rock music? Come on, you had a good thing going. It's like confrontation music. Why? Poor Chizuru doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Whoa. Oh, he's doing it again. Oh, he's doing it again. He's like ignoring her. She looks really cute here. He's ignoring her. I have something to say to you. Interesting shot here. Let's just look at this scene. In the manga, it's 202 or 212, sorry. Okay. Oh, and then it cuts to curry. I forgot. I wonder if they'll do that. Oh, the music. Come on. Ah, the music sucks. Wait. Huh. They completely cut the scene with Ruka out. Oh. Oh. Interesting. They completely cut the scene with Ruka out. She stops him. Are you trying to pop some sort of question here? Bro. Why are they... No! Why can't they translate like normal fucking people? Why can't they translate like normal fucking people? You're trying to say it. What? Say it. Say what? It. That. Come on. Just translate it normally. Are you going to pop some kind of question? Fine, let's go to the official translations. Fuck it. Let me find the official translations, see how they phrased it. I'm 90% sure that's not what she said. That didn't sound like what she said from what I heard. 213. Let's see what she says. You're going to say something to me, aren't you? Right? No, that's not what she said. Right? Both translations don't have her saying something along the lines of, are you going to pop some sort of question to me? She's saying, you're going to say something, aren't you? You're going to say. She's asking him a question. No, she's asking him a question. Also, the shot in the manga is just better. I'm sorry. Well, sorry, not sorry. The shot in the manga is just better. Right? They reversed it because they love reversing shots. That's what they love fucking doing. They love reversing shots. Crunchyroll highlighting translators on Fiverr. Yeah. They might actually do a good job, though. Oh. What? Nani, what? It, that. You know what kind. Wait. Whoa. Whoa. Chizuru sounded so defensive here. Whoa. Listen to how defensive she sounds. Wow, she sounds so defensive. Oh, it's no wonder if you frame it like that. It's no wonder Kazuya thinks it's bad. Yeah, and like, look at, okay, no wonder. Right? She looks, whoa, right? Yeah, no wonder he seemed, oh, no wonder Kazuya interprets it like that. Right? She sounds really defensive. It's no wonder he interprets it like that. Poor guy. I don't think she meant it to be like this. But she's probably freaking and she, oh man. That settles it. Mizuhara knows how I feel. All that remains is to spill it out. And yes, she's stopping me. What does that mean? Doesn't want to hear it, so that's a no. What is it? What does that mean? Why does she keep looking at her phone? Oh, poor guy, he's shaking. Oh, poor guy. This is bad time. I was about to go. Yeah, this is the mistake of this entire arc. Trying to make the perfect time for a confession. That's the mistake of this entire arc. Trying to make some sort of perfect time for a fucking confession, and all it does is blow up in your face. Trying to solve the lies in the perfect way, trying to confess in the perfect way, trying to fucking do all of this perfectly, and then it just blows up in your face, and eventually you just have to make choices. The whole point of this arc is just you have to make choices eventually, right? And the one time, right, when Kazuya finally decides to make a choice, Chizuru decides to go do her own thing with Mommy instead of just talk to him. Because she's trying to protect him. But the ultimate choice was that it was going to hurt him eventually. And in so doing and putting it off, she hurt him without meaning to, right? That was the issue. She could have hurt Kazuya less if she had told him about Mommy. Because that might have actually hurt him less in the long run. But in trying so hard to help him, she hurt him. In a sense, what Chizuru is currently doing now in the story is literally what Kazuya is doing. Even people with the greatest of intentions somewhat start believing their own lies. Chizuru doesn't believe her own lies. She's just trying to she's just trying to protect Kazuya, and she ultimately hurts him without meaning to. But she doesn't believe her own lies. She was telling the truth. But in acting like this, in not interacting with him like this, she hurts him. But the thing is, Kazuya was doing this too. Kazuya was trying so hard to confess to Chizuru that he didn't realize he was cornering her, and he kept in a sense he kind of believed his own lies, in a sense. Like he wanted to confess to her so bad that he kind of ignored what was going on. So maybe it's not believing your own lies. Maybe it's Kazuya like rejecting himself, right? I don't feel like there's lies here. I feel like I'll take that back. I'll take that back. I feel like that doesn't feel right. It's just she's trying so hard to help him, she's hurting him, and Kazuya is trying so hard to help her, she's cornering her. So they're both trying to help the other person, and they're hurting them without meaning to, and that's literally what happens, right? I don't see the first part of the stream. You're not the only one. I don't know why. Hopefully it'll pop back in later. I don't know why. Ooh, grabs the hand. Even so, I'm not done here. Oh, the music cut. Alright, I'm here already. Oh, the way they do her face here. I think it's a little better in the manga. Like, there's... But the way they do the eyes. Ooh, the way they do the eyes, though. Ooh, I kind of like that. The way they do the eyes. Oh, man. Whoa! That goes nuts. They went full black and white. Oh. Oh, poor Kazuya, man. I really like that they emphasize how much this fucking scared her. That mommy was fucking doing this. I do like how much they show how much it fucking scared her. Like, I don't think people really understood, like, how much mommy scared the shit out of Chizuru in this scene. And that's why she did this, right? I don't think people realize how much mommy scared the shit out of Chizuru. So I like the emphasis they add with the screen like going black and white and it looking fucking scary as shit. I don't think people know that, and I do love that they add the extra emphasis to be like, hey, this is a fucking problem. Please wait, I'm on my way. I'll be in the lobby. Sorry, what are you up to right now? Whoa, the music. Walking around the place, give me a bit more time to answer. Sorry, think I'm at my limit. Ooh. What do you mean? I'm sorry for making you wait. Please, but I'll give you an answer. Oh, wow. Huh. I'm sorry for making you wait, but I'll give you an answer. Doesn't that sound familiar? I overheard you say Chizuru-san was a victim this morning, and it's been bothering me since. It's something troubling her so much that she has to lie about it. If so, I want to help her. Looks like she realized we lied this morning. I don't want to lie to her anymore. It'd do you good to tell her now, too. Oh, Mommy's so fucking evil. I'll go see her together. Oh, man. But please wait. I realize we haven't dodged the question, but I'd like to ask you, could you please give me some time? I promise I'm thinking about it. And then Kazuya walked in. I do like how the anime chooses to frame this because it shows you like what was going on right away instead of having the whole Ruka conflict. I think that's really effective, right? This is right. So Chizuru is literally talking to Mommy in a similar way that she's talking to Kazuya, and literally she's trying to give Mommy some sort of answer, but she can't give Mommy an answer. She can give Kazuya an answer, but the way she's interacting with Mommy, it literally gives you the impression, oh, that's what Chizuru's doing. But in reality, she's literally just trying to buy time to find some sort of solution with Kazuya, and so they can they can do it together. But then she feels like she has to do it alone, right? Like Chizuru's going through this alone. That's the fucking problem. And like she needs some people in her life to fucking help her out. Yeah, that's what happened. Crap. Memories are really serious about this. Why is Mommy done doing this? She's totally nice and supportive in person, but then things get worse. She exposed us all along, and I have to talk to her out of this. For him. Yeah, she's trying so hard to protect him, she ends up hurting him. She's trying so hard to protect him, she ends up hurting him. And like that does raise the question, would you constitute that? I don't constitute that as someone believing their own lies. I feel like you can hurt people with you can have the greatest intentions and hurt people without meaning to, right? I wouldn't say that this is someone with the greatest of intentions believing their own lies. I think I genuinely think this is Chizuru's truth hurting Kazuya without meaning to, maybe. Like, she's trying so hard to protect him, she's hurting him. Right? And that could be similar to Kazuya, and you could interpret that the similar way to Kazuya. Kazuya's whole thing is trying so hard to be supportive of Chizuru, trying to protect her, trying to be there for her, but he's doing it in a way that ultimately ends up hurting her. So that's that their truth is disguised by their intentions, maybe. I'm trying to find a way where I can frame it that makes perfect sense, where it's like in simple terms, it's literally they're trying so hard to protect each other, they're hurting each other, right? And that's ultimately what happens, where it's like Chizuru becomes convinced she's lying to herself when she's not, right? She's protecting their lies because their lies represent their truth. Literally, it's the truth underneath the lies. She's trying so hard to protect that she ultimately hurts him without meaning to. And I think that's just really sad, right? That you care so much about a person that you end up hurting them without meaning to, but then, you have to make a decision to get a little hurt, to let them get hurt a little bit because it might hurt less. In a way, the way Chizuru is dealing with the lies is exactly how she's dealing with Kazuya, and without meaning to, right? She's trying to get the lies out in the safest, least painful way possible because of what she went through. Betraying the truth with a lie. That's an interesting way of putting it. In a way, she's trying so hard to protect this to have this come out in the least painful way possible because of what happened with her grandmother. She's trying to have it come out in the least painful way possible. But in so doing, she starts doing this to Kazuya too. The very way Chizuru's dealing with the lies, she starts doing that with Kazuya too. And literally, she starts essentially, betraying the truth with a lie, right? She keeps trying to deal with this in like the safest, most least impactful way to everyone. She's trying to have the perfect happy ending so desperately that she ends up hurting everyone in the process without meaning to. But this is also Kazuya too, right? Kazuya, in trying to have the least destructive ending in like literally trying to have the good way out of this, where he confesses to Chizuru and they come clean and they talk about it. Literally, they want the same thing, but they're trying so hard to do the same thing in completely different ways that they end up isolating each other. And in so doing, it comes out in the worst way possible. For instance, Kazuya could have literally just confessed in the taxi. When he was in the taxi, he could have just confessed right then and there. And that might have solved the entire problem. But he doesn't, because it's not a perfect moment. This is Reiji literally criticizing the perfect way to solve problems. There is no perfect way. You won't find a perfect solution. That doesn't exist. There is no such thing. He's literally saying there is no such thing as a perfect confession. There is no such thing as a perfect solution to your problems. That's never going to happen. You're never, ever going to get that. All you can do is take charge of your life again. All you can truly do is make a choice. All you can truly do is take charge of your life again and make a choice when it counts. That's it. You can't do anything else. I think Chizuru is very concerned about other people's judgment. Maybe a reflection. No, it's not. No. That's fucking stupid. Delete that shit. That's fucking stupid. No. What Chizuru is not concerned about other people's judgment. Chizuru doesn't want to hurt her loved ones. It stems from her grief. Jesus fucking Christ. No, it's not about other people's judgment. It's specifically Nagomi. She doesn't want Nagomi to hate her because she fucking loves Nagomi. Nagomi is like her second fucking grandmother. That's why she tells Kazuya, I don't want Nagomi to look at us with contempt, because she fucking loves her. She's her second grandmother, and if Nagomi fucking hates her, Chizuru will feel like her own grandmother hates her. And her grandmother passed away, and she literally thinks of Nagomi as her second fucking grandmother. She doesn't want her to hate her. No, that's a stupid fucking comment. No, it's not about judgment. It's not about other people's judgment. No. It's literally Chizuru just saying, like, I love her so fucking much, I don't want her to hate me. That's it. Right? She's just afraid that this person she deeply fucking cares for might end up hating her for this, and she doesn't want it to come out this way. Right? She wants it to come out in a safe way. She doesn't want to hurt her. She wants her to be happy. She deeply loves and cares about this person. That is the truth of her feelings. And that truth is blinding her. That truth is stopping her. She's afraid that this truth will hurt this person she deeply cares about. Literally like how she's afraid that the truth will hurt Grandma Sayuri in the end. That's the issue. But the only thing that you can do is take control of your truth. Make it yours. Right? Even if that truth ends up being a lie, you have to take control of it. That's what the end of Hawaiians is. The end of Hawaiians is simply this. The truth isn't always the right answer. You have to make it yours. Right? Yeah, shame from feelings like she's being let into this family and her caring about letting them down because she feels like they are her family for real already. Yeah, exactly. She feels a deep sense of shame and she really doesn't want to fucking hurt them and she cares so much about them. It's gutting her on the inside. But that's the thing. You have to take charge of your lives. You have to take charge of your life. You can't let other people tell you how to feel and how to act. And that's exactly what Mommy's doing to Chizuru. Mommy is controlling her. Mommy is using Chizuru's empathy and kindness and abusing that. And Chizuru keeps letting her. And when Chizuru finally takes charge of the situation, it's too late. It's too fucking late. She's already hurt the people in her life when she didn't fucking mean to. And that's the problem. Chizuru is trying so hard to avoid hurting these people so desperately because of her guilt, because of how she feels. She's trying so hard to not hurt the people that she loves, so she ends up fucking hurting them. And when she finally hurts them, she realizes the only thing I can truly do is take charge of this situation and show them what I mean through a lie. Right? And that's why it ends with a lie. It's literally a nod to Pinocchio. It's literally a nod to Pinocchio. In the end of Pinocchio, Pinocchio saves them by lying. Because the lie represents his truth, that he wants to save the people that he cares about. Right? He lies to make his nose longer so they can cross on his nose. And that's how he saves his father. That's literally what happens in the end of Hawaiians. That's the whole fucking point. Right? The lie represents your truth. Take charge of your lie. Make it your truth. Make the lie your truth. That's what Chizuru does in the end of Hawaiians. She takes control back of the situation using a lie. She makes the lie a truth. Right? It's literally what Kazuya was saying the entire time, but just not how they imagined it. Literally not how they imagine it, through some perfect scenario, through all this stuff. And in the end, she still feels shame and guilt for what happened. She still blames herself for what fucking happened. She feels bad about what fucking happened. Mommy makes her feel worse about what fucking happened. No, this is Chizuru just... I think a part of her resolution will be accepting hurting them, and accepting that that's part of family, like we see in the flashbacks to Parents' Day. Yeah, that's the truth. Accepting that you need to hurt your loved ones a little bit. That's just inevitable. They are going to get hurt a little bit. That's just inevitable, because that's just part of what it means to be family, right? And Kazuya needs to get hurt a little bit, right? He needs to know about mommy. That this can't continue. He needs to know about mommy. He needs to know what mommy fucking did. He needs to know what mommy's been doing. That's unacceptable, right? That what mommy did. He needs to know what happened. He needs to know that his ex-girlfriend is doing this kind of shit, right? But then he also needs to know, like, how serious she is when it comes to, like, Ume and stuff. It's literally, you got to get hurt a little bit. You got to get scared. That's a part of this thing with Finding Nemo that I was explaining before. A big part of Finding Nemo is that, hey, it's okay to get fucking hurt and scared. It's okay, but you got to have some fucking faith, right? You got to have some fucking faith in people, right? You got to let that out, right? You got to be a little bit afraid. And I think that's the whole point of Chizuru's resolution as a character, is that she has to be comfortable with hurting her loved ones without, like, even because it's necessary. It's necessary to truly connect to them, right? So they know the truth, they know the pain, they know what happened, right? You can't let the guilt consume you. It's consumed their choices. Kazuya's guilt also consumed his choices. That's the issue too. People don't realize that Kazuya's guilt also consumed his choices, right? He tried to take agency back too, but his guilt also consumed his choices because of his grandma Nagomi, right? For most of it, Kazuya isn't acting. And he did the same thing to Chizuru, right? When Chizuru, he did the exact same, the thing Chizuru did to Kazuya, Kazuya did to Chizuru. His guilt consumed his actions. He ran to Chizuru because of Nagomi. And a huge part of what he was doing is that he thought he needed to confess to make this work. But no, you can make this work without fucking confessing. You can not do it the right way. And that's fine too, right? But he thinks he had to do it that particular way. In so doing, he corners Chizuru and makes her feel more isolated without meaning to, right? He could tell something was wrong. He kept noticing she was looking at her fucking phone. But his confirmation bias got the better of him. Literally, his guilt got the fucking better of him. It was eating away at him. Literally, the lie was eating away at him, and that's in part on Chizuru because of how the lies played out, right? It's in part on Chizuru, it's in part on Kazuya, right? Kazuya lets other people dictate his feelings, in particular his family, and it eats away at him. This is what I said in the prior scene. So, for instance, here. You want to know how Kazuya fucked up in this scene? So Nagomi's presence is Chizuru's fault. Nagomi's presence is in part Chizuru's fault, okay? Right? We can get that out of the way. But this is how Kazuya fucked up in this scene. In the last episode, let's go to it. In the last episode, Chizuru tells Kazuya something is wrong. Something is fucking wrong. Things have changed. Things are not good. Kazuya asks her a question. She does not look okay. And Nagomi shows up. Kazuya makes a big fucking mistake here. This is where Kazuya made a big fucking mistake. Nagomi showed up because of Chizuru. That's Chizuru's fault, right? This is in part Chizuru's fault for interacting with mommy and for letting mommy dictate the scenario and doing all this stuff. Nagomi's presence is in part Chizuru's fault. What Nagomi says is in part also Chizuru's fault. What is Kazuya's fault here is not taking charge back from his grandmother in this scene, is not taking charge back of this situation. He needed to. He knew Chizuru was not okay. He asked her, are you okay? He knew something was wrong. He needed to take charge of this situation. He could have said to Grandma, I need some fucking time. Please step away right the fuck now. I need some time with her. Please give me a moment. Chizuru starts to step away. No, stay. We need to talk right now. Grandma, can you just give us some space? We have something serious to discuss. He could have done that. He doesn't. This is how Kazuya doesn't use his agency correctly. This is how Kazuya is so focused on confessing. He mixes up these two things he needs to do, right? Nagomi's presence is Chizuru's fault. In part, not completely. It is in part Chizuru's fault. It is part mommy's fault, right? Mommy's also doing this, right? But Kazuya's actions are also his fault. He needed to take charge of this situation and recognize something is fucking wrong. She's not okay. The confession can wait. You need to just fucking talk to her. Okay? That's where Kazuya fucked up. That's how Kazuya fucked up. He let Nagomi lead him around, right? And Chizuru felt isolated and alone, right? The lies are both of their faults. The lies are both of their fucking faults. It is neither one or the other's fault. It is both of their faults. Both of their actions are causing this, right? So they need to solve it together. They cannot solve it separately, and they are solving it separately. And it blows up in both of their faces because one person tries to do one thing, the other tries to do another, and they start clashing with each other. And they literally start bumping into fucking each other until ultimately it results in what happened in this episode, where it literally blows up in both of their faces without even realizing it, right? It blows up in Kazuya's face where he hurts Chizuru and isolates her. Chizuru hurts Kazuya by not by running away from his confession to solve the lies on her own without even realizing it. Kazuya in some ways created the scenario, and so did Chizuru. They hurt each other. Neither is completely to blame in this scene, okay? You have to recognize that. Neither is completely to blame in this scene. Both did this. They're both just trying to help. They're both just trying to be there, and their past is catching up to them, and they need to work on it together. Instead, they isolate each other, and they hurt each other without meaning to. That's just the simple truth. Okay. Yeah. Literally, just like Kazuya ran for Chizuru, right? Just like Kazuya ran for Chizuru, Chizuru's running for Kazuya. Right? It's the same thing, but Chizuru runs to mommy. Fuck mommy. Oh, look at that fucking evil fucking smile. Look. Yeah, we read this already. I read it, but I didn't know how to respond. Chizuru-san was a victim, she said. Jeez, the way she's delivering her lines is fucking evil. Listen to this. You got a script for that one? Huh? You got a script for that one? Fucking psychotic. Sorry, this was the only thing I could think of. No, it isn't. I love Chizuru's face here. He's like, you lying little shit. You lying little shit. I can fucking feel you out. I know where you are. Looks like I've reached the end of my rope. But I'm glad you seem to have decided to put an end to this. Oh. Oh. Goated scene. Mommy defenders spin this part of the story as a positive for her, lol. Girls with overly possessive boyfriends tend to develop Stockholm syndrome. What? We're wired funny that way, you know? We hate the date idea at first, but the longer we stay trapped in that situation, the more we grow attached. Flip it. That's what she said. Flip it. Oh, she's saying Kazuya has Stockholm syndrome. Oh, wow. She's saying Kazuya has Stockholm syndrome. Huh. She's literally saying Kazuya has Stockholm syndrome. Wow. What a complete dismissal of their feelings. And then now, doesn't it look like that in the manga? Like Kazuya has Stockholm syndrome. Chizuru isn't actually committed. Oh, wow. Chizuru is using him. Dude. Unbelievable. Yeah, she says boyfriends do this. She's actually talking about Chizuru, right? She's saying Chizuru's overly possessive of Kazuya and she's given him Stockholm syndrome. Bro, fuck off, mommy. Fuck off. And we start to believe whatever the guy says. For you, getting paid might be trapping you. What the fuck? Apparently, nice girls tend to fall prey to this the most, right? Nice guys in this instance, Kazuya. I try to look away for you to help you, you know. I love how Aoyuki is talking with such a low voice. You know, I've just been trying to help you. I've just been trying to find a way to help you, you know? You're trapped in this situation. That's so bad. Man, that sucks. That's not right. That's so demented. That's so demented. Jesus. But every result online said the best answer was to get out of the toxic environment. And that makes perfect sense. Oh, talk her out of it, mommy-san. I've been wondering, what's going on with your pay? Even the beach trip didn't seem like a normal thing. And holidays like this one can't be allowed, can they? Lying to her now would only make things worse. Our agency forbids overnight trips, but Kazuya-san and I have gotten into a lot of unforeseen situations. I've been thinking of special measures. Special how? I have him book me later on for an appropriate amount of time, but we don't actually go on those dates. It's not like the agency sends someone to tail us on the day. Yikes. Wow! Wow, mommy's like, yikes, that's vile. Mommy's the fucking worst. You come up with some crazy ideas, huh? It's like anything goes. I'm not really surprised, though. I'm sorry for yelling at you this morning. I should have stopped to consider that you've been going through it too. Dude, I can't believe people fucking I can't believe mommy gaslit the readers with this. Like, the readers have Stockholm Syndrome with mommy. Dude, the readers literally have Stockholm Syndrome with mommy. She fucking gaslit them. Like, bro, she gaslit the shit out of them. That's crazy. Okay, let's go to your room and pick up the ring. I'll ask Rai Nagomi where she is. Oh yeah, mommy's gonna try to like rent her now. What? Oh, the sinister music. I didn't ask for your opinion. Do you realize how many people you've dragged into this mess? What you want doesn't matter anymore. How long are you going to drag this on for? What's the problem? It was all Kazukun's fault. You were the victim in this. Wow. I'll still stick up for you right now. What's wrong with that? I told you, there's a limit to being nice. If you think this will make you unprofessional, I've got the perfect excuse for you. I'm telling you to do this as a client. Make it professional right, so take it. This is your last chance ticket to freedom. Take it if you're coming with me. Or do you not want if you want to keep playing the stupid games? Let me rent you right now, Chizuru-san. Oh my god, the visuals look terrible. Dude. Mommy's so fucking evil. Dude. Mommy's so fucking evil. She uses such logical arguments that sound so convincing from a social perspective. But it's literally the most fucked up, heinous shit ever. Jesus. And now she wants to know how to drive. God help us. Love how Aoyuki sounds here. It's not finished. I know it's not finished. I can see. I'm not blind. But it's so demented. Johan sound like a person. It's that good. The delivery from Aoyuki is that haunting. It's that creepy, and it sounds that logical, right? Look at how many people you've dragged into this. Look at how much you've done. But it's like you're acting like these people are all getting hurt. You're acting like all these people are unhappy, right? She's acting like every single person here is unfucking happy. They're not. Nobody's unhappy here, right? It's all you. You're doing this. And mommy admits it later. Mommy literally admits it. Oh, no, I'm only doing this just to fucking hurt them. Mommy did all of this, right? This would have never happened if it not for mommy. She orchestrated this entire scenario, right? This is literally her just literally projecting and creating her entire scenario. She did this. Yeah, she's the one unhappy. It's literally about her. It's literally about her. Look at how many people you've dragged into this. Chizuru didn't drag anybody into this. It's just a white lie that they're dating. Who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? Why is it such a big fucking deal to you? Leave them the fuck alone. But no, you're the, like, literally, oh, she's like, look at how you dragged Grandma Nagomi into this, and Nagomi thinks you're a victim now. She only thought that because you said it. You did this. She did this. And then she says Chizuru's the one who did it. Right? The lies never got to this point. They never reached such a bad point. That never really ever fucking happened. Everyone was okay in the end. Even Ruka was okay in the end. They never reached such a destructive point. That was mommy. She fucking did this. Jesus Christ. What? It's gonna go back to Kazuya. That's an interesting choice. Huh. We're already starting chapter 218. Interesting. We're already starting chapter 218. How interesting. Wow, that's a choice. Oof. Poor Kazuya. Yeah, he's gonna go and sit down. Oh, the way he just sat down. Damn. Ow. She rejected me. Huh. Used to rent a girlfriend. This truly is your last chance. Oh! Yo, she's so fucking evil. Yo, she's so fucking evil. That smile is... Let's go tell the truth. Oh my god. No. Oh my god. Wow. Smug. Oh, and that's it. When is part 2 gonna come out? When is part 2 gonna come out? Weird. So we don't. So, God, is episode? Wait. Oh. Okay. I think they did something kind of smart. Episode 1 is not chapter 218. Episode 1 is not chapter 218. Bullet dodged. If it was the first chapter, that's so bad. If it was the first episode of the part 2, that would be brutal. So I think what they're doing is that so they skipped a lot of content. Let me show you what they skipped. In chapter 213, So they skipped the entirety of chapter 212. The entirety of like chapter 200, like a good half of it, is literally this. It's literally just this. It's Curry and Ruka interacting. There's an entire interaction between Curry and Ruka that was completely skipped. So they have to go back to. Well, let's see what chapters they got to go back to. So they got to go back to. When did it happen? 210. So yeah, they got to go back to. They got to go back to this. This is from chapter 210. This is from chapter 210. They got to go back to this. And then they got to do it again in chapter 212. And then they got to show this. They got to do this. So I think they would do Ruka, Mommy's backstory, alongside Ruka. And then you would have the conflict between Chizuru and Mommy, which ends here in chapter 217. Wow, would it? Yeah. And then you have chapter 218. And then you have chapter 218. Right? So they still got a lot to cover. They skipped a lot. So yeah, it seems like it won't be the first episode. There was no date given, so that means fall season, which is next winter season, which is January, or spring, which is March. Could be like Blue Box's part where it takes a short break around holidays, which could mean maybe part 2, maybe. I think we'll know when part 2 comes out on Friday. Friday should be when we know, because Friday is when it officially releases, right? Technically, it has not officially released. In fact, the director of the episode, like the director of the series, literally came out and said, "Hey guys, please don't share anything on Twitter in regards to, or just like on social media in general." He said, "Please don't share anything in regards to the reveals for this episode until it officially airs on TV or whatever, because it aired on DMM. We get it early, like we've always been getting it early. So he's pretty much saying like don't share anything until it comes out. So yeah, we won't know until it officially releases on Friday. No, not for the dub version. Japanese TV. For Japanese TV. It is not officially out on Japanese TV. It is out on streaming services. But it's not a visible, yeah. It's just on streaming services right now. It hasn't actually aired on Japanese TV. So, yeah. Yeah. I don't think it'll start with 218. I don't think so. I think 218 will be either the second or third episode. I think 218 still is either going to be the second or third episode. I could see 218 being part of a whole rather than just being like the end of something. That would make some sense. So I could see it starting. So, okay. So we got to see what content they've cut. They cut content from, they cut 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 pages with Curry in 210. They cut 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait. Let me count it again from the top. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then they would still need to continue the Ruka story, so it'd be 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So there is at least a chapter. There is at least a full chapter they need to add on top of 215, 216, and 217. So at the very least, episode 1 will not be chapter 218. I think it's episode 2. They have 4 chapters. They have roughly 4 chapters they need to animate in the first episode. Right? They have at least 4 chapters they need to animate in the first episode. I think that was a good choice to cut out the Ruka portion. I think it was a good choice to cut out the Ruka portion and focus it a little bit like that. It works in manga form, but it does not work in anime form. So it was a good idea to focus it like that, because that way you can have the entire Ruka sequence be just one big thing, in contrast to the whole thing with Kazuya, where that was all one big thing, you know? So I think they did a good job with that, right? The whole Ruka scene and the Curry scene were meant to contrast, because Curry shows up and he talks to Ruka, and Ruka chooses to stay, right? Ruka was initially going to leave, and she chooses to stay. In contrast to Chizuru, who left, right? It was that whole point of that scene was about not understanding each other, but choosing to understand, right? Ruka makes a choice to actually choose to understand Curry for a second. In contrast, Kazuya and Chizuru are so out of sync, struggling so hard to understand each other that it blows up in their face, and they hurt each other without meaning to. So literally, it's literally about people being out of sync when choosing to sync up, and people being in sync but then being out of sync. So yeah, I think that's the thing they're gonna go with. I don't know if it'll air back to back. Maybe they need a little bit before the next season starts. We'll have to see. I don't know. Like a buffer before the big low. Yeah, I think it's a buffer before the big low. But then that's the thing. That's the thing. If episode 2 starts with 218, it goes to 219, 220, and 221. Oh my god! Oh wow! 218 is gonna be the lowest fucking low possible. Wow! Wow! That's gonna be crazy. Oh, wow. So either they do episode 1 that's only 3 episodes, or sorry, if episode 1 is 3 chapters, it could be 217, 218, 219, 220. And 220 would literally end right here. This is where it would end. Oh, my fucking mommy standing right behind him. Fucking mommy standing right behind him. I think that's where it'll end. I think that's where the chapter 218 ends. Right here. This scene. This is where it's going to end. That's going to be brutal. 218 is going to be an unimaginable low. 218 is going to be an unimaginable fucking low. Because it's going to be literally that followed by this. And that's just Jesus. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. It's going to be fucking brutal. It's going to be fucking brutal. I think they know how they want to cook this, and I'm kind of having some faith. I have some faith. I feel like they know how they want to cook this. I feel like the writers of this season kind of know how they want to cook this. And I think Reiji actually, I believe Reiji said he actually talked to them, so they do have kind of an idea of how they want to cook this. Let me double check. Yeah, the ending was decided after talking to Reiji. And they're currently working on the production for season 4. Or the other half of season 4. So, yeah, there might be a little bit of a wait. That's quite a way to start the second season. It's going to start like kind of okay. It's going to start kind of okay. You're going to have the conflict between Mami and Chizuru and the discussion of lies and, you know, the idea of protecting precious truths, right? And then you're going to get to chapter 218. It's going to fucking explode almost immediately. You're literally going to get no fucking breathing room, right? You're going to get no fucking breathing room. And it's going to go faster and faster and faster and faster, and you're not going to be able to fucking breathe, right? What I want is I'm not even like freaked out about 218. I feel like they kind of have this on lock, hopefully. What I am interested in is I want them to animate the kiss in such a godlike way. I want the kiss to be godlike. I want the kiss to be like the best animation they've ever fucking made in their lives, right? I think if the kiss is so goddamn peak, it'll be amazing. You want part 2 to start with 218? I don't think so. I think it's more effective. And actually, it also doesn't. No. Actually, it literally can't work. It literally can't work. Actually, I just realized it. It literally fundamentally cannot start with 218. Just on a structural basis, it can't. It literally can't. For a very simple reason. Ruka meets up with Kazuya. Ruka can't meet up with Kazuya without talking to Curry first. That's a big part of her character. She literally can't meet up with Kazuya without talking to Curry first. So that they would just have to skip that content completely. And it also doesn't make sense to start with that because of Mami's backstory. And as well as the conflicts between Mami and Chizuru, which is very crucial to Mami's backstory. So it makes no sense to start with chapter 218. It's literally a terrible spot to start. You would be skipping a lot of content. Rather, if you're going to do chapter 218, you need to do it right as shit's hitting the fan. Literally, have chapter 218 happen, have Kazuya and Chizuru be completely out of sync, and seemingly looks like their relationship is over, and then right after, have Mami do that shit with her phone. Literally, no breathing room. No fucking breathing room. Just go fucking insane. That's so effective. The best animation they made in their lives. Watch the butcher the kiss. No. The kiss is not the same as that moment you're talking about. These are two completely different scenes. The kiss is one of the most important parts in the entire series. You cannot fuck this up. Like I could see why they would fuck up episode 8 where Chizuru gives him the gift, but this is different. Like it's literally physical intimacy in a fucking romance anime. You can't fuck this up. You have to nail it. If you fuck up the kiss, someone's getting fired. Like seriously, you fuck up the kiss, someone's getting fucking fired. It's that bad. You cannot mess it up. The kiss was a large selling point of the trailer. The kiss was a large selling point of that arc. The kiss is a huge fucking deal in that arc. You literally can't fuck it up. You have to nail it. You cannot fuck it up. No, I think they got that shit on lock. I think they know what they're doing. They got that shit on lock. I kind of have some more faith with considering how they're handling the structure. I kind of have a little more faith. I see them fucking up a few times, but I kind of have a little more faith. Won't start on 215. Seems like a great way to set the tone for a core by putting us in the mind of Mami. Pretty much. Right? I think they'll do like a short recap, just a quick recap. Hey, this one happened last time, and then just get into it. I think it's very fitting that Mami comes back now. So it seems like we'll continue without the anime for now, which is kind of nice. It's going to be nice it's kind of nice that we're kind of done with the anime for a little bit. Just kind of have some breathing room, which is kind of nice. I feel like I haven't analyzed this chapter like I wanted to. I feel like I want to analyze this chapter more, and it feels like I'm missing things. And it's kind of annoying me. I'm just nervous. Yeah, bro. This bring in Ufotable just for the kiss scene. UFO table, go burr! That's good. Haven't seen an announcement for Cohort 2 yet. Why? I told you, you're not going to get an announcement for Core 2. Look, Reiji literally said they're working on it. You're not going to get an announcement for Core 2 until it airs. Until this episode we just watched airs on Japan TV, we won't get an announcement for Core 2. It's that simple. The director literally said, don't fucking talk about this episode on social media. For that exact reason. When the anime on hold for now, anyone watching to fill in the time? Rex. I'm not watching any anime right now. Go watch Don to Don. I don't fucking know. Or find your own shit. I don't know, man. Okay, let's analyze the chapter from the top. Kazuya is sleeping soundly. Ding dong. Who's that? I'm here at this time of night, right? Wa Mizuhara. What's up? Is it something urgent? Right? Chizuru doesn't actually know where he lives. Ooh, I love the subtle detail of her touching her clothes. She's also dressed exactly the same as when she kissed him. So that's a cool detail. She's dressed exactly the same as when she kissed him. She rushes in and she kisses him, right? Kazuya loses it. They fall on the ground. She's kissing him. Kissing continues. Kissing continues and continues. I'm sorry for saying that I couldn't be with you. Okay, so... Right, he wants her to come to him. I think that's also another thing the scene is saying. Kazuya wants Chizuru to come to him. Secretly. Deep down, he wants her to come to him. Right? He doesn't want to go to her. Right? So secretly, that's what he wants. He also wants her to come in at night. Right? And literally, he lets go of control. Right? Damn. Dude wants to be fucking violated. He wants her to fucking eat him. The clenched fist also seems to indicate he's upset about something. Not upset about something, it represents control. It's his control. He's let go of control. He wants to let go of control and let her take the lead. No, it's about him letting go of control. Right? He wants her to show up. He wants her to take him. This shot is interesting. I'm trying to process this shot. There's a little light peeking in here. That's interesting. It's at night, though. Right? He wants Chizuru to be in his room. I'm sorry for saying that I still couldn't be with you back in Odaiba. Yeah, notice how she's on top of him. Right? He doesn't even think of himself as on top of her. He wants her to be on top of him. He wants her to take control. All right? He wants her to feel all these emotions and control him. It's literally representative of Kazuya letting go of control. After you moved, I just felt so sad and lonely. I love you so much. Right? It's literally representative of Kazuya letting go of control, and he wants her to control everything. But he knows this is not true. He knows this is fiction. It's the same outset in the taxi kiss. Yeah, I already fucking said that. It's single perspective, and they are at the far end of it. It's almost completely covered. What do you mean? A single perspective, and they are at the far end of it. It's almost completely covered. What is? I'm a little confused. But she probably wants him to take control, and he probably should. Yes, that's the idea. This chapter is about kind of that element of control and Kazuya letting go of control when he wants control, right? And then his own dreams are controlling him, right? His own desires are literally controlling his dreams, right? Like, I think Kazuya, in some ways, a single vanishing point, it looks like the bottom is... You mean this thing? I can't pin it down. I can't understand the thematic purpose of this cover. Besides, just a fucking kiss, but the angle is so fascinating. It's such an interesting choice. It's this like weird angular choice where you have this light peeking in and you have the door open in the background. Oh, I think I know how to. Oh. This is his deepest, darkest secret. You have light kind of peeking in here, and the further you go in, the darker it gets. That's what this is. That's what this is. This is all a point colliding to this section here. Everything, your eyes literally lead you to the back of the area, and the back of the area is dark. This is literally his deepest, darkest secret. Literally, notice how it gets darker and darker the more you look towards them. Your eyes are literally being guided towards where they are, and it's dark. It's literally dark where they are. That's why it takes place in the dead of night. This is Kazuya's deepest, darkest secret. That he deeply wants this physical intimacy with her. That he wants her to take charge and literally just literally kiss him and lose it over him. That's what this chapter is all about. Kazuya's deepest wish that Chizuru will love him and constantly want to be with him and have sex with him and just literally he just wants her to consume him essentially, right? He wants her to take control of everything. He wants her to just take him, right? Literally like a beast taking charge of him, right? That's what he wants. Deep down, he wants her to fucking jump him, right? That's the point of this scene. After you moved, I just felt so sad and lonely. I love you so much. Like deep down, his deepest wish is to hear "I love you" and her kiss him, and they go nuts. And then he wakes up because he knew this. Because a part of him doesn't believe this. A part of him does not believe this lie. I can date her, Mizora. I can get right. Notice how he sits in the room. Notice how he sits in a fetal position, right? And so to make this deepest wish come true, he sets these goals, and each one of the goals he describes reflects a certain part of reflects. All of them do one particular thing, right? Every single goal comes back to a particular thing. Chizuru touching him, Chizuru coming up to him, and physically desiring him. Chizuru desires him. Chizuru desires him. Chizuru desires him. He wants to be desired by her. Every single aspect of this functions around desire and your deepest, darkest secret that reflects your desires. That's what this is. That's why you see these little things, these little smooches, and it's so raw and uncomfortable and just like so in your face, right? That's the point of it. Deep down, what Kazuya really, really wants is to be desired by her, to be wanted by her. Not just an "I love you so much." The "I love you so much" is what wakes him up. I think that's what's fascinating. Isn't that fascinating? What wakes him up is the "I love you so much," not the kiss. He wants the kiss, right? The "I love you so much" is what wakes him up. The "I love you so much" isn't what this is about. It's not about love. Right? The "I love you so much," that's not what it's about. It's about his deepest desires to kiss her, to be kissed by her, to be desired by her. He deeply wants her to desire him. The "I love you" wakes him the fuck up. It's almost like "I love you" is almost a disassociation from that. It's almost like love is being disassociated from desire. Like these two things are completely separate. Isn't that fascinating, considering a core theme of this conflict that is currently going on in the manga fundamentally fluctuates itself around desire, physical intimacy, and how that contrasts love? So that's what this chapter is actually about, wanting to be desired. And in contrast, when Kazuya remembers the thing he needs to do, suddenly it's not about desire anymore. Notice how every single other thing Kazuya talks about, it comes back to desire. Right? But then when he talks about the license, it's not about desire anymore. It's just because. It's because it feels right. Right? It's not this the license isn't about desire. The license is about something real. And then you cut to Mami, right? Kazuya finds something real that's contrasted by a bunch of fiction, and then you have Mami seemingly also see the presence of Mami is fascinating, right? The presence of Mami is fascinating because the chapter starts with, right, Chizuru showing up and it's a dream, and it's at night, So the reason I'm so focused on Mami here is because Reiji loves to bookend. Reiji really loves to bookend. So it makes me wonder, why is Chizuru at the beginning and why is Mami at the end? Right? Why is Chizuru at the beginning in Kazuya's dream, and why is Mami here in reality at the very end? It's almost like Kazuya needs to confront Mami in order to be with Chizuru. Right? It's almost like to reach the dream that Kazuya envisions with Chizuru, that he deeply desires, Kazuya must confront Mami. He has to face this thing that's been a problem this entire fucking time and he's not addressed. Just as if Chizuru wants to be with Kazuya, maybe in some way she has to reach out to Umi, right? Mami is something Kazuya needs to address. Umi is not actually a problem, right? I don't think Umi is actually a problem. I've said this before. So while Chizuru willingly reaches out to Mami, while Chizuru willingly reaches out to Umi, in contrast, you have Kazuya ultimately intersecting with Mami, right? Umi was something Chizuru always wanted to talk to, right? She goes to him of her own volition. In contrast, Mami is something that Kazuya, it's something that Kazuya has not dealt with and must eventually deal with, and so their paths must ultimately intersect, right? Chizuru goes willingly to Umi. Kazuya's path ultimately leads him back to Mami. Kazuya's path ultimately always leads him back to Mami because she is the thing he must address. He must overcome Mami, right? Mami is the source of these of his rejection of love. She is the source of his rejection of desire. She is the thing that Kazuya must address. She is the reason Kazuya even has trauma in the first place, because she caused Hawaiians. And Kazuya chooses not to blame her and misdirects that, right? The truth is, I think that's why this shows it the way that it does. Mami is the thing Kazuya must ultimately address, right? His path will inevitably always lead him back to Mami because she is the problem he must address. Their paths will always intersect as a byproduct of fate, in a sense, because they must contrast each other, right? And both of them literally are in that position where they have no power over their own lives. Kazuya's powerlessness stems from Mami. Kazuya's powerlessness over his own life stems from Mami because of what she herself did. So naturally, him interacting with Mami as a byproduct of her own powerlessness in her own life as she tries to make some sort of change to go to driving school is an interesting choice, right? I think this is all seemingly coming back to the thing we must ultimately confront, the traumas we must ultimately face, right? And I think Kazuya, in that sense, being kind of like Nemo, is so fitting because Nemo is a character that is literally that is literally handicapped in a sense, right? He has that tiny fin, but that fin isn't actually a handicap, right? He's not actually weak. It's a lucky fin. Just like Kazuya is not like other men. He doesn't have their strengths. He doesn't have their attractiveness, but it's not a handicap, right? It's a lucky trait of his, right? That he's not like these other men. Kazuya realized how much struggle Chizuru tackled at Hawaiians. And I wonder if Chizuru will tell him this. I think Chizuru has to tell him this. It has to be Chizuru who tells him this. And if he finds out another way, it'll be fascinating. But Mami seemingly wants to avoid telling Kazuya what she did. So I don't think Mami would ever willingly tell him. Mami wants to avoid what she did. She doesn't want to talk about it. Unless Kazuya forces it out of her, which he won't because he doesn't know, right? He could bring it up and be like maybe they could interact at school, and Kazuya could just be like, "So what happened between you and Chizuru?" Right? And then Mami tries to avoid it. Who knows? But I don't know. I think what Reiji is setting up is very intentional. He looks like he's separating the characters when he's not. He's gonna keep playing into this idea of the characters being separated when they're not. And I think we're gonna keep playing into this idea, keep leading us down this path until we ultimately look like we're going down the path of what the driver said, right? Well, it'll look like we're going down the path of what the driver said here in chapter 386. It's very intentional that it looks like we're going down this path, when in reality, that's not where we're going, right? Chizuru has to tell Kazuya what Mommy did. Mommy won't. She just will help him atone. She just will help him. She will help him atone, but she won't make him deliberately hate her. She will help. She will help him with Chizuru to atone. What the? You might want to rewrite that. I don't know who you're talking about. Who would help who atone? Right. I think Kazuya and Chizuru could help Mommy atone, but I don't know what you're talking about. Is there any chance that Mommy might mess things up for Kazuya and Chizuru? No. I think Mommy, whenever she tries to do shit and separate them, ultimately brings them closer. Just as Ume ultimately brings Kazuya and Chizuru closer. Their presence is actually the exact challenge they ultimately need, I believe, to get them closer. For instance, I think it would be really interesting if Kazuya interacts with Mommy, and Mommy, being so wishy-washy and weird and unclear about her feelings, could make Kazuya realize how clear Chizuru has been about her feelings with him. She will help him so that she can atone for Hawaiians. But that's not real atonement. You're not really atoning. You didn't actually admit to what you did wrong, right? You're just hiding the fact that you did something wrong, right? And you're lying to yourself, saying yourself to you're atoning. You're not atoning. You're fucking running from your problems. You're lying. He's partnering them up with their inverses to come to the conclusion that they need to be together. Ume is not the male Mommy. He's not. Yeah, so it's not really an inverse, right? Ume looks like the male Mommy. He's not. Mommy too right now is trying to change. A big portion of the current story is literally the characters trying to change. Mommy doesn't want to be like this anymore. I think Ume realized he made a lot of mistakes, and he too is trying to change. But Ume's taking actual meaningful change. Like, he's trying to actually be kind and respectful to other people. He's trying to be actually there. And in that way, Kazuya and Chizuru literally are trying to change now, but in ways that maybe don't suit them, right? In reality, maybe they need to realize they don't need to change, right? Whereas Ume and Mommy do maybe need to keep changing, Chizuru and Kazuya don't. Chizuru and Kazuya just need to embrace each other. The audience sinned. Yeah, the audience fucking sucks. I don't think all the readers suck. I think a lot of the readers are caught up in their own biases, and they just need to have a rude awakening. I don't think many readers are as cruel as we like to blame them to be. I do think there are some cruel people who just don't care, who are not actually interacting with this story. Those people, yeah, they suck. But I think that there are readers who are frustrated, and it's like, I understand why you're frustrated, right? I don't want to dismiss all the readers. Mommy and Ume actually want to change. Yes, Mommy does want to change. She just doesn't know how. Whenever she tries to go back, she's reminded she's trying to change. Ume, you're seeing him change. You're actively seeing him change. He's already changing. Chizuru and Kazuya don't really want to change. They think they need to. Correct. Yeah, Ume and Mommy actually want to change, and they need to change. Chizuru and Kazuya don't actually need to change. And it's just about embracing yourself, right? It's about accepting your own feelings. So, yeah. I think next chapter will probably be the Ume portion of this, which will make people fucking upset, but it's probably not a big deal, right? It'll probably make the readers pretty upset, and it's not going to be a big deal. So yeah, next chapter is that chapter. It seems like next chapter is, in fact, that chapter. The big, ooh, chapter. Ooh, we're going to fucking die. Ooh, right? Everything's going to go wrong. Ooh. I'm going to use the restroom, BRB. Could you explain why Chizuru is staring at Kazuya in chapter 297? Oh, it's pretty simple. She literally couldn't keep staring at him. She kept freaking out every time she stared at him. So what does she do? She tries to fucking force it. She's like, I will stare at you until I get comfortable again. That's the fucking point. It's so funny. She's so funny. Literally, she literally couldn't look at him without freaking out. So she's like, fuck it. I'm just gonna stare at you until I get comfortable. And then she's like, okay, I'm good. I'm good. Thanks. Bye. It's so dumb. She's so cute. She's so cute. She literally saw Kazuya in that arc in such a beautiful way. She loved him so fucking much in that moment that she literally couldn't handle it and kept getting distracted. And that's what was happening in 297. 297 is Chizuru constantly being distracted by thinking of him. She's just constantly looking at him. And every time he shows up, she freaks out and runs away. So she's like, I need to control this. I need to fucking look at him. So she forces it. She's like, I'm gonna fucking look at you until I fucking get comfortable. Fuck. It's so cute. She's so adorable. Chizuru is so fucking adorable. So okay, big thing I want to point out. I've explained before that Chizuru. Okay, I've explained before that Mami and Kazuya have paralleling arcs. I can show this in a really good way in chapter 310. Chapter 310 happens right after Mami sees Chizuru and Grandma Nagomi. And it starts with Mami. Mami comes back home. She walks into her own little prison. She sits down. She hugs the pillow. Nagomi-san and Chizuru Mizuhara were alone together and carrying shopping bags around the arcade. Let me move myself so you can see. There we go. Hi, Chizuru. Now, stay. Okay, grab Chizuru. Okay, that's me. Chizuru. There we go. She's adorable. She's like a cat. She's like a cat sitting in my lap. It's so adorable. Anyways, continue. Okay, Mami comes back from visiting from seeing Chizuru and Nagomi. She said they're carrying shopping bags around the arcade. Supposedly, she's still lying about being lovers. So what's the deal with him not being there? I figured it might be a rental thing between Nagomi-san and Mizuhara, but either way, it means she's still involved with them. If anything, it means she's gotten closer. It makes me sick, right? She hates that she said this to her, right? Mami actually really hates how she acted towards Chizuru, and she's hating her own actions. Still, I'm not going to expose her or anything, right? Mami remembers what she did, and she fucking hates herself for what she did. She came to the realization that she really fucking hurt Chizuru, and she did some awful shit to her. I'm not going to expose her or anything. I never planned to anyway, right? She's telling herself, look, she's basically trying to soothe her own pain. She's like, look, it's okay. Like, this is how you reason with yourself when you hate yourself. You're telling yourself, I wasn't going to do it anyway. I'm not going to expose her. I'm not going to do all this stuff. I feel like I wronged her. She doesn't deserve that, right? You lie to yourself. You tell yourself, like, you weren't going to do it, but it's because Mami doesn't want to admit she was tormenting Chizuru, right? She wants to soothe her own pain. She wants to deflect from her own pain, right? That she hurt Chizuru. She feels bad about it. And that's why she's saying, I'm not going to expose her or anything. I never planned to anyway. I was never going to do it, right? I don't have anything to gain from doing that. It has nothing to do with me anymore. She's lying to herself. She does care. She wants to be with Kazuya. That's the reason she was doing this. She's deflecting from her own feelings, right? Mami really wants to deflect from her own feelings. Right now, if I'm Kazuya's son's girlfriend, maybe they're dating already, right? You can still do this. You've already sorted out your own feelings, right? Puts a pillow on her face. Super funny. Okay. There's something I want you to remember how this is written. I'll even show you the Japanese version. We cut to Kazuya. I haven't talked about anything that I need to report to you. You're lying. You kept me in the dark. You went out for 2 hours. There's no way you didn't talk about me. I mean, could you not? Don't rent her like that. It's annoying. You wouldn't let me see her, right? Don't forget that you broke your promise to me, right? Kazuya is breaking his promise to the people around him, right? Kazuya made Nagomi a promise and he's not fulfilling that promise. Right? So that's why Nagomi did this. Kazuya caused this. He let go of control. He didn't let Nagomi see Chizuru, right? So Nagomi took her own control. This is very important. Control, control, control. It still feels like I'm dreaming. It was just a fun date. My beautiful moments with Chizuru-san, the shopping, the cafe, and the lovely talks. See, tell me what you talked about. There's nothing to tell you. I simply wanted to see how Chizuru-san did her job. If you're that curious, you can ask her yourself. Kazuya turns, he sees this dude sitting in the couch, right? He says, ah! Okay. Ah. Now, you think to yourself, oh, it's not the same. Maybe they did it differently. No, it's actually identical. Mm-hmm. Oh, hi guys. My bad. Moved the wrong one. Whoop. Look at this. It's really similar. They both have no control over their own lives, right? Mami has no control over her feelings. Kazuya has no control over the situation that he's in. Mami feels like Mami is lying to herself and not confronting her feelings. Kazuya is trying to get control out of Nagomi instead of just getting control from Chizuru because he feels like he can't get control from Chizuru, right? And he feels like he's being replaced in his own home, right? This guy who Kazuya keeps looking at keeps representing Kazuya's own replacement in his own home, right? So he literally can't get answers from Nagomi. He can't control Nagomi, and Nagomi refuses to tell him anything. In contrast, you have Mami, who sees Kazuya and Chizuru, who sees Chizuru and Nagomi, and she has no control over that scenario either. And she thinks it's all gonna blow up in her face, and she keeps getting frustrated and getting annoyed at herself, right? Mami willingly walked back into her own prison. Mami literally willingly walked back into her own prison. Just as Kazuya feels like he is getting kicked out of his home, right? Whereas Mami goes back home, goes back to a prison that is in disguise as a home. Kazuya goes back home and feels like he doesn't belong in his home and he has no control over his home or his environment. Only to return home, see Minnie, and then he's like, what are you doing? He can't look at her. And then what does he do? He lets Minnie take charge, right? What does Kazuya do here? He lets Minnie take charge. Minnie asks him, hey master, you're free, aren't you? Sales girl, all that. I guess I don't mind. Hooray, you're super easy to work with. So what happens here? Kazuya follows Minnie's lead. And Minnie goes to Chizuru and asks her to help her being a sales girl. Kazuya looks forward to this. He gets excited. And Chizuru says, no. Minnie persistently continues to say yes. Right? She's like, no, I want you to go. Please, you gotta. Kazuya's like, how can she still keep asking? Right? How can you keep asking? Right? Kazuya couldn't keep asking. Kazuya couldn't change his home circumstances. But he sees Minnie continue to ask. It's not happening no matter what. There's no reason for Mizuhara to do it. Right? Right? So Minnie keeps talking, pulls out this thing, and she gets Chizuru to do it. Chizuru agrees to go. And in this scene, Kazuya sees and learns, in this entire arc, the cosplay arc, Kazuya sees and learns through Minnie and through Chizuru how you can control any situation. No matter, you can take control of your own choices and what you do with those choices, right? You can take control back. The situations you are in do not have to dictate how you feel about them or how you react to them. You can control the scenarios that you are in. And this is further enunciated when you go to this thing, right? Minnie is guiding Kazuya around. Chizuru dresses up. Kazuya sees her. He freaks. And right? So this is what happens. Chizuru's talking to Minnie. And Minnie asks her, where was it here? Well, she's an actress. Maybe she's worn a bunny costume before, right? Right? She's more experienced than me. But wow, you're putting yourself out there, Chizuru's son. I could count on you. Have you dressed as a bunny girl before? Sorta. I knew it, right? I knew it. She's a mature grown woman, and here I am panicking like an idiot all the time. Oh crap, I need to work. Chizuru comes down, tells him it's her first time dressed as a bunny girl. Huh. She has absolutely no experience being a bunny girl, and yet she has so much control of this situation. She has absolute control over this situation. She lets nobody tell her what to feel or what to do. Right? Chizuru has complete control of the situation. She does not react to how people react to her. She has complete control of the scenario. Right? She can control herself. What you can control is your own actions. You can't make the world around you change, but you can control your own actions, right? Even though Chizuru got dragged into this by Minnie, even though Minnie dragged Chizuru into this scenario, even though Chizuru lost control and gave Minnie control, what did Chizuru do? She took control back. It's my choice. I get to do what I fucking want. It's my choice, right? Still, I can't believe how good a person she is. I doubt she wants anyone to know it's her first time, and yet she tried not to lie. I guess good girls can be sexy too, right? Chizuru gets asked, can you do it? Well, I'm not surprised. You don't have to do this every day, Chizuru's son. So Chizuru says, like this, and she poses. Instantly takes control. She's good at posing. I mean, yeah, it's her job to have a camera on her. It might actually be my first time seeing her on action like this. In that case, I think of her as an actress, but it also feels like she's a celebrity. All of her poses are so natural. She said it with her first time being a bunny girl, and yet she can be so confident in front of the camera. First time, nails it. Doesn't care, she dictates how she feels, right? Kazuya continues to work. He helps this girl out. Chizuru comes up to him. What are you doing? Oh, she said she couldn't help Case. Kazuya keeps looking at her. She keeps looking at Kazuya. Was she cute? Huh? What? Huh? Was she white? Confronted. Yeah, I guess you'd want to expect that from a cosplayer. Chizuru looks down. Walks away. Is that so? Right? She wanted to be called cute by him. She wanted him to think she was cute. Right? She wanted him to think she was cuter. Like he was supposed to, you were supposed to say not as cute as you, but that's not Kazuya, right? That's not Kazuya, and that's part of his charm. That he doesn't know how to communicate this, at least not yet. And that's okay, right? We think it's a problem. No. You think it's a bad answer. It's not. That's a part of who Kazuya is. It's okay. You're not always going to get the right answer, right? That's fine. And that's the thing. That's how Kazuya did not take control. That's how Kazuya, when Chizuru asked that question, he let Chizuru control the scenario. He didn't know how to take control back. When he sees this girl here, right, he can stop his urges and take control back and help her out, right? I don't hang around many guys, so it's kind of nice, have a man's help. Oh, it's nothing. Steps away. Whew, I'm glad I was able to help, but I have to avoid looking too hard. Chizuru then shows up, and notice how when he's with that girl, he can take control. But when Chizuru shows up, he loses control, right? That's the point of this scene. It's not necessarily like, okay, yeah, Kazuya didn't say the right answer, right? He could have just said, why do you ask? Right? He could have taken control back in any other way. He didn't need to answer her question. He could have just said, yeah, so, you're cuter. Yeah, so, what's it matter? Of course she's cute. What's it matter? Right? There are a lot of different ways to take control back of this scenario. But the problem is that you have to be sure of what your own choices are, right? Kazuya is literally getting used to taking control back. So you get to the next episode, next to the chapter. Minnie saw this. Minnie saw all of this, and she tells Kazuya, what should I have said? Notice how he asked her, what should I have said? Oh, obviously, you should have told her she's the cutest around. Like, hell, I can say that, right? And he thinks, oh, Ume could do that. I can't, though, right? Ume probably could do that. But it wouldn't mean jack shit, right? Ume probably could do that, but it wouldn't mean jack shit because it's not sincere, right? But I guess if you pulled that off, it wouldn't really be you anymore, right? Would it not be him? He could take control of the situation and not have to say that because that answer isn't Kazuya. This is the problem, right? If Kazuya answered what Minnie said, yes, you're right, it wouldn't be him, but he could take control back in a different way, right? He has his own special ways of doing things. He doesn't need to be Umi. He doesn't need to say what Minnie says. This is where something interesting happens. One truth of life is just to compliment a girl and call it a day. That's sure is an easy way to go about life, but it's not accurate. You really saved my butt, all that. She's in the middle of her research, and yet I have just wasted more of my time. He's starting to realize he needs to start taking control back, right? He needs to start doing something. Minnie talks about a celebratory dinner. Chizuru says no. Again, takes control back, right? Chizuru does not let Minnie dictate her pace. She keeps taking control back from Minnie. And that's literally what Chizuru does in chapter 390. She takes control back from Minnie. You do not dictate my pace. I dictate my pace. I do what I want to do, right? Let me move myself a little bit here, right? Chizuru does not let Minnie dictate her pace, right? She only let Minnie do that because, yeah, sure, Minnie had a little thing on her, right? But it's like, it's kind of like innocent in its own way. Minnie is manipulative in that scene, but it's like a kind of innocent sister kind of way, where it's like, yeah, so what? It's not a big deal, right? And Chizuru takes control back. It's not like Minnie was making her do something genuinely fucking awful. No, she took control back, right? Chizuru didn't let Minnie dictate the whole scenario. So what does Minnie do right after when Chizuru turns her down? Yeah, I get it. Turns to Kazi. By the way, what'd you think, Master? You know about Chizuru's son's bunny outfit. You were pretty busy and all. I didn't think you had a chance to say anything, right? When Minnie turns to Chizuru and tries to take control, Chizuru does not let her. When Minnie turns to Kazuya, Kazuya immediately lets her take control, right? And when but this is what's interesting. Kazuya doesn't know what to say. What the hell? You came out of nowhere. That's true that her bunny outfit is forever burned into my memory, but this steps up, but that setup was so clean, I don't know what to say. The setup was too perfect. It's so clear it's a setup. Chizuru says, enough, I don't need any of that. At this point, it just sounds like you're trying to butter me up. Besides, everyone here is to see Minnie-chan. I didn't come here for that kind of thing. Kazuya gets bothered, reacts. He reacts to Chizuru. He tries to take some control back, right? You were cute. What? You were cute, the cutest. It doesn't sound like him, right? It doesn't really sound like him. It doesn't sound natural. So Chizuru says, don't do that. Kazuya's like, what the fuck? I was just trying to take control. I was trying to do something. Stirring around words like that only cheapens their meaning, and I know you're not the type to say that kind of stuff. It doesn't sound like him. I worked up so much courage for that. Did I come off as some weird shallow guy? That's not what I wanted. This is so difficult. I just want to take control back. Chizuru notices, he actually tried. Oh, sorry. If you're serious, that makes me happy. You're not powerless. I do appreciate it. I get it. You were trying. You just didn't do it right. You fucked up. It's okay. It's cool. Sorry. You can take control. Sorry, I didn't mean to take control away from you. That's what she conveys to him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take control away from you. I know you worked up some courage. I'm sorry, right? That makes me happy. I am happy that you feel this way. Thank you. I still have no idea how Mizuhara tagged along today, but thinking back to when we first met, I never would have imagined like the three of us living together and walking home with each other after going to an event like this. I guess at the end of the day, I have Yomori-san to thank for this too. Minnie actually helped Kazuya find autonomy over his life. He trusted her, right? He let her lead. You're literally seeing Minnie lead. You're seeing Kazuya walk behind Minnie and Chizuru, and he's watching the women in front of him lead. And in seeing the women in front of him lead, he feels like he can try too. That's the difference between Mami and Kazuya. Mami has no role models. It's Minnie who Chizuru was angry with because she obviously took control there. Yeah, Chizuru is annoyed with Minnie here, but that's the thing, is like the only reason Minnie is able to do what she does is because of Kazuya, but Chizuru doesn't hate her. Chizuru doesn't really hate her, right? She's just like, she's calling them out. She's just calling them out. She knew this wasn't really him, but she knew Kazuya was trying. Chizuru doesn't really blame Minnie. It's not really Minnie's fault. Minnie's just trying to help. And through Minnie leading, through Kazuya following Chizuru and Minnie, he feels like he can do something. He doesn't feel powerless because he sees how the people around him refuse to let themselves be powerless, right? Chizuru gets put in a situation she has no control over, and she takes control back. Minnie gets put in a situation she has no control over, and still makes control work for her, right? So in seeing that, and seeing these women around them, and seeing the women around him take control, he's like, maybe I can do this too. Maybe I can take charge too. And this is Kazuya's first big step to take charge, but he still isn't there yet. He still isn't quite there yet in terms of taking charge, right? Because he's still afraid, and it's still new to him, right? Remembering how to take charge, remembering how to get scared again, it's still a little new to him, right? Still, it's already May. I have just over 2 weeks before I move out on the 18th. Not only will these fun days for the three of us come to an end, but so will my chance to make a good impression on Mizuhara while living together. Is just letting her watch me on a daily basis really good enough? I can make a move from my side too. Good. Takes a step, hesitates. Notice how the moment Chizuru turns to face him, he reacts. He hesitates. He gets scared immediately. Because Kazuya is getting ready to do this, but he's not there yet. So Kazuya will hit up the gym. I hope he doesn't. I hope Kazuya doesn't go to the gym for stupid reasons. I hope not. Hey, you scared me, master. What'd you shout all of a sudden? Forget it. It's nothing. Steps away. Notice how Kazuya suddenly starts leading. Right? Notice how Kazuya suddenly starts leading. He's walking up front. No way. Why are you acting all attention hungry? You were totally going to say something. Hey, master. Okay, come on. Right? He doesn't talk to Minnie anymore. He's leading. Whoa. What happened? Look at Chizuru's reaction. Whoa, what was that? Whoa. He's going to lead? And then notice how afterwards he starts hesitating and struggling. That's Kazuya's entire journey. Kazuya is changing, whereas Mami isn't. Kazuya is changing. He's remembering how to be himself again, right? He's remembering how to take control again. Mami isn't. Mami is not taking control. Mami still doesn't know how to control things. And that's why Mami and Chizuru are actually reversed. Whereas Kazuya and Mami have paralleling arcs, Mami and Chizuru are actually reversed. And that's best showcased in chapter 327. When Chizuru is told that there's going to be rain, look at what she does. Fuck. Okay, I see. I'm looking forward to it. The rain doesn't decide how I feel. The weather and my mom and everything that's happening doesn't decide how I feel. I do. You go to Mami, this man is deciding how she feels. She's unhappy. She's not happy with her circumstances. This man decides how she feels. She has no control over her life. That's the sad tragedy between this is the sad tragedy of Minnie's character. Minnie is a character who actually has a lot of control over her life. On the other hand, she lies to herself about why that control exists. She is the opposite of, she is basically being tugged between Kazuya and Chizuru. Chizuru has a lot of control over her life, and she takes that control back, and she decides for herself how she acts. Kazuya currently has no control as a mirror to Mami. He has no control over his life. And so naturally, Minnie is being tugged between those things, where Minnie doubts why she does what she does, but she doesn't see her own strengths, just as Kazuya doesn't see his own strengths. That's why Minnie kind of has a parallel to Mami. She doesn't want to be like Mami. She doesn't think like Mami. Minnie is not Mami. Minnie is her own character, but she is a realist. Mami is not a realist, she's a nihilist. And so, naturally, unlike Mami, Minnie wants to believe in love, and she gets to do that through Kazuya. Through his belief in love, she gets to believe too. She gets to dream too. In contrast, Mami doesn't want to dream, she just wants an escape, right? She just wants to get out of her problems, but not actually solve them herself, right? And when she sees Kazuya, when Mami ultimately sees Kazuya, in chapter 342, 343 is the better one. When Mami ultimately sees Kazuya, right, she doesn't act. She's going to run away. And then she's going to leave. And as she's leaving, she gets a little strong. And she tells him, he's not my boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend. And then she leaves, right? She's scared, right? Mami's trying to change, and she doesn't know how to. Mami is literally trying to change, and she doesn't know how to. And she saw Kazuya, and she remembered, she saw what she wanted versus what she didn't want. And she wanted to go towards Kazuya a little bit. But when you get to the next chapter, Mami doesn't even know why she did what she did. He's not my boyfriend. Why is he here at Joypolis? Was it really just a coincidence? Mizuhara Chizuru was nowhere to be found either. I'm seriously unlucky if that's the case. This sucks. I didn't want anyone to see me when I'm out with him, right? But you let that happen. You could have chosen not to let that happen. She gets that flashback to Chizuru saying you can figure out your feelings. Damn it, how many times do I have to remember that? It's going to keep bugging you. It's going to keep reminding you, what do you want to fucking do? What do you want to do? How do you want to live? How do you want to live? It doesn't matter anymore. I've already decided that I'm not going to have anything to do with them. If I keep getting involved, I'm only going to annoy myself. Then why did I say that? Right? So why did you say that? If you don't want to get involved, why did you say that? I'm so lame. It makes me sound so desperate. Right? She's clearly in love. She literally caught mommy not feeling anything versus mommy feeling a lot. She doesn't want to feel. She really wants to feel, right? She really wants to feel emotions. She really wants to let emotions in. But she keeps lying to herself and trying to go back. She keeps telling herself, I don't want to feel this way. I don't want to feel this way. I don't want to feel emotions. But you do. You do feel emotions, and you are a human being, right? In contrast, you have Kazuya, whose emotions for mommy have seemingly faded, right? He doesn't feel the kind of love he felt for mommy. He doesn't know that this is the feeling that, what is it? He doesn't feel the kind of feeling he felt for mommy as he does Chizuru, but he does feel like he wants to be friends with mommy. He feels like he wants to have some sort of relationship with mommy, just not a romantic one, right? He wants to be friends with her, but he doesn't feel emotion. I thought if I ever saw mommy again, I thought I'd hesitate more, but that didn't happen. Right? I didn't really hesitate. I thought that her cuteness would overwhelm me and I would get weak and flustered. I thought I'd be a mess like before, but he really kind of wasn't. Now let's read the scene again. Was Kazuya kind of a mess? Right? No, Kazuya wasn't actually a mess because mommy was cute. He looks at mommy and he reacts because it's awkward. That's why Kazuya reacts. He reacts because it's awkward. Because it's weird. My mind just keeps wandering. They've probably had sex too, right? His mind just keeps wandering, right? He's literally going into other places. But notice how he's not reacting, right? He says, is it okay to ask her about the guy from before? But notice how he doesn't like actually notice this stuff. She looks crazy stylish today. Even at Joy Polish, she's cut above the other girls. You can't pull off a skirt like that without her figure anyway. She smells amazing too. Wait, did she change her makeup? She looks way more mature than she did when we were together, right? But he's not like reacting because she's cute. He's reacting because of the awkward situation, right? Wait, he did say that he knew each other pretty well, though. What else could that imply? An attraction. Did you go on any attractions? Attractions? Yeah, a ton, right? But notice how Kazuya's feelings for mommy are like kind of faded and weird. He's not reacting because she's cute, right? He's reacting just because mommy's being awkward and weird. And that's the lie mommy tells herself, right? The fact that she's feeling things is the fact that she likes Kazuya. But she's lying to herself. She keeps telling herself not to feel. Don't feel emotions. Cut your emotions out. Remove your emotions, right? But she goes out of her way to interact with Kazuya, which means she does like him. This is the answer to mommy's research, just like Chizuru's on the date. Chizuru and mommy's answers are two completely different things. They are similar, though. Mommy's answer is the feelings that Kazuya awakens in her, that she tries to suppress. Chizuru's is time. Chizuru's answer is time. Chizuru's is the time you invest, and Chizuru's is the more true answer, I would argue. Right? So, this line getting told to us out of context, the I love you, is fascinating. Now, okay, so but besides all that, I talked about mommy. Okay, I talked about how mommy and Kazuya have a paralleling arc of agency and powerlessness. That's their paralleling arc. So if mommy parallels Kazuya and how Kazuya is not changing and how Kazuya is struggling to change and he's somewhat stagnating to grab his agency back, right? Just as mommy is struggling to grab her agency back, since we're seeing Chizuru change so much, take so much control back over her life, this is where we get into how Chizuru and Ume have a paralleling arc. And Ume is also changing and taking control back over his life. That's the truth. That Ume is not like mommy. Ume has already started taking control back over his life. Umi's already making choices to control his life. Umi's already making choices he can be proud of and choices he doesn't doubt in himself. And that's why Chizuru turns to him. Because Umi is seemingly a good reminder of what she's doing and the correct path that she's following. He could help her find her path. Now, again, could be wrong, right? It could be wrong, but I do think Umi and Chizuru have a paralleling arc where they're both trying to improve. Is Umi in another relationship? Doesn't look like it. It sounds like he's single. It sounds like he is single. But I think Umi is actually trying to change, and we've been seeing him try to change and improve. He's trying to be a good person, trying to be there for the women around him, trying to pay respect, trying to give people gifts, trying to be more involved in their lives, right? Trying to be a better person who's actually there for the people around him. And this is very important for Kazuya, who's kind of struggling to be there for the people around him, right? And it's a reminder to Chizuru of who she is. Because Umi's improving and changing, his paralleling arc with Chizuru is a reminder of Chizuru herself. Except Umi's actually a little bit more behind than Chizuru, right? Umi's a little bit more behind than Chizuru, but he is getting there too slowly. The reason I say this is because Chizuru was behind Chizuru was behind 2 weeks on the Valentine's Day gift. Umi was behind a whole month on his White Day gift, right? So in that sense, he's kind of like behind Chizuru. Right? He's not as fast as her. He's not learning like her, but he's improving. And Chizuru is one of the people he wants to apologize to, right? And so they have a paralleling arc where they're both improving and changing. So whereas Kazuya has no agency over his life and is slowly trying to get it back, but whereas Mami doesn't have agency over her life and she's constantly reminded of that and trying to take it back, Chizuru, in contrast, has taken full agency over her life, full agency over her choices, and is trying to make the right choices. Right? Not letting other people dictate how she feels anymore. She takes control back constantly. She decides for herself constantly. And in that way, you have, and that's the thing she was initially struggling with. At the very beginning of the arc, she was kind of struggling with this until she ultimately decided to make her own choices and start doing more and more of her own choices. She was ultimately still doing this even in the very beginning, right? I think Chizuru in chapter 235 is when she decided, 234 is when she decided, I'm taking control back. I'm taking control back over my choices. I'm not going to just sit down and wait anymore. So, Chizuru has been doing that the whole time. And now we're at the point where we're seeing that, we saw hints that Umi was doing the same thing. He's trying to take control over his life again. And maybe he's trying to remind Chizuru how to take control, he's trying to remind Chizuru to keep doing that, to keep taking control, to not keep sitting and waiting. He's a reminder of what she needs to do. So, Mami is a reminder of what Kazuya does not want to be, right? Umi is a reminder of what Chizuru strives to be. He is her mentor, right? Mami is the path back, Umi is the path forward. At least I think. And so Umi, I think, will be a reminder of the path we need to take. Now, watch next chapter just be like, haha, you're a fucking idiot, you don't know anything, and you get led down, like, you get into the idea that, like, oh no, Umi's a bad fucking person. But yeah, since Umi and Chizuru have a paralleling arc, it tells me that Umi is trying to improve. Okay. The reason they broke up is because they don't meet. Okay. That is quite off topic. I don't really know these people very well. But yeah, if you don't meet your partner, if you don't interact with the people that you love, your relationship will fade. That is just a fact. If you don't interact with the people that you love, your relationship will not last. You need to create time to interact with each other. And that's, I think, what Reishi's building to. That they can't waste any more of their time like this. They have to find more time to interact with each other. They can no longer continue to waste their time like this. And I think Chizuru knows this. And she's trying to find a way to meet back up with Kazuya. Maybe without meaning to, she's going to meet back up with Kazuya, right? We'll have to see. I don't know what Chizuru's doing with Umi. I don't know. I think she's trying to talk to Umi. I don't know what it's about. We'll have to see. I think we'll finally figure it out next chapter. Finally know like what the fuck they're talking about next chapter. I will point out, I do think it's really funny that people say Umi is Kazuya's, or Umi is Reishi's insert. I think that's kind of funny because Umi is called Umi Nakano, and his name is literally the same as Reiji's hometown. And he plays futsal like Reiji plays futsal, so that is kind of funny. But in that sense, Umi is a reminder. Umi is kind of a representative of almost what Reiji kind of wants to be in a sense, in some ways, literally like Kazuya. But Umi is not him, and he's not trying to be him. If anything, Kazuya is better. So I do think that's fascinating because Reiji has openly said Kazuya is Reiji. Reiji has openly said Kazuya is him. Umi is not him. Rather, Reiji actually depicts Umi in a way that like shows the things he enjoys, right? The futsal and all that stuff. I think this picture right here is even Reiji himself. I'm pretty sure. So I think that's kind of fascinating that people are just like, oh my god, Reiji is just Umi. And he's like, no, Umi is not me. Umi is a completely different person from me. But he represents certain things I enjoy about my hometown, which is like the futsal thing, right? Or the fact that he's like an attractive actor does not align with him. And Reiji has openly said Kazuya is more who he is. Kazuya is, actually he said that in the book, that Kazuya is Reiji. So yeah. Johan, I watched the earlier part of the stream, but I agree with you in the most part about Umi. But one thing it's hard to understand is either Chizuru or Umi hugged each other. It is very awkward. It can be drawn because it can be drawn because it's a manga, but in reality, it's not something you can easily observe. Well, what if it's in private? Don't forget the beret. He's not beating the allegations. What allegations? That Umi is Reiji? He's not. That's the stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard. If anything, Umi is like a guiding force. If anything, Umi is like a guiding force, but he's not Reiji. The only thing Umi has in common with Reiji is two things. He has his hometown's last name, Nakano, and he plays futsal like Reiji plays futsal with his fans. That's it. There's nothing else. There's literally nothing else. It is culturally not something you see in Japan. Well, it's not. It might not be in public. I don't think they'll like hug in public. They might hug in private. Aren't most MCs and other rom-coms and harem anime in general supposed to be self-inserts of the general readers? Yeah, usually, but that's not Kazuya. You know that's not Kazuya. Nobody fucking inserts into Kazuya. It is even worse, the hug in private. I don't know what to tell you, man. What's wrong with a hug? It's a fucking hug. What the fuck is wrong with a hug? That's so weird. Why is that weird? What's wrong with a hug? That's so weird. That's something you only do with your dating mates, not with friends. Why? You guys don't hug people? What the fuck's wrong with you? You guys don't fucking hug people? That's weird. Like, I hug women around me all the time. What? That's just silly. Not in Japan. Well, I'm sorry. That just seems like a very strange thing to say because in that sense, what about Kazuya touching Minnie and hugging Minnie and literally being all over Ruka and shit? What about that? Where's the logic in that? Kazuya isn't dating Minnie and he touches her constantly. So where's the logic? What the fuck? That's weird. I'm sensing a lot of double standards here. Minnie hugs Kazuya from behind just like Chizuru did, and it's not in a relationship with her. Exactly. I'm sensing a lot of fucking double standards here. That's a little weird, buddy. That's a little weird, buddy. But Umi confessed to her, which gives it a bit of a different context. Except, what if that confession isn't what it appears? The nuance is difficult to explain, but I lived in Japan for many years, and it is not common to hug in Japan. And that's sad. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not demeaning Japan's culture. Please understand, I'm not demeaning Japan's culture. But I genuinely think that is sad, that you can't fucking hug people because of cultural nuance. I think you shouldn't let cultural nuance define how you interact with the people around you. Rather, you should define how you interact with the people around you, maybe around your the boundaries you want to create, right? If Chizuru knew that Kazuya was constantly touching and interacting with Minnie, and she knew he felt weird about her interacting with Umi, she could request that from him. Hey, don't interact with them like that, right? Just as he can request from her, don't interact with Umi in such a way. But that's the thing. It's more about boundaries rather than it is a cultural nuance thing. I think it's wrong that you can't hug people in public or interact with people in such a way because culture tells you to. That's wrong in my opinion. My Girlfriend's the best romance series, and I'm being for real. I mean, I already said that, so whatever. Umi confessed to Chizuru, and it looked like it wasn't his first time doing it. Okay, Jesus. Okay. Go back to the earlier parts of my stream. Chizuru rejected him 4 fucking times. Straight up, just, I'm not interested. Does Umi even know if Chizuru's working as a girlfriend? Yeah, he does. I think he does. She said it in front of him multiple times. I think he does. She said it multiple times in front of him. I'm pretty sure he does. I don't know. I could definitely see a hug. I could see it being divisive. I think next chapter will be divisive, right? It's going to look a certain way. And it's not going to be that, right? It's not going to be that. That's just my stance. And I have seen Reiji criticize Japanese culture in a few different ways, right? He's definitely criticized Japanese culture before. Umi's a love rap. No, he fucking isn't. Oh my god. Okay, I think I'm done. I think I'm done. I'm getting people randomly walking into the stream. You think Chizuru will go to Umi for advice and break down crying on him? I don't know. Doesn't seem right. Chizuru doesn't cry easily. Chizuru does not cry easily. No, I don't think Chizuru will cry. That doesn't seem like Chizuru. Chizuru definitely doesn't cry easily. So I don't see that. I could definitely see a hug, but I don't see her crying. Chizuru doesn't cry easy. Okay, I'm kind of getting bored of these discussions. There's a whole lot of speculation, and it feels quite boring to read and interact with. What stream? What streams? What rom-coms? What are you talking about? What the hell are you guys talking about? What? You have to be specific. Would Chizuru cry in front of Umi mean she's just openly entirely herself to him? I doubt Chizuru would cry in front of Umi. But I do think she would open up to him because Umi's not a bad person. So yeah. Don't you wonder what they would see each other? Don't you wonder what they would see each other? What? How many Chizurus can fit in the thumb of Umi's eye level of speculate? What? Can you guys please articulate your fucking sentences? Jesus Christ. Oh my, no, I'm done. I'm getting annoyed. You guys won't talk like normal fucking people. I'm so fucking done. That's it. Have a nice day. See ya, whatever. I don't fucking know, dude. Y'all are being so silly and childish, and it's getting on my nerves. Like, it's ridiculous, dude. Whatever. See if there's anything else I missed about this chapter. Okay. So we're getting drama between Umi and Chizuru and Khan. Deep breath, deep breath, deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. You're surrounded by idiots. You're surrounded by idiots. I'm going to call it a day. I'm going to call it a day. Have a good day, y'all. See you later. Take care. Bye-bye.